Okay, I told him I told you. You know if it's fixed. So does it pick up? It picks up the announcer, or does it only pick up the judge?
Both. It's connected to.
Can you hear Dorpers too?
I don't know if you can on this ring.
Because they share.
Okay, then yes. I think so. Yeah, they can also hear that.
Yes, fixed or yes, fixed.
I changed the.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, hopefully it's right. Because technology is not always my strong suit. Is the audio not working?
I don't have video. It says as it started. I've got on the. I can pull up the Dorper class. Let me pull it back open. I'm sorry. Oh, I got it. I don't know what just happened. It was my phone.
Oh, no,
Thank
you're
you
good.
so much.
Yes.
Broke my leg, but I'm happy about that. It's getting better.
with our workers north 2350. Second place, 53 for 16, Justin Ransom, Westport Arkansas with our workers north 2399. Third place, entry 15, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Fourth place, entry 9, Rudy Benke, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Fifth place, entry 2, H. Livestock, Nevada, Oklahoma. Sixth place, 11, Lockdown Workers, Freeport, Illinois. 7th, entry number 1, Ryan, Payne, Illinois. 8th place to 14, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. 9 to 13, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. And 10 to 10, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee.
I think so. Sorry to. Do you think that they could join the class over here or next class?
Okay, so pull it back there.
Yeah, just show me because I can't see.
Got it. Yeah. How were they doing it yesterday? Did you work yesterday?
But in the past,
I'll ask her because I think she was on the break.
I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say
Next topic, 50-meter running class. I think another nice group of sheep all the way down the line. Definitely lots of differences as far as height and timing out here. We're starting off with one complete sheep class. Revisit doesn't have the lower leg muscle. excuse me, our slick shoring ram lamb class. Really a good class of sheep. Again, only 3 rams out here, but all 3 very exceptional quality type of sheep. The ram we're starting off, again, I think one of the sounder, more complete sheep. I really like the size of the foot underneath this sheep. He's got a lot of bone structure, tremendously long down his top for his width and dimension that she shows us from one end to the other. Just a really nice, good sheep. The second place ram, a ram very similar in his type and kind, maybe not quite the bone structure we see in the ram ahead of him. And we get back on him when we analyze him, maybe not quite as long in his overall makeup as our first place ram, but tremendous hip structure in this sheep. He's really flat and level out there. He shows us a lot of muscling down in that stifle region. Really good sheep in his own right. The next ram, I'd like to change him off those rear legs. He wants to open up in those hocks just a little bit when he's standing there. I'd like to change the color of his fleece, but tremendous length, a lot of growth in this sheep. Probably the biggest outlining sheep in the class, just not quite as sound as the 2 ahead of him. Thank you.
Our Dorper Ram Lambs. I think that there's a decision to be made on our initial 2, and I guess I just opt for just the power and mass. I think that you read this guy in terms of just his muzzle shape and the stoutness that you read in him is extremely high end. I think in order to make him more competitive is he needs to be better in terms of his need of pass through into ground up front, and I think that would make him an exquisite dude if he could just be a little bit shinier right there. But I think when you look at him in just true mass and just power, you have to appreciate that kind. I think, again, the skeleton and the front end design is what makes it close because that advantage goes to the buck that comes in the 2 spot. I love the look and just the extra amount of length of side that you find in him. I think he's got a great future as well as he's certainly the one that looks the fresh and youthful piece out here in this particular trio. One that comes in 3, I think, is just a tick bolder than the one that's right in front of him. I think in terms of design, he comes a little bit more piecey as he gets out and watches and kind of gets a little higher in his loin and consequently not as good in his overall top line, but I think a good individual that's got some extra length. So different pieces of the puzzle that we find in this one, some advantages here and there. Good job.
Just one entry over here in the Suffolk fitted fall ram lamb class, but a really good sheep. You could stand from competition. I really admire the width and dimension from one end to the other in this sheep. He's wide up over that top. He shows me a lot of width through the hip and down into that lower leg. Stands nice and wide behind. I'd like to maybe make him just a little stronger in his top line. At times he tends to get a little easy back over that loin, sag a little bit, but really a good sheep. I like the bone in here. Tremendous amount of growth in this ram. Just a good individual. Thank you. Again, just one entry over here in Suffolk Show in our late fall Ram Lamb Slick Shoring class, but really a good individual. I really admire him for his straightness, his correctness of lines. He's got a lot of width and dimension up over that top and back into that leg, but still ties together real nice and neat up through those shoulders. He's got some extension through that front end. Really a good sound sheep that could stand a lot of competition. Thank you.
In our junior champion division, I think plenty of differences amongst these, and in fact, we had quite a bit of just integrity and continuity of quality in that fall buck class. Few less in these particular classes with 2 and then 3, and so consequently we got to make some decisions, and in fact it was close on our first class of the Januaries there, and I opted for some of the extra stoutness. I need to loosen him up just in how his loin and hip is designed, and that would help me from there. And then we had to make a decision on both ends of the spectrum of one that's got some extra stoutness and needs to be better up front, and then one that's awesome up front and preferably would be better as we get back behind him. But I think in terms of just skeletal quality amongst those two, I think that they're just a little bit better. I think that they're very different, and so consequently with a small number in our junior division, our champion and reserve in this particular part aren't going to look a whole lot alike, but we're going to use the ones with the most quality pieces. The one that wins that February class has got that extra amount of stifle and just so dimensional and representative of our Dorper portion of the industry, and then we've got that extra one with that shiny silhouette that comes back behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, if you kindly would, let's put your hands together for the February class. That's where we're coming for our champion and reserve rosettes. Good job.
Junior champion for the Dorper Ram Show goes to entry 28 out of the Spring Ram Lamb class, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina, Lazy 5 Ranch 6103. The reserve junior champion was entry 29 at second in that Spring Ram Lamb class, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois, Lobdell Dorpers F2433. Now ready to show. Now ready for a pair of Ram Lambs.
A lot of nice Rams out here. Our 5 representatives in the Slick Shoring division for senior champion. I think some sheep that all have a lot of traits and characteristics that are very similar. They've got some muscling. When you look up over their tops, they show some width and down that top line back over the loin edge and into their hips. They're good on their feet and legs. They have anywhere from adequate to tremendous amount of bone under them. I really like all these sheep. The ram I'm going to use for senior champion is our late fall ram lamb. I really like the dimension he gives me back over that rib cage and back into that hip, and still has that nice extension, that clean front end. Really good off those feet and legs when he travels. For reserve senior, we're going to go with our early fall ram lamb. Thank you.
Slick Shorn, senior champion and reserve senior champion ram. The senior champion Ram went to our Class 2 senior or Slickshorn Senior Ram Lambs. Entry number 22, Macaulay Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania, with Macaulay 6423. The reserve Slickshorn Senior Champion was our Class 1 Senior Ram Lamb winner. Entry 20, Macaulay Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania, with Macaulay 6400. Placing on the Dorper Pair Ram Lamb class, first place to Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. Second to Narrowgate Farms, Smithville, Tennessee. Third to Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina.
We got three really nice representatives in the fitted show out here for our senior champion. I think some Rams that have some essentials as far as what the Suffolk breed is known for. They have some frame, some scale, some growth. They're standing on good bone for the most part. Some Rams that have some length down their tops, some muscle definition when you get your hands up over on their tops. A really nice headed ram here in our fall ram lamb. Two big framed outline rams and our yearling rams. We're going to go with our yearling ram for senior champion. I think he's just a little sounder off those back legs today, a little stronger down his top, a little shorter fleece than what we're seeing in our senior ram lamb. And so we're handling and seeing a lot more real muscle in this sheep down his top. For our reserve senior, we're going to go with our fall ram lamb for reserve senior. Thank you.
Well, we're here in the Dorper ring for picking our champions in this particular division, and I'm happy with all of them. We've talked through them, and I think the ones that come up have some doability and some structure, correctness, and design. And I think that fall ram that we've got, his balance and look is extra shiny. His upfrontedness is super nice. And then we've gotten back into the junior champions. We had opposite sides of the spectrum. I opted for the one with the extra stoutness and over the one with the extra pretty. And then I think just the production and grow that you find in the first place yearling ram is top notch. I love the look of him and the correctness of how he's made as well. the one, if we're going to describe them, that has the most unique genetic pieces, that's the ones we give the national championships to. We give them the shiny purple banners, right? And even a bronze structure, a bronze image there with the sheep. Ladies and gentlemen, if you kindly will, let's put it together for our senior champions. We're staying with the fall ram for our champion. Congratulations. We're moving back to Wrinkles for Reserve in America. Good job.
For our Suffolk ring, our fitted senior champion and reserve senior champion, our senior champion went to entry 9 out of the fitted yearling ram class. Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota, with Dombeck family, 39-33. The reserve senior champion came from the fitted senior ram lamb class, entry 21, Eric Bruns, Palatine Bridge, New York, with EB suffix 469. The grand champion Dorper ram came from the senior ram lamb class. It was our senior champion, entry 7, Justin Ransom, West Fork, Arkansas, RR Dorpers North, 2350. The reserve grand champion ram came from our yearling class, our reserve senior champion ram, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois, Lobdell Dorpers F, 2310.
As interesting a class as we can have in these yearling ewes up here, and I think maybe we have even another class of yearling ewes, and so some decisions to be made in your initial trio that you can make some picks here and there. I think the sheep that just does the most correct things for me is, of course, my class winner. This ewe, I think that she's really nice. I like her head, and I like her femininity and her design, and I think that she opens up with actually as much top shape and boldness to the upper side of her rib cage and skeleton as any. You know, and you can see from the stands that she's ultra long hipped, she's ultra level hipped, and I think that's an advantage. And I think when she gets out and moves, she does so with some attractiveness, just with some ease. And again, there's ones that are going to be farther along in terms of their pregnancies and where they're at in terms of being bred, and as they transition from the show ring to the lambing jugs. But I think that the way her design is right now, I love the balance and I love the look. I think she gets just a tick straighter in terms of how her hock is designed and her rear leg placement, and I think that we could change that, but she's so good in terms of just openness and having maternal look, a volume, and extra amount of femininity and elegance that I give her the bonuses to pull things together and pick our champion within this particular class. I think there's still a decision to be made, and I guess I find the more unique pieces and the one that comes in two. I think that at the top side of her shoulder, she's as good as any of the ones that we've got out here. Just kind of rocks it and just puts that neck on the top side of its shoulder and just shows some elegance and look. Additionally, she's big pinned, and I like that about her. She's not quite as long-sided as either of the ones that are on either side of her, but I love just the shape and design, and in particular as we get back behind her in the rear three-quarter view, her angles and the amount of stifle that she has relative to still getting some attractiveness and athleticism as she moves, I think just balances quite nicely. I think when she gets out there and moves, she just kind of reaches and grabs the turf and just brings it up underneath her, and just so with some authority, more so than the ewe that comes into the 3 spot. And I think some could consider changing this, and certainly maybe I did as well. But I think when we look at her of the initial trio, she's the one that's a little bit more jammed up, not quite as feminine in terms of her neck and up front and her design, but I like her boldness of body and her rib cage, and that's what helps to make it close for us. I think when we know that this is a ewe that maybe just gets a little tighter as she gets moving and how her loin is designed, but again, from a pregnancy standpoint and ones that are potentially getting closer to raising the next generation of progeny, I think she's certainly acceptable. A nice high-quality kind of individual. Again, similar to some of the other ones, she could be a little bit more angled to her hock as well as we get back behind her. But that's being critical of one that does so many of the good things right and functionality and just maternal traits. Broody, kind of a female that comes in next in line in 4. I love the length and the look that you find in her. The ewe with the extra color pigment down low, I think that she's good in terms of just her rib cage as well. She's not as correct in terms of how her hip is maybe designed and not maybe as level in her look, but I love the performance and the productivity that you find in her. Maybe not as classy and dainty about her head as of some of them that we've got. The one that comes in next in line in 5, again, from a production standpoint, is certainly, I think, enough performance and growth for me. Her quality just kept moving us up. I like her boldness of body. I like her correctness as we get back behind her. We know there's not quite as much sheep there, but in terms of just genuine look and skeletal build, she's one that I would tie into as well, and certainly deserves beating a whole bunch of other ones in the yearling ewe division. Congratulations, the most competitive group as expected as we moved into our yearling ewes. Good job.
In our slick shorn January ram lamb class over here in the Suffolk side, I think we're starting out with a ram. It's definitely, you could call him the outlier of the group. He's easily the largest frame, biggest outline sheep in the class, tremendously tall up at the top of his shoulder. He's really long down that top line out through that hip. A ram that moves really well off both his front and rear legs. Has enough muscle. I mean, he's not as heavy muscled or as expressively muscled as some of the other sheep out here, but again, he's got enough muscle. He shows me some width over that rack, back down his top, and still carries it all together in a big, smooth package. And we have to remember, too, the Suffolk breed got where it was today and at one time by being a sheep that would go out and grow. this sheep definitely is growing and going to continue to grow. Just a big outline sheep. I really like him. The second place ram, very similar, maybe not quite as white a fleece, maybe is what our first place ram. Not, but very similar as far as his overall length of body. He's good and tall at the top of the shoulder. Again, a lot of frame in this sheep. I'd like to see him just hold himself together a little bit better in his shoulders when he's on the move, but I really like this sheep. Probably shows me a little more definition muscling on the outside and inside portion of his leg in our first place ram, but two very good similar type sheep. The next ram, not the biggest ram in the class, not one of the heavier rams, but easily as sound as any sheep out here when he's on the move. I really like his feet and legs. He's on good bone, nice structure, just not quite as big, not quite as thick down his top, but really a good sound sheep. The next ram, not quite the bone structure as the ram in front of him, not quite as good off both his front and rear legs today as the ram ahead of him, but I really like his length of top and the overall muscle and dimension in him. Next ram, another ram with a lot of bone. I'd like to maybe see just a little tad more set to his rear hocks, make him a little better off that left front leg, but a ram that again has some thickness, some muscle, and still ties it together with some frame and dimension. Really nice set of class sheep. Thank you.
Placing on the Dorper class of senior yearling ewes, first place to entry 41, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5525. Second place to entry 44, Riley Bigner, Prairie Grove, Arkansas, with RR Dorpers 2315. Third place to entry 3, Dan Ryan, Pana, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 38, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 5 to entry 42, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. 6 to entry 4, Dan Ryan, Pana, Illinois. 7 to entry 39, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 8th place to entry number 47, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. 9 to entry number 40, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. And 10 to Blake Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut. Placing on the Slick Shorn class of January Ram Lambs for our Suffolk show. First place goes to entry number 36, McCully Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCully 6532. Second place to entry number 30, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana, with Slack 4151. Third place to 32, McCully Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 31, Krafka Harkiam Suffolks of Montezuma, Iowa. 5 to entry 33, Raisa Zielinski, Brookings, South Dakota. 6th place to entry number 29, Krafka Harkima Suffolk's of Montezuma, Iowa. 7th place to 40, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 8th place to 34, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. And 9 to 38, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana.
I think a yearling U class that comes together a little easier than the last class in the senior yearlings, because there's one that's just got some of the extra completeness of pieces here to start out our class. This one I like a lot in terms of just her femininity. When we look at her, just her head, and just I think just nifty and attractive from there. And I think she opens up just with a maternal look and a maternal sweep to her rib. When we get back behind her, I think that she's more than adequate in the amount of muscularity that she has. She's big pinned, she's wide based, and I think she's correct in how she's designed. And so I think she does the unique piece as well of still having that smooth feminine muscle pattern and yet some openness and just a productivity kind of a look. I think more of the decision comes between 2 and 3, and I guess the more that I look at the number 2 sheep, the more I realize that this one's got just a whole bunch of good to her. When you get up and handle her and look in the top side of her skeleton, her loin is as big as anything that we've got in this particular class. I think she's got a tremendous amount of stifle. I think her femininity is tip-top as well. And in fact, that one's got such a slender and just unique look up front there that I think that her balance helps her as well. Maybe not the extra amount of length of side that you found in the class winner, truthfully, either of the ones that we've got out here, but her just good looks and just silhouette moves her up a couple notches for me. The one that I think strikes certainly an extended kind of a pattern sits in that 3 spot. She's really long and plenty level, and I think when we get out and watch her move, one that I think is plenty attractive, and I like that look about her. We know she's not just as bold and as burly in her rib cage, but man, I like that one quite a bit, and certainly some high quality look. She's got more feminine pieces, no doubt, than the burly sucker that comes in next. That one's wide and productive and built like a truck. I think a good kind of an individual that you have those in pieces. We know that maybe that one doesn't combine that extra look up front, but we give her the appreciation for just being so three-dimensional and maternal and just got that power to her. The one that comes in next in line in 5, I think balance and look and correctness is nice. I don't know that we have some of the extras in terms of the extra stifle shape as maybe it's penmate, maybe a female that I still think has some balance and look and just some attractiveness. Nice group of yearling ewes. Congratulations. Good job.
Slickshorn January Ram class fitted January Ram Lamb class in the Suffolk show. We're starting off with a ram I think is one of the more complete sheep in the class. He's pretty straight down his top. I'd like to maybe strengthen him just a little bit right behind those shoulder blades to level him out just a tad more, but he moves pretty good off those feet and legs. He's got some depth to his side compared to some of the rams out in the class. Maybe like to ideally see him a little deeper through that rear flank. fill him out just a little bit from end to end as far as his width and mass. Put a little more bone under him, but I like the outline, the growth, and the straightness of this ram. The next ram, a little longer topped sheep, a ram shown in shorter fleece. I really admire him for his width up over that rack, back into that loin. I just like to make him wider from his hooks to his pins, see him track out a little wider and chew off those rear legs. The next ram, a ram that's easily very pretty fronted sheep, very tall fronted, high up at the top of that shoulder, but a ram that really doesn't have much muscling up over that rack region. There's a lot of wool piled in there. I'd like to see him stronger, pull over his rack to get him any higher today. Next ram, another ram that has a nice pretty outline when you get him stopped. Just a sheep that tends to be pretty tight in his forerib up through that shoulder blade. I'd like to just make this sheep wider from one end to the other, put a little more bone under him. Thank you.
Placing on the junior yearling U class for the Dorpers, first place goes to entry number 48, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown Farms 1403. Second place to 53, Rudy Beneke, Shelbyville, Kentucky, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5559. Third place to 50, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 4 to 49, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 5 to entry 54, Rudy Beneke, Shelbyville, Kentucky. 6 to 55, McKinley Settle, Mooresville, North Carolina. 7 to 56, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. 8th place to entry number 51, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. And 9 to 52, Taylor Graves, Danville, Kentucky. Placing on the fitted January Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk Show, first to entry 41, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with DVMS D2401. Second place to 42, Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota, with Cousins suffix 24101. Third to 43, Ruthie Bivens, Manhattan, Illinois. And 4 to 45, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Placing on the Dorper pair of yearling U class, first place to entry 64, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Second to Dan Ryan, Pana, Illinois. Third place to 62, Rudy Beneke, Shelbyville, Kentucky. 4 to 61, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. And 5 to Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee.
Over here in the Suffolk side in our slick shore and ram lamb class, I think we've got a ram that really comes to the top pretty easily. Super straight in his lines. He's correct on his feet and legs. I like the bone under this sheep, the depth from one end to the other in his side view. Ram has some muscling and the width up over his top, but yet it's still very smooth and elegant up through that front end. Neck comes out of the top of the shoulders. He's just a really good, sound, complete sheep. The next two rams are very close. We're going to go with a ram that's just a little pounds heavier today. A ram that I really like for his overall thickness and muscle. Tremendous width, dimension of width in his base and also back up over his top. That's where he beats our ram in third. The ram in third is a little nicer profiling sheep. I like the straightness of his lines. He just gives up some mass today. Really nice fronted sheep. Two rams that are very close and very similar as far as their overall length and scale. The next ram, the smallest ram in the class, the ram that's really good on his feet and legs. I like the bone under him. He's straight in his line. Just a nice sheep to look at, just not big enough. The next ram, definitely a bigger outline sheep than our fourth place lamb. But a lamb that we'd like to change him up over his rack, make him stronger and fuller and a little more width and dimension right over that rack, coming off his shoulder blades. Change him on his front feet at times, but a ram that has a lot of length, a lot of muscle, a lot of mass. We just need to make him better in his top. Thank you.
Placing on the February Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk show. First place goes to entry 46, Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania, with Macaulay 6607. Second place to 49, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana, with Slack 4286. Third to entry number 48, Raisa Zielinski, Brookings, South Dakota, 4 to 54. Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry 55, Karen Fair, Mooresville, North Carolina. Sixth place to entry 47, Luke Letman, Waterloo, Illinois. And 7 to 51, Clayton Heisey, Lebanon, Pennsylvania.
Our fitted Suffolk Ram Lamb class, we just have the two entries out here. A nice pair of rams to stand back and look at and represent the breed here. They definitely have grown very well. I like their size and scale, overall dimension from one end to the other. The ram we're starting with just a little better up over his top line, comes back a little fuller back through that leg, just shows more depth and width to his lower forerib. A ram that definitely is better where his neck comes out of his shoulders. The ram in second, when you get him on to move, his neck wants to drop down into the middle of those shoulder blades. I'd like to see it come up out of the top of his shoulders better. Just make him a little wider base from one end to the other. Thank you.
Placing on the fitted February Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk's, first place to entry 57, Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota, with Cousins Suffolk's 24170. Second place to entry 59, Felicity in Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan, with Van Grow Livestock VGRL 1362.
Well, this is where it's fun to sort on the green chips, and if we judge enough classes here in our Dorper division, we can certainly be confident that I got the class winner right on this one. I have no question which one wins this class. This sheep is impeccable in her build and so good in so many ways. I think if we read them from just nose to tail, I mean, just look at her head. Just so dainty and so attractive, and I know the Dorper breed just loves when you can put a super attractive kind of a head and that extra amount of femininity in front of her. She does what she's supposed to do in terms of behind her shoulder blade. That one's opens up great in terms of her midsection. She's got a nice sweep and good in terms of her underline quality. She's got extra amount of length aside, and some might say there might be longer ones, but it's because she proportions so good. She's long, and she's long-hipped as well, and she's got the extra amount of mass. I didn't question which one the class winner was. This one's easy. That's a smoke show. The one that comes in the 2 spot, I think reads with a whole bunch of freshness. This one's top side of her body is great. Love the rack design. Love the hip shape. Just fresh and youthful in how she's designed. I think as she continues to move on, that's going to be one that's highly, highly competitive. Great genetic pieces in that one, and I think that she needs to be at the top end as well. Then we've got 3, 4, and 5 that you got to sort between, and I think they're all productive. I think that we can look at them. The one that's got the most openness in the top side of her body comes into the 3 spot. She kind of flattens up a little bit as we get down behind her from her leg design, but I think that she's got a lot of length, just a whole bunch of production and performance and good look to her as well. The one that comes in next, I like this one in terms of how she is in her hide as well. One that you can tell has an adequate amount of hair covering. I think she's feminine. I don't know that she's quite as bold as some of them, but a nice kind of designed one. I still think she's just a little bit wider pinned. I think she's a little wider base as we get back behind her than the one that comes in the 5 spot. That one's got some neat pieces, and in fact, I like the femininity and look that you find in her. We just need to see her just a little bit more genuine in terms of her muscle shape, but great look of 5 of them. Super, super nice, high-quality individuals there along the way. If you kindly would, these people came to Louisville, America. Let's reward them with a kind of applause. Good job. Nice class.
Placing on the Dorper Early Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 66, Jesus Zermino, Stevenson, California. Second place to entry 72, Riley Bigner, Prairie Grove, Arkansas, with RR Dorpers 2387, 3 to 73, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 4, entry 8, Dan Ryan, Pana, Illinois. 5th place to 67, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. 6th place to entry number 75, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. 7 to entry 9, Dan Ryan, Pana, Illinois. 8 to 74, Caleb Mahan, Huntsville, Arkansas. 9th place to 70, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. And 10th place to 71, Vivian Stephenson.
We didn't need to take the extra lap there, and we'll give the bonus to efficiency because this sorts quite nicely. I have no questions, again, which one wins. And again, I like this one. And, in fact, some of the breeders that have brought these are just great hair coats. I love the look, and you can tell that those are ones that are going to shed really nice. Very typey about the Dorper head and look to it. And I think that's just a classy ewe that's got an adequate amount of rib shape. We love her just extra length of side or length of hip and her correctness of design. That one's feet and leg structure is top notch. Good one. The one that comes in next, I think logically does so, of matches some openness in her body shape. Not quite as good in her overall hip design, but a nice high quality sheep that I think is real feminine. I think we switch then the break up the pen mates a little bit with the young man sheep. That's one that's got some extra length and look to her. And I like the immaturity at this stage. Again, that could be a plus or a minus, but I give her appreciation because that's one with an ample amount of grow. And as she matures, I'm expecting that she'll have plenty of center body and plenty of volume. I like the look and just the angles and correctness of design a little bit more than the pair that we kind of round out the class with. They're more similar than different, and I opt for the one that I still think has just a little bit more femininity of the pair, but those two are ones that are just a little bit more moderate in their overall build, just a little stouter and quicker in their overall design. Nice group of individuals here as we sort through your Dorper sheep at the 2024 North American International Livestock Exposition.
In our March Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class, I think we got a ram to lead off the class with. It's one of the two big outline sheep in the class, is one of the largest frame sheep, but out here I really like him up through his front end. He's got some height, and yet you still see that muscle and definition that we're looking for, especially in these slick shorn sheep down his top. Nice full leg when you get behind him. A ram that has good bone. Perhaps I would change him off those rear legs just a tad compared to a couple of other rams in the class, but he's got so much length, so much mass and size advantage over the next two rams that he wins the class, I think, fairly easily. The next ram, again, not near as big. Ram, we really like him for, again, the way he's made through his front end. He's very nice and tight up through those shoulders, and yet still shows us some spring to that forearm, some depth of flank, some muscle definition in this sheep. Maybe not quite as much bone as the ram right ahead of him. The next ram, a ram that is a little more muscular in his overall dimension and shape and definition compared to our second place ram, but a ram that doesn't tie together near as nicely up through that front end, especially when we get him on the move, is the ram right ahead of him, but a ram that really moves free and easy off those feet and legs, both front and rear. I mean, this ram just kind of trots around the ring. I just don't think he's got quite the grow punch maybe is what we see in the two rams ahead of him, but I really like the muscle and the mass. And ideally, again, we'd maybe like to clean up that fleece just a little bit, even though wool's worth, 2 cents a pound? But that's a breed standard, so 1 cent, Don says. So, again, we have to look at that, but I really like this sheep. The next ram, I like his length. I like the shape of his front end. I just need to see more definition of muscle from one end to the other. The ram is pretty good on his feet and legs. The next ram, a more muscular kind of sheep. Really muscular up over his loin edge, back into that stifle. But a ram, it just doesn't have quite the mass, the bone under him as the ram right ahead of him. Doesn't stand quite as nice on those feet and legs at times. And again, we'd maybe like clean this fleece up, but I like the muscle shape in this sheep. Thank you.
Placing on the late fall ewe lamb class for the Dorpers, first place goes to entry 79, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5645. Second place to entry 77, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5651. Third place to entry 80, Blake Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut. Fourth to entry 76, McKinley Settle, Mooresville, North Carolina. Placing on the Slickshorn March and Later Ram Lamb class, first for the Suffolks, first place to 64, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana, with Russell Sheep Company 2481. Second to 63, McCully Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCully 6706. Third place to 65, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. 4 to 69, Karen Fair, Mooresville, North Carolina. 5 to 68, University of Idaho Sheep Center, Moscow, Idaho. 6th place to 62, Karen Fair, Mooresville, North Carolina. And 7 to 66, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas.
Well, welcome and enjoying our championship drive here on our Dorper division. I think that there's a whole bunch of nice ones, and I think that there may be some crowd favorites from the stands, and that's okay. I get the chance to provide descriptions amongst those. I think as we look at our late fall, that one's bold built, but she's not nearly as feminine as either of the three other class winners, and so that marks her out. Then we've got the three to truthfully choose from. The one that comes out of the early fall division, that one's exquisite in how she's built, extra nifty in terms of her front end design and how she opens up. Her skeleton is extremely high quality in how she's made, and just really, really, really good kind. And I think that she makes it tougher on the pair of yearling ewes to kind of sort between. I think there's decisions amongst those of our initial top two. The one that comes with the more speckle hide, I think she's a little bit more refined in dainty in terms of how her neck is designed. I think that she's big pinned. I don't know that she's just boulder muscled. I just think that she's certainly one that's big volumed right now, and in fact that can be an advantage for her or disadvantage depending on how you like it, but I think that she's probably closer in terms of parturition and getting moving into the lambing pen, maybe in comparison to the other one, but that I appreciate about her, and that one's a high quality one nonetheless. The one that came out of that early division, and I thought that was a tough class, and I think when we get her out here, you really appreciate so many things. Between those two yearling ewes, she's the one that's better in her forerib design. She's also better in terms of how her hip is made, and I think there's an ample amount of muscularity, and in fact, when that one was in class, she got out there and tracks and certainly moves with some athleticism as well. Just a good, productive kind of a female there, and again, close decisions amongst those in the yearling ewes to pick which one we give a pink banner to. I don't have any question which one's getting the purple banner. We're staying right in front here with our ewe lamb. Congratulations on a championship in the senior division, and we're coming up to the front for our reserve. Congratulations on this division. Good job.
In our March fitted ram lamb class here, I think we've got four nice individuals. They've all grown very well for their age to this point. The two rams in first and second are very similar in their type and kind as far as their style, their balance, the way they look, their build up through their front ends. Attractive heads on both these rams. Rams that has some length down their top, pretty straight down their top. We're going to go with a ram in first, just that he's a little better off those front feet today. But two very similar sheep, again, the kind of rams that we need to look for as far as the size and growth. The next ram, the biggest sheep in the class, the pounds heavy ram in the class, but a ram that isn't quite as good off those rear legs today when you get him on the move as the two rams ahead of him. And we'd like to strengthen him up down that top line, especially right behind those shoulder blades. He gets a little easy in his rack, but a ram that has a lot of size and growth and length to him today that we have to admire. The next ram just gives up a lot of pounds compared to the rams ahead of him. Not quite as straight and correct in his makeup, not near the muscle we see in the rams ahead of him, but a nice sheep in his own right. Thank you.
For the Dorpers, our senior champion ewe went to the first place early fall ewe lamb. Entry 66, Jesus Zermino, Stevenson, California, with Zermino Ranch 1435 Gator. Reserve senior champion came out of the senior yearling ewe class. Vivian Stephenson, entry number 41, Mooresville, North Carolina, Lazy 5 Ranch 5525. Placing on the fitted March and later born Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk show. First to entry 72, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with Tom Burke 2468. Second place was 73, Eric Bruns, Palatine Bridge, New York, with EB suffix 474. Third to 77, Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota, and 4 to 71, Jace Brome, Brillion, Wisconsin. Placing on the slick-shorn pair of Ram Lambs for our Suffolk show. First place goes to McCully Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. Third place, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. And 4, Raisa Zelensky, Brookings, South Dakota. A fresh and youthful one to start out with, and I think that we've got 3 that are just a little shinier in quality amongst these. This one's so pretty and so attractive, and in how she's designed and made. Feet and leg structure is really nice. I think it's still close between 2 and 3, and I opt for just the looseness as design, and I think an attractive look from the one that comes in 2. I think we can just say, you know, ideally this one will come with more rib and body, but that's to be critical. I'm certainly sliding to the side of I appreciate the immaturity, because this one's extra femininity and like the side is certainly exquisite. That young lady's got a really fun one that's a project here as well. The one that comes in 3, just a little farther along, actually, in her probably maturity pattern. I like that. I also think that of our initial 3, she's the one that's got the biggest pin hit shape and width to her. I think that she's not quite as feminine in terms of how she's designed up front, but that sheep is extremely complete. And if somebody wanted to tie into that one's got a lot of high-quality breeding pieces. The one that comes in next in line and for the caped ewe, that one's just productively right. Big loin and good ended, and I think good in her volume. Good enough in terms of just feet and leg structure, not nearly as classy. Comes with a little bit more masculinity up front than maybe you'd prefer, a little bit more roundness at the bottom side of her shoulder. And the one that's just fresh and kind of immature follows us up in the 5 spot. That sheep's got an ample amount of grow and dimension. I think she continues to mature. That's a high-quality Dorper kind as well. Good job. Placing on the Dorper January ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry number 85, Riley Bigner, Prairie Grove, Arkansas, with RR Dorpers 24012. Second place to entry number 11, H Livestock, Nowata, Oklahoma, with H Livestock 2405. Third place to 10, Dan Ryan, Pana, Illinois. Fourth to 88, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. 5 to 89, Rudy Beneke, Shelbyville, Kentucky. And 6 to 86, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Placing on the fitted pair of Ram Lambs for the Suffolks, first to Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second, Eric Bruns, Palatine Bridge, New York. Third, Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. And 4, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan.
Let's give these Suffolk exhibitors a big round of applause for these junior champion or first and second place Ram Lambs. I think a really good set of sheep. They're very similar in type and kinds. They've got some length of body. They're well made up through their shoulder blades. They have some mass, some muscle, some dimension, some growth. And I know watching sometimes some of these slick shorn shows, we tend to start looking at sheep and we don't worry too much about that, how much muscle they have and maybe how jacked or how straight their tops and stuff are, but we forget about growth, and growth is still a very important part of the sheep industry, and especially with the Suffolk breed. And I think we got some rams out here that really show us some growth and still have the other things that we're wanting to look for. So a really good set of sheep. I think there's one ram out here that really comes to this junior championship drive pretty easy. I told the handlers, I said this was the sheep I've been looking for all day, and that's our February Ram Lamb. Just a super impressive sound sheep. I really like his eye appeal and everything about him. For Reserve Junior, it gets a lot closer. We've got two first place rams that I really like, both of them as far as their size, their mass, their skeletal extension, their growth. The January ram, I'd like to change him, touch off those rear legs when he's moving. He wants to hock in some. The March Ram Lamb, I'd like to change him off his rear legs. He wants to open up a little bit and his hocks roll just out just a little bit. And I think maybe as he gets older, he's going to tend to maybe get just a little too straight off those rear legs. I was always taught hock in is better than hock out. We're going to go with our reserve champion with the January Ram Lamb. Thank you.
For our Slick Shorn show of Suffolk's, our junior champion went to our class winner of the February Ram Lamb class, entry 46, Macaulay Suffolk's at Glen, Pennsylvania, with Macaulay 6607. The reserve junior champion goes to our Slick Shorn January Ram Lamb class winner, entry 36, Macaulay Suffolk's at Glen, Pennsylvania, with Macaulay 6532.
for junior champion in the fitted division, I think it's maybe a little stiffer competition, maybe not quite as obvious as what we saw in the slick division. We've got 3 really nice rams out here in the first place lineup. Some rams that has some size, some scale. They're tall up through their front ends, a lot of length down their tops. They balance out very nicely. For junior champion, we're going to go with our March ram. I think I really like the way he's made right behind his shoulders. For as green as he is, he's straight, he's smooth, he's pretty good off those feet and legs. For reserve, we're going to go up to our first place February ram for reserve. Thank you.
Dorper ewe lambs, and the one that's got just some extras about her and performance and length and I think squareness of loin. I like that one quite nicely. I think this ewe comes with just a little bit extra shoulder and maybe just doesn't have that extra classy look because she's got just a tick more on her breastplate as well. But I think in just production and functionality, a good kind of an individual. It's still close because the one that comes in 2, I think, is a little daintier, a little bit more refined in her feminine features. I think she gets a little tighter as she gets out and tracking and moving and in her top line, and just like to relax her ever so slightly, but that's a close decision amongst those in that top pair. The one that I think runs nicely just in terms of immaturity and yet look and design comes into the 3 spot. And that sheep is just right for right now in terms of just maturity, and we kind of dig in and let that one grow and be productive. She's going to be high quality. Again, a youthful looking one that comes in next, really attractive, and I think as she continues to get going, we know that one's going to have an ample amount of muscle, and I think she'll be getting that volume as well. The one that comes in next in line has got some look and got some balance to her, and so you have to appreciate that. And in fact, in terms of just body shape and design, you can roll her a long ways. She needs to be sounder in her feet and leg structure. She gets a little softer in her pasterns as we get back behind her, and we'd just like to see her better from that design. A nice group of individuals. Thanks for bringing them out here for me to evaluate. Good luck as these mature, and you can add them into your own flock.
Placing on the February ewe lamb class of the Dorpers, first place to 98. Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois, with Lobdell Dorpers F, 2429. Second place to 93, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 5761. Third place to 97, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Fourth place to 12, H Livestock, Nowata, Oklahoma. Fifth to 96, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. 6 to 94, Charlie Settle, Mooresville, North Carolina. 7th place to 13, H Livestock, Nowata, Oklahoma. 8th place to 92, Peter DeStefano, North Kingstown, Rhode Island. And 9 to 91, also Peter DeStefano, North Kingstown, Rhode Island.
Again, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. I think we've had a really nice slick ram show today, and a lot of good sheep to look at. Again, we're looking for structure, we're looking for muscle, bone with the wool off them. You can see what you get. I think 4 very good rams represent their classes and their breed very well. They still look like Suffolks. We don't have a bunch of sheep out here that look like they're Hamp crosses. Just a really nice set of sheep all the way through. There's 2 rams in particular that I think go together very well. And 1 ram that, again, I think we mentioned earlier, is just one super cool sheep. Well, I'll go out and pick your champion ram.
In our fitted junior drive, our junior champion went to our fitted March and later Ram Lamb, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with Tom Burke 2468, entry 72. The reserve was 57 out of the February class. Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota, Cousins, Suffolk, 24-170. Our overall grand champion, Slick Shorn Ram, was our junior champion. The junior champion was entry 46 from the February class, McCully, Suffolk, at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCully 6607. The reserve came out of the January class, entry 36, McCully, Suffolk, at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCully 6532. Placing on the February class of Dorper ewe lambs, first place to 98, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois, with Lobdell Dorpers F 2429. Second place to entry 93, Vivian Stephenson, Lazy 5 Ranch 5761, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Pretty logical sort for me to find the class winner here. I think this is a ewe that again, when you look at her, she's just beautiful headed. I love the look and just the attractiveness that you find in her. Feminine, good bodied, good correct enough. I think she could be a little longer hipped if I was to get critical of her. She gets a little shorter hipped. Consequently, doesn't handle her rear leg design quite as nice as maybe we would prefer, but good bodied and plenty feminine. Love the look. The one that comes in and Challenger is super typey and is as well of having a really nice silhouette, one that's got some shape to her. I think she's leveler in her hip design than the one that we're calling the class winner. I think that she's youthful. I think that we could stretch her out. She just gets ever so slightly a little shorter sided. I'd like to darken her up in some of that pigment as well for us, but a nice kind of a female here that falls into the 2 spot. Her quality still beats the high performing ewe that comes in next in line. That one we know is got the huge weight advantage in performance and growth. I don't think she does so with as much class and look. She's getting more protruded there in her chest floor and breastplate. She gets flatter in her overall muscle pattern. We just like to make her a little bit more correct in terms of just some extra look as we get back behind her, but a performance-driven one nonetheless. You still have to appreciate her, and then the one that comes in and next in line in the 4, and she's fresh and green and on a different probably nutritional plane, but I think her balance and look is quite nicely, and her immaturity is nice. Her skeletal design allows her to beat the one that we're calling in the 5 spot. That one's shoulder needs to be redesigned, and consequently she's not as good in her forerib. There's plenty of good pieces to that one, but skeletally I just like to see her just a little shinier in how she's made. But a nice group of individuals. Good job here as we move through our Dorper ewe lambs.
Placing on the March and later born ewe lambs for the Dorpers, first place goes to entry 102, Rudy Benecki, Shelbyville, Kentucky, Lazy 5 Ranch 5828. Second place to entry 14, H Livestock, Nowata, Oklahoma, with H Livestock 2416. Third to 100, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. Fourth to 106, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee, and 5 to 104 Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. We haven't had a big fitted ram show, but I think we've seen some good sheep and some quality, some nice sheep out here. And again, what I've been trying to look for and sort through and find today, some sheep that has some size and growth, but to go along with that, they got to be sound. They have to be good on their feet and legs. Again, they have to look like Suffolks. They have to have some structure to them, and some muscle. We got to remember we got to have some width and dimension. It's great to try to get big sheep, but we also have to remember that size is a three-dimension thing, so we got to have some width when we handle them up over their tops and up over that hip region. See them track out wide, both front and rear, and show us some actual dimension internally and externally, and I think we got 4 rams to do this very nicely. Again, it comes down to some rams that I think just some fine points as far as skeletal structure, feet and legs. With that, I'll go out and pick your champion, reserve champion ram.
For our Suffolk show, our fitted grand champion ram goes to our senior champion. The senior champion coming out of the yearling ram class, entry 9, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota, Dombeck family, 3933. The reserve grand for the fitted was our junior champion. Out of the fitted March and later class, entry 72, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with Tom Burke, 2468. Placing on the Dorper pair of ewe lamb class, first place to entry 109, Riley Bigner, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Second place to Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Third, Dan Ryan, Pana, Illinois. 4 to Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 5 to Narrowgate Farms, Smithville, Tennessee. 6th place to Rudy Benecki, Shelbyville, Kentucky. 7 to Blake Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut. And 8 to Peter DiStefano, North Kingstown, Rhode Island.
Well, my challenge each time in the class is to identify the ones with the most pieces and genetic potential, and they come in different shapes and they come in different sizes. And I guess I've never been one particularly to apologize for that. If we say that we just have to have the ones that are extra stout or just the ones that are extra pretty, I think you put yourself in your own box, and then the evaluation doesn't truthfully encompass everything. And so we saw some of those in our senior division that matched up and did all the pieces right, and several of them did that. I think each of these that we have out here in our junior division are certainly pieces of the puzzle, but if I told you that your champion and reserve were going to look alike, I guess I would just even have to disagree with it. So I have to identify which ones have the right pieces or the best genetic quality from a seed stock standpoint. The January ewe lamb here, just so elegant. When you look at her, that front third of her body, she's unequaled of any of them that we have out here. Just super, super attractive, and yet she maintains certainly a levelness of her hip that's probably unmatched as well. When we think about it from a production standpoint and just the overall boldness, I think that she could be better. And again, we're just going to call her immature and say that that's one that's going to continue to grow, because the angles are good. When you look at her from her chest floor and dropping back to her mid-rib and her rear flank, I think that's plenty good. She's going to be one that's going to continue to be better, and that's what we're looking for in our junior division as well. One that was second in that class has got a lot of nice balance, but just needs to be a little bit more of her. The one that comes in next in line in our February division, man, she's just so dimensional. When we find ones that are so good and open in her rib cage and just so big at the top side of her hip, that's good. That's not easy to do, to make ones that are ultra long and still have a great top to them. Does she come with just a smidge extra shoulder? She probably does, but I think it just matches her body type, and that's what makes those exquisite, is when they can do both. We know that the ultra pretty one's at the front. We know that the ultra massive one is in the middle. I love the look to her. I think her head is still plenty feminine. We could, of course, make her just a little bit more dainty and a little bit more feminine of how that neck and shoulder is designed, but I think you really, really have to appreciate it. And again, if we were going to make ones or have ones that are going to be productive in making the herd sires, that's the one that you'd probably like and pick where it could have the best hope. The one that comes into that 2 spot was good. She was balanced as well. I think she could be just a tick looser in terms of how she gets out in motors, but that one's really good. I think a high-quality one that's still in contention as well. And then the class of our marches here, our later ones, that one won its class quite nicely. Good ribbed, good bodied for us here today. I think she gets a little shorter hipped in comparison, but a nice kind of a female that I think has some look to it. Congratulations. Again, my job is to identify the ones that I think are the best and appreciate the chance to get to do that. They're different, I'm aware, but we're going to stay with the 2 best ones. Congratulations. We're staying right here with our middle U. Congratulations. And the unique pieces that we find in this one for reserve junior champion in all of America.
For the Suffolk show, our best-headed ram went to entry 16. Stephen Pash, CA017, Grass Valley, California, on Pash 23872. Which was a yearling ram. For our Dorper show, our junior champion went to our February ULAM class winner, entry 98, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois, with Lobdell Dorpers F2429. The reserve junior champion went to entry 85, Riley Bigner, Prairie Grove, Arkansas, with RR Dorpers 24012. Now showing for grand and reserve grand champion Dorper U.
We'll appreciate our exhibitors for bringing quality from coast to coast to be able to look at here at the North American International Livestock Exposition. I really appreciate the chance. We obviously got still some pairs and the groups to go through, and then move to the white Dorpers and live the dream as well. But a lot of fun ones out here to look at, and I think that all 4 of these actually come from different operations, and that's perfectly fine. My job is to try to find the best ones to pick and to give away the beautiful purple banners sponsored by the NAILE here. They're very good. We've already talked those ewe lambs. Again, I thought they just had the nicest pieces for us as well. And then we have a fall ewe that's exquisite, okay? And then when we look at her, just so good of being double wedge shaped, right? Of just feminine up front, stout from behind. Skeleton is really good. That one's really, really high quality. That yearling ewe is also very, very good. And in fact, I love how athletic that one gets out. But again, appreciate the chance. We obviously will finish up some here in the Dorper breed, move on to the white Dorpers here in Louisville, America on the green chips. But ladies and gentlemen, we just get to give away a grand champion ewe banner, right? Okay. All right, and a beautiful a display that we can be able to give them. So my job is to identify the good ones, and we came to Louisville, and the crowd went wild because I found her. It's Gator. She's your champion, your national champion here at Louisville. Congratulations. Good job.
For our Dorper show, our grand champion ewe is our senior champion ewe out of the early fall ewe lamb class. Entry number 66, Jesus Zermino. Stevenson, California. Zermino Ranch, 1435, Gator. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion out of the senior yearling ewe class. Entry 41, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 5525. Placing on the flock class for the Dorpers, first place goes to Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. Second and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Dorpers is Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina. Third entry to Dan Ryan, Pana, Illinois. And fourth in the flock to Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. That does conclude our Dorper show. Ready to go into White Dorpers next.
Slick Shorn Yearling U class. Again, I think a really nice set of sheep all the way through the line. Some good sheep, again, some differences as far as types and kind. The ewer started out with easily the biggest profile sheep. She's really long down her top, extended up through that front end, and yet she shows us some forerib in her. She's nice up over that rack, comes back into a nice leg. Good on her feet and legs, just a good, sound, complete individual. The ewe in second, very similar in her type and kind as far as her size, her frame, overall extension. I'd like to change the way her neck comes out of her shoulders just a tad today compared to the ewe right ahead of her. And when you get around, when you look at her on the side view, she's not quite as good right through her, back through her hip as what we see in the first place ewe, but two very good ewes as far as her feet and legs, their size and growth. The next ewe, probably one of the most heavy muscled ewes in the class. I really admire the width up over her top. Tremendous definition of muscling on the outside portion of that leg down into her stifle. She stands on good bone, not quite as smooth up through her shoulders as the two ewes ahead of her, maybe not quite as extended, but a really good sound, massive kind of a female. The next ewe, very similar to our third place ewe. Again, a ewe with a lot of width and dimension from end to end, a lot of expression and muscling, maybe not quite as good off those front feet at times, but a good sheep in her own right. Down here in the end, a really sound sheep as far as her feet and legs, but she's given up a lot of size and skeletal development compared to the four ewes ahead of her. Not quite as long in her overall makeup, but a nice, good, sound kind of a female. Thank you.
Placing on the Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Suffolk Show. First to entry 116, Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania with Macaulay 6114. Second place to entry 103, Raisa Zielinski, Brookings, South Dakota with Barzell 22115. Third place to entry 120, Krafka Harkema, suffix of Montezuma, Iowa. Fourth to 129, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Fifth to 124, Macaulay Suffix at Glen, Pennsylvania. Sixth to Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. 7 to 109, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. 8 to 112, Clayton Heisey, Lebanon, Pennsylvania. 9 to 113, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. And 10 to 105, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas.
White Dorper Rams to start out your day here at North American in the White Dorper Show, and plenty of nice sheep to sort between. Again, we just are talking our top 5 here, but everybody brought the one that they thought was their next stud buck or at least potential genetic piece. And so differences actually in some of them of how they're presented in condition, and potentially is because maybe some of them have been working a little bit longer and working a little harder, and some of them a little farther along. But I think to keep that into consideration, there's a high quality one to win, and I guess I just really don't question which one needs to win. This guy is stout from where you want to look at him. Great in terms of just the boldness of muzzle that he has, the openness of rib, the dimension that you find, extra amount of length of side as well. Love the shape and love the design that you find in your class-winning buck here in the White Dorper division. Really, really good one. I think does so relatively handily. I think the closer decision comes between 2 and 3, and I think that if you use the 2 sheep, you say that he's long enough, and I think he is. In fact, I think he's good in terms of his front-end design and his shoulder and still being up-fronted. Got that big, soggy kind of White Dorper belly in him. Feet and leg structure, I give him the advantage over the one that comes in the 3 spot. The one that comes in 3, he weighs more, he's just a tick longer. I think we know that we can balance him up just a tick behind his shoulder there, but he's one that at least is presented in a little fresher and a little greener package. And again, potentially, certainly a herd sire that took the weekend off and is coming to show on the green chips. I can see a lot of genetic progress that can be made from him and mating those to a high quality group of ewes. Just a really, really good one there, and a trio that I think fit quite nicely. Those 3 in terms of production have the advantage over the one that comes into the 4 spot. The sheep is big-ended. I like his hip design, and I like how his loin is made. I think he needs to be just a tick bolder in his chest floor and kind of open up and a little bit more in his forerib and center part of his body, but a good kind of an individual that's still fresh-looking and potentially even one of the younger ones within the group. The one that comes next, he handles with a true rack shape and a big center dimension to the top side of his body. He's got a plenty amount of stifle. He gets a little straighter in terms of how his hock and rear leg is maybe set in him, but a good kind of an individual that I think has an ample amount of length and a lot of look. Thanks for bringing out the White Dorper Yearling Rams here to Louisville, America.
Our second slick shorn yearling ewe class, again, I think a lot of good quality sheep all the way through the line. Some differences as far as types and kinds. The ewe we moved up here in the first, maybe not quite as thick as some of the ewes in the class, not quite as deep, but tremendous amount of balance, tremendous amount of style, really like her front end, tremendous bone for the way she's made in her body structure. Ideally, maybe you could see her just a tad deeper back through that rear flank, and she would really balance out nice. Her biggest problem is she looks good sometimes because she's just not showing too well. But when you look at this female, I like the way her feet come down and hit the ground. I like where she stands with them like that. Just a super correct, balanced female. The ewe in second, again, a little wider sprung up through her foreribs. She's a little deeper back through that rear flank. Shows me more total volume of muscle when you get behind her, just not quite as neat and attractive a package. Likewise with our next ewe, here in third, gives up some mass and volume of muscle. She has a lot of volume of muscle, but just not the expression that we see in some of the ewes right ahead of her, not quite as expressive on the outside portion of that leg, but I like the way she's made up through her front end, and again, a good sound ewe, moves about the ring very well. The next ewe, probably one of the more heavy muscled ewes, females in the class, tremendous amount of muscle volume right down her top, up over that loin and rack region, really expressive back behind, gives up a tad bit of frame compared to the ewes ahead of her, but a ewe I really like for overall muscle design. The next ewe, again, one of the bigger framed ewes in the class, we just need to change the way she moves around the ring. She wants to get kind of broken in that top and get a little funky up off those rear legs and that hip region when she's moving, but a big solid ewe as far as depth and width of rib, a lot of mass in this sheep, just need to put it together in a little neater package. Thank you.
Placing on the White Dorper Yearling Ram class, first place went to entry 130, MB Genetics Incorporated, Alexandria, South Dakota, with Rocking R 2366. Second place to 128, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee, with Narrowgate Farm 808. Third to 126, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Fourth place to 20, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Fifth to entry 18, Caleb T. Welty. Sixth place to 129, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Seventh place to entry number 131, Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina. Eighth place to entry 117, Ronald Waldron, St. Paris, Ohio. Ninth to entry 21, H. Livestock, Nowata, Oklahoma. 10 to entry 127, Indiana Dorpers, Lebanon, Indiana. Placing on class number 2 of our yearling ewes for the Slickshorn Suffolk Show. First place went to entry 126, Macaulay Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania, with Macaulay 6232. Second place to entry 133, also Macaulay Suffolk, with Macaulay 6010. Third place goes to entry 114, Raisa Zielinski, Brookings, South Dakota. Fourth place to 131, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. Fifth to 128, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Sixth place to 107, Karen Fair, Mooresville in North Carolina. Seventh to entry 123, Clayton Heisey, Lebanon, Pennsylvania. 8 to entry 121, Luke Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. And 9 to entry 111, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn pair of yearling ewes, first to Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to Raisa Zielinski, Brookings, South Dakota. Third to Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. 4, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. 5 to Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. And 6 to Clayton Heisey, Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Extremely enjoyable and high quality class of fall bucks to sort between, and I think also all 5 of these got tremendous breeding value and breeding quality, and just some differences amongst those. I guess I read the one that's opened up and as expressive of muscled as any as your class winner. I think feet and leg structure, he gets out and handles that quite nicely. And there is a tremendous amount of length aside in that guy. Just handles with a bunch of length from his last rib back and in proportions right in his hind saddle and with a bunch of shape and dimension. And no doubt he opens up a little bigger rack than the one that comes in the 2 spot. The one in the 2 spot does some nifty things, and if somebody wanted to say that's the one for me, I wouldn't argue. And in fact, that one I know has some great breeding pieces. What I love about him is just how square he is in his loin edge, how good he is in his hip, and he's ultra long hipped. I like that about him. I think he could be just a tick better in terms of his top line. I think he could balance up and be a little bit more shapely directly behind his shoulder blade there. I don't know that he comes with as much width through his chest floor as the class winner, and so I'd like to just bolden him up. But man, the team that we got here that came into the 2 spot, you've got a great breeding piece. It'll be exciting to see what you bring for us for some ewes to match him up with, because that's a good one, no doubt. I love the shape, particularly the back half of him. The one that comes in 3 does the fundamentals right. He's good ribbed, he's long spined. I think he's good in his hip design as well. I think he doesn't come with as much balance, as much extra amount of length as the ones that we have in front of him, but a good kind of an individual that's tall enough fronted, good enough in feet and leg structure, a high quality one that does balance good, maybe not the wows that we found on our 2 that are up above him. The ones that come in 4 and 5 are some pen mates, and I use the one that I think has just got some more shape. I think he's bigger pinned. I think he handles a wider base on a stouter foot than his pen mate, alongside nonetheless. The one that's maybe just a little cleaner and fresher chested there is the one that comes into the 5 spot. That one's long, and I love the levelness and look. I don't know that he's got as much stifle as some of them that we've got in here, but certainly adequate. That's one that does some nice things. And again, when you read him in his head, he looks like a productive kind of a Dorper buck, and I expect big things from them as well. Congratulations on your fall Ram Lambs to the White Dorper Division. Placing on the class of fall Ram Lambs for the White Dorpers, first place to entry number 24, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, with S-Bar T Livestock, 2055 BK. Second place to entry number 132, Avery Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio, with East Star Livestock, 2404. Third place to entry 134, Billy Wade, Scio, Oregon. Fourth place to entry number 22, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. East Star Livestock 2421. Fifth place to entry 23, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. Sixth place to 133, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. 7 to entry 135, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Nice set of fitted yearling ewes out here in the Suffolk show. We're leading off with the most complete female in the class. She's the straightest down her top as far as the bigger framed ewes. Really like her right behind her shoulders, back over her hip. I'd like to see maybe just a tad more bone under her. She's not as extended or as pretty fronted as the ewe right behind her, but still really straight and smooth for the width she shows us, right from that chest floor up into her forerib, all the way down her top. She's uniform in her depth of side from front to rear flank, just a good, sound, complete individual. The second place ewe, again, is a more extended sheep. She's longer down her top. Really like the front end in this sheep. She's not good as good up over that rack as our first place ewe. Maybe not quite as thick back through that lower leg, but a tremendous female in her own right. The next ewe, a really nice straight female again. I like the way she's made down her top. She just gives up a lot of size and scale compared to the two ewes ahead of her. The next ewe, a bigger framed ewe like our first two ewes. I really like the way she's made through her front end. She's very tall fronted. She's good right behind her shoulders. She just doesn't balance out near as nicely. I'd like to see her a little deeper through that rear flank, carry a little more dimension down into that lower leg to balance herself out. Maybe change the way she just moves on that in her hip just a little bit, but a really good ewe in her own right. The next ewe is definitely the outlier female in the class, definitely the most extreme in her pattern. Tremendous extension through her front end. She's really tall and sharp up over the top of that shoulder, lays good into her shoulders. But you get this ewe on the move, she gets pretty narrow behind. She's not near as good from her hooks to her pins as the ewes ahead of her, but a big framed ewe in her own right. Thank you.
Placing on the Class 1 fitted yearling ewes for the Suffolks, first place goes to entry 147, 5-Star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana, with 5-Star J 2351-23. Second place to 153, 5-Star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana, with Ruby Mountain Sheep 2332. Third place to entry 151, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 4 to 144, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. 5 to 148, Barry Bruce, Linden, Indiana. 6 to 142, Phoebe Miner, Libster, New Hampshire. And 7 to 143, Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota.
Well, when people travel from far and wide to come and show on the green chips of Louisville, you expect big things. And I think all four of these are extremely good. And in fact, if I'm correct, again, we have four different breeders represented out here in the championship drive. And so good or bad or indifferent, but we found four that truthfully match up very, very nicely. We had some in the Dorper division that didn't match up as good. These do. These are four flat good ones, and all four of these individuals of breeders get to take these home and say, you know what? I got the best one, and so I get to just give my opinions in terms of skeletal design primarily, and some extra balance and look to them, and representations of the breed standards for the white Dorper. But both of those yearling rams, again, when I saw that one that comes into the 2 spot and he came out in the ring, I'm like, okay, we at least got one that we can use for a banner, and he's certainly a contender. I think he's got a nice shape to him. Love the depth of side. Good stoutness in terms of the shape as we get back behind him as well. The one that we got in that class winner, he does so many of the elite things right. His shoulder is designed correct. His chest floor and breastplate is appropriate. His midline and kind of how he's designed. And I think his best features are actually in the back third of him, of just how correct he is in his loin and hip and hind skeleton. A good high quality kind of a one. Those two that come out of the Fallborn division, again, if I wanted, we could certainly use those two as well and put banners behind them. And I think it was close in class. The one that we used is bigger in his rack shape. I think he's got as much stifle shape as any of them we got out here. Does he have the soggy, big-bellied look that maybe some of the other ones do? Probably not, just like to bolden him up. But what he does have is unequaled length, and he's the longest-sided sheep that we've got out here in this particular drive. And so to be the most expressive, the longest-sided, and still good in feet and leg structure, I think that keeps him in contention. And then the team that brought one sheep to the fair here, and I think that they brought a good one. They're just building their program. That sheep is impeccable in how his loin and hip and rear leg is designed. I think if he had more at the top side of his shoulder there and in rack shape, he'd be not only in contention and could have passed the class winner, but he could be in the hunt for the big kid purple banner too. So really, really good four individuals out here. Appreciate the chance to get to sort them. We'll keep moving to the buck lambs. Let's give a round of applause to our champion. It's coming out of the yearling division. Congratulations on our champion coming out of that division. I think the next best one was the class winner in the fall division. Good job. Congratulations.
For our White Dorper show, our senior champion ram went to the first place yearling ram, entry 130, MB Genetics Incorporated, Alexandria, South Dakota, with Rocking R 2366. The reserve senior champion was first place in the fall ram lamb class, entry 24, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, S. Bar T. Livestock 2055 BK.
there's only one appropriate placing for this class of White Dorper Rams, and I got them right. It's pretty easy to sort between all of the ones in this particular class. The one that wins the class does so in a long shot. I love this guy. I love his shape and just the dimension. Love the depth of rib that you find. Rear leg skeleton and structure is top notch. I think that's a high quality one here that wins this class pretty easily. We only made half of a round around the ring, and we needed to pull him up so he can win this division. The one that comes into the 2 spot does so equally as easy. I love the hair coat that you find in him, one that looks like he's going to shed really nicely. Great hip shape and design as well. He's not quite as just burly in his overall build as maybe the one that we're calling the class winner, but just a nice design in him nonetheless, and I think he's one that's tip-top quality. The one that comes in the 3, I think he's the one that reads freshness and youthfulness for us. He's one that at the top of his shoulder you like, and I love the extension. He becomes a little frailer, and with that extra extension just gives him the lateness and maturity that you like, but not the boldness of build that maybe we would prefer, and so consequently he moves down to the spot in the 3. It's still his levelness, his length and look that allows him to beat the one that comes in 4. That guy's got an ample amount of body and an ample amount of muscularity. I don't think he overwhelms you. I think additionally we can have him just a tick leveler in his top line. Good job. Easy ones to win, placeable class certainly, but nice ones that can work into the operation.
Our second fitted year-old U class here, really a nice set of sheep all the way through. Again, not too many out here, but good quality all the way down to the end of the line. Some sheep that definitely had the size and the mass that we're looking for in the Suffolk breed today. You were starting with probably the most massive sheep out here, the most complete sheep as far as her bone structure, her shape of forerib, the width down her top. It still holds together very smooth up through that front end. I really like her out through her hip. I like the way she moves around the ring. Just a good, sound, solid sheep. The next ewe, maybe just a tad more extended through her neck and up through that front end, a little neater about her shoulders perhaps in our first place ewe. Just doesn't have quite the bone, not quite as good off her rear legs when she's tracking away from you. She doesn't come out quite as wide as the ewe ahead of her, but still a good ewe in her own right. The next ewe, really I like this ewe as far as when she's standing still. She's super straight down her top, very smooth made from one end to the other. When you get her on the move, though, her neck wants to drop down into her shoulder blades just a tad. Her hip wants to rotate just a little bit. And she's a little stiff and hard off those hind feet today. But I like the body. I like the shape of her top, the forerib in her. She's very smooth. And again, a lot of internal dimension in this ewe. The next ewe, a ewe that probably has as much real muscle as any sheep out here in the class. When you get your hands on her, she's really thick and muscular up over that rack, back over her loin edge. But the ewe that comes up just a little bit shorter in her kind compared to the ewes ahead of her. I like the bone under this ewe. I just like maybe neaten her front end up just a touch. The next ewe, another kind of an outlier ewe. She's one of the more extreme pattern females in the class. Tremendous extension through her front end. Very high-headed ewe. A little finer in her bone structure compared to some of the ewes ahead of her. We just need to really change this ewe in her hip, make her leveler from the hooks to a pins, and see her track better off those rear legs today. Likewise with the next ewe, another ewe that's got some frame and scale, just not quite as straight in that top line. She's not quite as good right behind those shoulder blades. Tends to roll off a little bit in her pins, and we definitely would like to see her track straighter and truer off her rear legs. Thank you.
Placing on the class of White Dorper Winter Ram Lambs, first place went to entry 26, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, with S-Bar T Livestock Y2193. Second place to entry 138, Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5915. Third to entry 25, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. 4 to 139, Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina. Placing on the Class 2 of our fitted yearling ewes for the Suffolk Show. First to 145, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota, with Dombeck family 3934. Second place to 150, 5-star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana, with 5-star J 230023. Third to 155, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 4 to 156, Josh Miller, Schoharie, New York. 5 to 154, Barry Bruce, Linden, Indiana. And 6 to 146, Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes in the fitted division for the Suffolk Show. First to 5-star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana. Second place to 157, Randy Dombeck and family, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Third to Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And 4 to Barry Bruce, Linden, Indiana.
Pretty logical sort to find the one that's fresh and still good-bodied and good-hipped and just the quality kind of an individual there. Look at that, even got his ears forward. See, that such a high-quality one. Good tall-shouldered, long-bodied kind of a sheep. I think he's going to be intriguing. What I like about him, I think that sets him apart is I like his shoulder angle. I think that he's one that's still got an adequate amount of flatness there, and I think from a build standpoint, he's going to keep that in and not get too outside the lines from that standpoint and still have a big old top in him. The ones that come in 2 and 3, I think are close as well, and I just opt for some balance and look in the one that comes in 2. He reads more immature than some of them, and I'm fine with that. I think his levelness in his loin and his correctness of his hip allows him to be competitive of just as you project him on a good kind of an individual. Still a bunch of mass comes in 3 and in 4, and the one that comes in 3, great stifle shape in the old buck that comes in here next. He's a big old testicled feller that looks masculine and mature about his head. I think he's got just a bunch of shape to him. A good kind of a feller. Maybe he comes with that extra muscle with just a smidge of that coarseness, but I think it blends in adequately well. A good kind of an individual there that's just got a productive look. The one that comes in next in line in 4, I think he's got some shape of muscle to him. I think he reads a little bit more refined in his bone work. Comes a little narrower chested as he tracks at us. Comes maybe just a little bit more, not quite as stout as we get back behind him, but one that's got some quality attributes nonetheless. One that comes in 5, that one's long-sided and correctly built. I like that pieces about him. I know that he's maybe not as big racked and maybe as big loined as some of them, but I like just the ease of movement and the agility that you find in him. That one's athletic and got some nice pieces of length. Just as he gets older and matures into it, going to be another high-quality individual. Thanks for bringing him out here. Fun one to sort.
Placing on the White Dorper Spring Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 141, Chris Bailey, Palatine Bridge, New York, with Bailey Ridge Farm 0012. Second to 142, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown Farms 1040. Third to entry 28, Whiteside Farms LLC, Columbus, Indiana. 4 to entry 27, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. 5th place to 145, Indiana Dorpers, Lebanon, Indiana. 6 to 29, Whiteside Farms, Columbus, Indiana. And 7th place to entry number 144, Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina.
Junior champion ram here in the White Dorper division, and appreciate the chance for me just to get to give my opinions on bucks that have the potential to be some herd sires and offer productivity for our seed stock breeders and also our commercial industry. And again, we'll get our senior bucks out here shortly in comparison, but it's fun to know what our Dorper breed has been doing and is continuing to do. And I think all of these have enough mass and enough shape to them. The difference is quality build and finding ones that are correct enough in how they're designed, and these do that quite nicely. I think it makes sense, though, to find the two best ones, and those are the two class winners, and those are the ones that need to be getting the ribbons from this particular division. When we look at the younger buck, I think he balances nice. I think, again, his shoulder is attractive, his hip design is pretty good. Is he going to be explosive in terms of muscling? Probably not, but he's more than adequate, and his skeletal design is quite nice. The January buck lamb there, he's big and bold, racked, and huge loined, big stifled as well. I think he reads just a tick more rugged, and as he should, just from a maturity standpoint, but I think when you look at him and just boldness of body, squareness and stoutness of hip that you find, and some extra stifle, he's the one for me. Congratulations, we're staying with our January. That's going to be our junior champion ram in the White Dorper division. We're going to come back to the high rollers down here in the lightweight class for reserve. Good job.
For our White Dorper show, our junior champion goes to our first place in the winter Ram Lamb class, entry 26, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, with S. Bar T Livestock Y 2193. The reserve junior champion goes to entry 141 from the spring Ram Lamb class, Chris Bailey, Palatine Bridge, New York, Bailey Ridge Farm 0012.
A really nice class of fall ewe lambs out here in the slick show. We're leading off with the ewe that it's one of the larger frame ewes in the class. Definitely one of the thicker made kind of ewes. Just kind of a nice, sound, complete sheep. I like her on her feet and legs. I like the length of body. She shows me the overall width through that chest floor and up into her forerib. Just a really nice, complete ewe. The ewe that's a problem for me is the second place ewe. I mentioned earlier about I was a little worried about color in the fleece. And it's really hard with these slick shorn sheep sometimes to tell how much of that is going to grow out as their fleeces grow. I mentioned that as a fault in one of the earlier classes, so I guess probably I need to stay true today. Otherwise, if it wasn't for the color in this sheep, she is a flat out good sheep. I love her shape. I love the bone structure. I love the shape down her top. She's really smooth. She's stylish. She looks like a brood ewe. And yet she's out here in the show ring and just really kicking butt. But it worries me about that fleece today. The third place ewe just gives up a lot of size and dimension to the two ewes above her. Just not near as straight, not quite as good off those rear legs, not the bone structure we see in the ewes above her. Likewise with the next ewe, really a nice straight top female, a little finer bone. I like her front end. She's very clean and smooth up through that front end for the amount of muscle she has. She just gives up some overall size and length. The next ewe, likewise, just not quite big enough, not quite long enough in her overall makeup. Thank you.
placing on the Slick Shorn Senior Ewe Lamb class for the Suffolk show. First place goes to entry 165. Macaulay Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania with Macaulay 6370. Second place to 168. Macaulay Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania with Ahart 450. Third place to 164. Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas 4 to 166. Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina. 5 to 167. Vivian Stephenson. 6 to 162. Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. 7 to 161. Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 8th place to 163. Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. And 9 to entry 170. Clayton Heisey, Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Placing on the White Dorper Pair Ram Lamb class, first to entry 31, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Second to East Star Livestock, Ron Waldron, St. Paris, Ohio.
Well, we're on our champion drive here in the White Dorpers, and appreciate the chance again. This is fun, and again, we got plenty of the white ewes to go through, but it's been great to see the Dorper breed gain in popularity, gain in registrants, and in fact, gain in lambs that are sired, particularly in southern states. Again, I live in the North Country, in Tundra, Dakota, but that's okay. These can work anywhere that they need to, and I think you read that just in functionality and look. When you get sheep like this, and again, we've got plenty of them that make it through the show ring, but when we think about it, or at least when I do, from a seed stock standpoint, ones that are productive and good in their look, all four of these do that quite nicely. The ones that do it with extra amount of skeletal integrity and structural correctness are the ones that got the purple banners in each of their divisions. Those two are just made extremely, extremely well. Our yearling buck, I love the shoulder design. I think it's amazing of how stout he is through the center and rear part of his body, and how flat and cool he is at the point of his shoulder, and how that lines up, and he's still correct at the top side of his shoulder as well. That's extremely tough to do, to find ones that can have that amount of mass and to put the legs where they're supposed to be. His muzzle is good, his head is masculine, looks like a stud buck. That's what makes it fun for us from that standpoint. The other one that's in contention is an extremely high quality junior buck lamb, and that guy is also very good in feet and leg structure. I like that. I think his levelness of loin and correctness of hip design is the added traits that make him so special as well. When he projects out and kind of continues growing, he's going to have an adequate amount of length, no doubt. And so from a performance standpoint, he's going to have a tremendous amount of balance, a tremendous amount of look for him. But really, really good ones. Again, we'll move on to our ewes here in the near future, but appreciate the chance just to give my opinions. And ladies and gentlemen, if you kindly would, let's reward our exhibitors with a round of applause. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We get to give away a banner and a statue as well for our champion. It's going to go to the best one. That's Troubadour. Congratulations on your champion here at Louisville, America, and our 2024 North American Reserve Championship coming out of the junior division. Congratulations. Good job.
Our first fitted fall ewe lamb class here in the Suffolk show, I think a really good, sound, complete sheep to lead the class off with. She might not be the biggest outline sheep in the class, but she is definitely the straightest, the soundest on her feet and legs, most correct. I really like her front end. She's got tremendous amount of width up over that top and yet very smooth through her shoulders, carries back on a really good hip. The next ewe just a tad bigger in her overall makeup and outline, but ewe is not quite as good off her rear legs, not quite as good up over her rack today as the ewe ahead of her, but I like the extension through that front end, and I like her overall size and mass. The next ewe, a ewe that handles really nice. She's good and straight down her top. I just like to change her off those rear legs and her hip when she's on the move. She tends to want to hunch up a little bit when she's moving, drop her head down, pull those hind legs up underneath her, but a really good handling female, and again, a lot of balance and style. The next ewe, easily the biggest frame sheep in the class. I really like the front end. She's got a lot of extension, a lot of eye appeal up through that front end. And when we get her on the move, she just needs, I'd like to change her off those rear feet today. She's just not sound enough to get ahead of the other ewes. Thank you.
For our White Dorper show, our grand champion ram goes to the first place yearling ram, our senior champion, entry number 130, MB Genetics Incorporated, Alexandria, South Dakota, with Rocking R 2366. Our junior champion out of the winter ram lamb class was our reserve grand champion, entry number 26, Caleb T. Welty of Emmetsville, Indiana, with Esbar T. Livestock Y 2193. Now ready for senior yearling ewes. White Dorper senior yearling ewes. Placing on the fitted senior ewe lamb class for our Suffolk show, first place to entry number 175. Corinne Arbanek Hansen, Cameron, Wisconsin, on Arbanek 2373. Second place to 172, Eric Bruns, Palatine Bridge, New York, with EB suffix 470. Third to 174, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, and 4 to 173, Randy Dombeck and family, Ivanhoe, Minnesota.
Again, in our second fall ewe lamb class here in the Suffolk Fitted Show, I think two very similar type of females to lead the class off with. Some ewe lambs that have some muscle shape to them. They show some definition up over that top and back into their legs. They got good bone structure under them. I think the ewe lamb in first just a little more overall skeleton dimension compared to our second place one, but two very similar, very attractive, well-balanced ewes. The ewe in third just gives up that straightness lines that we see in the first ewe, is that she's not near as balanced. a really nice long-bodied ewe, long up through her neck. We just like to make her a little thicker and balance her out a little better. Thank you.
Placing on our second Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lamb class for the Suffolks. First place goes to entry 176, Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania with Macaulay 6409. Second place to 178, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana with Slack 4087. And third place to entry 177, Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania.
Well, this is a fun one to sort between. Okay, and so look, we got our talented photographer rocking it, taking the photos at Louisville, America. Good news, this one is easy to photo. You know why? Because she's flat good from the silhouette. Love the kind on this one. If you're going to look at that one and find so many cool pieces. And again, I've got the chance to see ample amount of elite white Dorpers, but I think this one's right up there. I think that she's super feminine, just great ribbed and bodied, tremendous amount of muscularity as we get back behind her. And I think that even when you look at that depth and sweep to its rib, no doubt just got a maternal look for me. And so what she does to put that amount of shape and that amount of dimension and that attractive of a package is impeccable. Congratulations on putting together a really, really good one. The one that comes in 2 is super complete as well, and in fact, again, one that I certainly can contend in lots of places, and tough one to fault because she also is feminine. She's not quite as stout pinned as the one that we're calling the class winner, but man, she's got an ample amount of shape. Love the maternal look, and again, as these are ones that most likely are bred and on their way to making their transition from the green chips to the lambing jug. They're just going to be ones that are going to look pretty doing it and make high quality seed stock along the way. Those 2 are real good. The one that comes in 3, I think matches in terms of body type and body design. And in fact, where she has her advantage is that she's extra long. Love the length and love the look that you find in her. Maybe not quite as dainty in terms of just her head as you look at her and just the femininity, but I think her length and her balance helps her a bunch. Gets a smidge narrower pinned in comparison to the others, but that's being critical of one that by herself has an ample amount of muscle, and yet she's still sound and correct. She's no doubt more feminine than the one that comes in line in 4. That one's massively built no matter what angle that you want to look at her. Certainly wide-chested and powerful and as expressive as any. It just becomes a little bit more because with that she comes a little bit more masculine in how her shoulders designed. She's not as good in terms of just her extra extension and femininity up front of balancing with super complete ones that come to the top end. One that comes in next, she's got the freshness advantage over no doubt the one that's right in front of her. That one's look and just her levelness of hip I like. One that I think from a production standpoint is good enough in terms of just grow and shape right now. And I really like the balance and look that you find in those. Great quality. That's where it becomes fun when we get to sort the real good ones. Thanks for bringing them here. Really good, and good luck on putting them in your breeding program.
Placing on the White Dorper Senior Yearling U Class, first place to entry 159, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee, with Narrowgate Farm 779. Second place to entry 153, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown Farms 1002. Third place to 151, Billy Wade, Scio, Oregon. Fourth place to entry number 158, Emily Vincent, Bern, New York, 5 to 33, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Sixth place to entry 157, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. 7 to 155, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. 8 to 156, Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina. And 9 to 34, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana.
For our senior champion, you out here in the Slick Shorn Show, I think we've really got a nice set of sheep out here. We got 8 females out here that are really good. They're really cool. I'd be proud to own every single one of them. A nice bunch of sheep all the way through the line. And again, you kind of can see what, we're carrying on for where we were with the Rams. We want to see that muscle definition, that rib, that muscle back through their leg, but they still got to be feminine. They got to be extended. They got to have some frame size and indication that they can grow and also produce lambs are going to grow. And I think this is a really nice group. It's really a lot closer than you might imagine when you stand back here and look at all these sheep. A lot of good sheep in both lines. For senior champion, I'm going to go with the yearling ewe. And for reserve senior, I'm going to come back here to the late fall ewe lamb.
In our Suffolk show, our senior champion Slickshorn ewe in this goes to entry 116 out of the first class of Slickshorn yearling ewes. Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania with Macaulay 6144. Pardon me, 6114. The reserve senior champion came from the late class of senior ewe lambs, entry 176, Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania with Macaulay 6409.
Mr. Trotter reminded me that I have a ram lamb that joined as well in this particular class, and that's okay because we're still in the yearling ewe class and division, and I don't have anything wrong with productivity if hopefully the good things are. And again, I got to grow up in South Dakota and be part of my family's Cordell sheep operation that on occasion gets to bring some down here to the green chips, but I have nothing wrong with productivity, and productivity is what we should be doing. We obviously do have ones that come through the show ring, but this one comes as a pair, and in fact, I just think that she's the best one. That ewe is really good. I love the length. I love the femininity. She's plenty level in how she's designed, and just a really, really attractive one. And I think it's a bonus, of course, that the buck lamb is flat good. All right, that's a really cool made one that's correct in its design and got an ample amount of shape, but I think that ewe's the best. In fact, I thought about using the one that comes in two because she's so much bolder and just her stifle and her rib cage right now, as she should be, as she's still the pregnant one that's out here. Her feet and leg structure is really high end. I love the quality and the look that you find in that one. That one's balance is super good. I think that when she gets out in motors, she gets a little tight in her spine and consequently just doesn't want to handle her rear legs quite as elegantly as maybe the one that's a pack in a bag and also has the lamb side as well. Then we come to 3, 4, and 5, and probably the decision comes between 3 and 4. I chose to use the one that I think is bolder built. I think she's stouter pinned for us. I think she comes with just a little bit of extra front, and we would like to stretch her out, and that's what makes it close, that the 1 and 4 could at least make a chance at it. That one's long and level and plenty fresh enough in how she's designed, and certainly going to make it to brood you potential here in the near future. She's still way fresher and she's way more attractive and more feminine than the one that we got in the 5 spot. This sheep's bold-bodied, she's big-hipped and big-ended. She just needs to be more feminine for me. She just gets a little coarse at her shoulder, a little shorter and more mature in how she's designed. Great group of individuals, a good fun one to start out your class here. It's worth a silver mint julep cup for that. Congratulations.
Placing on the white Dorper Junior Yearling U class, first place to entry 37, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, with Espartee Livestock 1939 BK. Second place to 36, also Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, with Espartee Livestock 1907 BK. Third place to entry number 162, Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina. 4 to 161, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. 5 to entry 160, Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina.
Our senior champion out here in our fitted division of the Suffolk Show. Again, I think we got 6 very good individuals out here. Some use it, as we talked about in the slick class, they're sound, they're straight, they're correct. They show us some femininity about their front ends and heads. They're good on their feet and legs. Really, I think it's very, very close. There's about probably 3 or 4 ewes out here that we could really seriously contend for the champion in reserve. For champion, we're going to go with our yearling ewe out of the first class. For reserve, the yearling ewe out of the second class. Thank you.
For our fitted senior championship drive for the Suffolks, our senior champion goes to Class 1 fitted yearling ewes, entry 147, 5-Star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana, with 5-Star J 2351-23. The senior reserve champion came from Class 2 fitted yearling ewes, 145, Randy Dombeck family, Ivanhoe, Minnesota, Dombeck family 3934. Placing on the white Dorper pair of yearling ewe class, first to 164, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Second, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. And third to Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Yes, really a nice class of slick shorn January ewe lambs here in the Suffolk show. The ewe lamb we're leading off with, again, I think one of the more complete females in the class. I really like her bone structure. I like the way her feet and legs come down to the ground. I like how straight she is in her top. She shows us enough muscle down her top and still extremely good up through that front. She's really extended through her neck, sharp up over the top of those shoulder blades, really holds herself together very nicely. The second place ewe, very similar in her type and kind of the first one as far as her frame, her scale and dimension. Again, good bone, good feet and legs. Not quite as good right at her loin hip junction today, maybe not quite as sharp over her shoulders and smooth up through that front end, but a ewe lamb with a lot of length at top, a lot of good internal dimension. The next ewe, a ewe that I really like for her feet and legs. She's got good bone. She stands great on her feet and legs. I like to bring her neck out of the top of her shoulder blades just a touch compared to the two ewes above her. And she's not quite as long down her top line when you get her on the side views, the two ewes above her, but really a good muscular sheep, maybe not quite as square through her hip. Probably actually has more real muscle, especially down in her stifle region than the two lambs right above her. The next ewe, another ewe, it's very muscular, a little rounder again in her type. I'd like to maybe make her a little more angular through her shoulders, make her a little square out through that hip, and lengthen her out just a touch. But I really, again, like her feet and legs, like the muscle. The next ewe just gives up a lot of muscle to the ewes ahead of them. She's extremely long, really handles well down through that hind saddle, just doesn't have near the thickness when you get behind her as the others. Thank you.
Our white Dorper division, and in fact, again, we get to give out a mint julep cup to the class winner, but I would be comfortable with any one of these five winning this class, and in fact, that makes it just more fun for me to sort and to just give my opinions on, because there is a tremendous amount of quality amongst these, and I think that if it's my job to identify the ones that do the most things correctly, it's just really tough to beat the one that we're calling the class winner. And I just shouldn't describe it as tough to beat. More importantly, it's easy for it to win. There we go. That one does so many of the things right, of being just wedge-shaped. When you look at her, she's just beautiful in her head. She's correct in her neck carriage of how she's designed. Her shoulder and her breastplate is just dead on, of just being fresh up there and then dropping back to the big old mid-rib sweep. And I think when you get up on her and read her, she's just so correct in how her loin and hip and rear leg is designed that it would be tricky to pass this one. And so I just see the most quality in her, and I think that's a really good one to start with. The one that comes in the 2 spot, certainly you can find angles where you can love this one and call her the best as well. No doubt she's the most expressive. We love that one in terms of rack shape and in terms of just some stifle and outward dimension. And in fact, you know, a lot of the state fairs and even probably here as well are getting the hair sheep kind of club lamb division. That's one with the amount of expressiveness that it allows you some options to be able to make some nifty ones as well. She comes with just a tick more shoulder. She comes just a little bit lower in how her neck is designed at the top side there of her shoulder, and so consequently doesn't have that extra elegance that we find in the class winner. But no doubt one that's just bold-bodied, stout-hipped, and really appreciate that one's kind. The one that comes in 3, it's not even fair, see? So now when we look at her as an individual, she certainly can win the class. It just becomes some extras up in front of her. She's correctly made. I love the femininity and I love the look that you find in her. I think she's big enough, pinned, no doubt, and in fact, when we get back behind her, she's got a great amount of stifle. The challenge is she comes with some extra shoulder. She's just a little bit more shorter necked and kind of early maturing, a little postier on her rear leg for us in comparison, but a high quality one nonetheless. Man, we could also move up the one that comes in the 4 spot. Love just the length and the look, and I think just the ewe quality that you find in her. She just looks like a brood ewe, and her rib shape and that extra amount of length aside. I think amongst these that we've got out here, she becomes a little flatter muscled, a little narrower pinned, could handle her rear hock just ever so slightly a little shinier. But man, that's a long feminine one with a lot of quality and good breeding pieces as well. One comes in 5. That one's bold-bodied, big-hipped, and I think on the standstill, you could argue that this one could move up a couple spots, no doubt. I love this one's look. Her angles, as we read them right here, standing, are just beautiful. Rear leg skeleton's better than a couple of them that are in front of her. I think she's plenty feminine enough. She comes down there based on her movement. She gets higher in her loin, doesn't hook up as good in how her hip loin connects, and then consequently doesn't handle the rear legs as nearly as attractively, but a nice group of individuals. Thanks for bringing them out here. Nice group of fall ewe lambs. Good job.
Placing on the white Dorper class of early fall ewe lambs. First place to entry 169, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown Farms, 1025. Second place to entry number 174, Claire Perogowitz of Lisbon, Ohio, with WD White Dorpers, 1325. Third place to 167, Chris Bailey, Palatine Bridge, New York. 4 to 168, Billy Wade, Scio, Oregon. 5 to 41, East Star Livestock, Ron and Holly Waldron, St. Paris, Ohio. Sixth place to entry number 176, Chris Bailey, Palatine Bridge, New York. 7 to 173, Austin Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Eighth place to 40, East Star Livestock, Ron and Holly Waldron, St. Paris, Ohio. 9 to 170, Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina. 10 to 43, Virginia Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky. 11 to 42, Virginia Gordon. 12 to entry number 172, Gray Hampton, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Placing on the class of January Slickshorn ewe lambs, first place to 198, Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania, with Macaulay 6533. Second place to entry 190, Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania, with Macaulay 6431. Third place to entry number 187, Reza Zelensky, Brookings, South Dakota. 4 to 194, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. 5 to 183, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. 6 to 186, Karen Fair, Mooresville, North Carolina. 7 to 188, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 8th place to 201, Karen Fair, Mooresville, North Carolina. 9 to 197, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. And 10 to 185, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. For the White Dorpers, we're currently showing late fall ewe lambs. Your next class will be the selection of our senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe. On the south ring, we have fitted January ewe lambs at the suffix in the ring. Your next class is slick shorn February ewe lambs.
We've got a nice class of fitted January ewe lambs out here. The ewe we're starting off with, again, one of the most complete individuals in the class. She's really straight down that top line. I like her right behind those shoulder blades. The way she comes out of those shoulders, her spine comes out of those blades and down her top, nice and level and square all through that hip. Good on her feet and legs. Super extended through her front end and yet still stylish and has some rib to her to add to that volume. The next ewe, maybe just a little deeper through her rear flank. Appears to be just a tad deeper from flank to flank than our first place ewe. Not quite as good right behind her shoulders when you get your hands on her, but another ewe that's got some width and dimension over that hip, some natural muscling down into that lower leg. The next ewe, a ewe that handles really nice. She just doesn't hold herself together quite as well when she's out here on the side view. She wants to get a little easy in that top. Maybe not quite as square through her hip today as some of the ewes ahead of her, but I like her length. I like the front end and the bone. The next ewe, a really long topped, long hind saddled female. We need to change her about the way that neck comes out of those shoulder blades. She's pretty ewe necked out here today. I like to see her pull herself together better up to that front end, but I like the length. I like the bone. Thank you.
Well, fun class to sort here in your White Dorper division. The one that I call the class winner, I think does so quite nicely. She's bold-bodied, big-hipped, and big-ended, no doubt. I still think she's feminine and classy as well. A good kind of an individual that I think sorts up, and from a complete kind of a female standpoint, she does so quite nicely. Then we got to make a decision between 2 and 3, and I opt for the extra amount of femininity and look and the one that comes into the 2 spot. She's got some extra length. I think she handles her rear leg design quite a bit better than the one that's directly behind her. She gives up some in terms of hip shape, and I'm just fine with that. I like the look and the freshness and kind of youthfulness that we find in her. The boldest built one in terms of the center body comes here next in line into the 3 spot. That one's pretty nice. I think she gets a little shorter sided. I think that she could be a little tick square in terms of how she handles her rear leg from hock to ground, but a nice kind of an individual nonetheless. The one that comes in next, one I think that balances adequately well in her rib shape. I think she becomes a little plainer in how her hip is designed, a little flatter, a little narrower as we get back behind her. Then the one that comes in next, on the standstill, that's one that's certainly in contention. I think she's bold-bodied. I think she's big-pinned and big-ended. I think when she comes to moving, that one becomes a challenge. She gets a little higher in her loin, doesn't want to handle her feet and leg structure maybe nearly as elegantly and as correctly as maybe we prefer. A nice group of ewe lambs here. Good job.
Placing on the class of White Dorper late fall ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 44, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, with Esparti Livestock 2054 BK. Second place to 178, Billy Wade, Scio, Oregon, with BW3 322. Third to 45, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. 4 to 180, Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina. And 5 to 179, also Vivian Stephenson. Placing on the fitted January ULAM class for the Suffolks, placing first is entry 203, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota, with Dombeck family, 4053. Second to 204, Richard Jacobson, LeGrand, California, with Jacobson, Suffolks, 2417. Third place to 206, Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. 4 to 205, Cassie Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. 5 to 209, Corinne Arbanek Hansen, Cameron, Wisconsin. 6 to entry 207, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. And 7 to entry 208, Barry Bruce, Linden, Indiana.
Nice class here in your division, in your senior division here on the White Dorpers, and I think all these are extremely good. There's a tremendous amount of quality in all of these, and I like a whole bunch of them. Again, we've talked those up probably enough. That late fall is really bold built. I like that one's shape and look. The early fall, one that balances quite nicely. Maybe not the boldness is the one right behind her, but just really attractive in her design and how she's designed and made for us here. The one that we got as a production pair here is extremely good, and I think that one's balance is nice. And then we have our early yearling ewes as well. Those are ones actually in comparison, and even when we look at this girl, we can call her easy fleshing. Some may think that there's a little bit extra, but I don't know that there's very much, because if you want to get up on this one, most of this is the power of this one is true sheep. She's just bold and where she's made. I think she's got a tremendous amount of depth of how she carries that muscularity, and just still does it in a feminine package as well. Plenty nice in terms of how her head is and how her neck is designed as well. And I think she was exquisite in just having that three-dimensional look. The one that comes in that class that's behind her that was in second, again, you mark her as an individual. She's very, very good. Good in terms of wedge shaped, of how her shoulder lays in flat. She's still big in her loin and just big-ended in back behind her. She's a little fresher condition than maybe the one that beat her in class, but I think both of those are extremely good. Really, really nice group. Again, we'll dig in and move to the ULAMs as well and pick our junior champions out of those. We'll see how those compare. I'm not willing to beat the two best ones. They're going to come out of the senior yearling class. Congratulations on a really high-quality one. We're staying here in the high-rolling kind, staying in class for a reserve champion in the senior division. Good job.
For the White Dorper, our senior champion U goes to first place senior yearling U. Entry 159, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Narrowgate Farm 779. Reserve went to the second place animal out of that senior yearling U class. Entry 153, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown Farms 1002.
Our slick shorn February ewe lambs here in the Suffolk show. I think really a nice female to start the class off with. One of the heavier muscled ewes when you get behind her and analyze her. I really like the width up over that top and back into her leg region, but she's still very smooth up through her front end. She moves very nicely, holds herself together very well. Tremendously long hind saddle when you get your hands on this female. One of the longest loin sheep in the class. The next ewe, another ewe very similar to the first place ewe, maybe a little neater about her shoulders, a little more extended up through that neck. Really long topped, not near the muscle, not near the internal dimension we see in our first place ewe, but a good ewe, a good sound ewe. I really like this female. And again, handles very long through her hind saddle. One of the straightest topped, best footed sheep in the class is this ewe lamb in third. I like the bone for her age. I like her, the way she stands on her feet and legs. She's just not near as long as the two ewes ahead of her. I like the muscle in her, but she comes up quite a bit shorter through that hind saddle when you get your hands on her and handle her. But I really like this sheep for her bone structure or skeletal makeup. The next ewe, one of the bigger ewes in the class, I like her front end. She shows me a lot of extension up to that front end. I just like change her off her rear feet when she's on the move today. Put a little more bone under her, but really admire her for her overall frame and scale and growth to this date. The ewe lamb here in fifth, another correct sound individual, just gives up a lot of dimension as far as shape of rib, depth of flank as compared to the ewe lambs above them. Maybe a little younger lamb out here than some of the ones in the class. I think ewe lamb has a lot of potential. I like her front end, her style. She just needs to have more to her today. Thank you.
Probably one of the closer decisions of the day comes between 1 and 2 between these, and I think you could put an emphasis or argue either one of the two. The one that I use is bolder bodied, and she's bigger pinned, and certainly I think just a tick stouter in her overall build for us. I think as she gets out and moves, she does so relatively nicely, and I think she just kind of reaches out there and grabs the ground pretty nicely as well. I think that it's close because the one that comes into the 2 spot is certainly feminine headed, and I like the neck and the look. I think she's just a tick square in her pin set as well. So we got some boldness and shape to the class winner. We got some levelness and look to the one that comes in 2. Those are very nice. I think she gets a little more restricted in how her hip is designed. Consequently makes her not quite as good as she kind of roaches in her top as she gets out motoring, but a nice kind of an individual. And truthfully, 2 of them that I think make me scratch my head, and you could pick whichever one you'd like between those. I wouldn't argue with you too much. I just opt for the extra boldness of build in the one we're calling the class winner. One that comes in 3 matches up quite nicely. To me, she just matches and fits. That's the one that's got some extra stifle to her. She's big-backed and certainly feminine enough. I don't think she's quite as attractive, again, in terms of her rear leg skeleton. She gets a little straighter on her hock and how she's designed right there. Gets a little bit deeper in how that chest floor is designed and the protruding with her breastplate, but I think that's a good kind of a sheep. I still think that she's bolder and overall build than the one that comes in next. And in fact, this ewe's pretty intriguing because I like the stoutness of bone, and I think she's plenty rugged enough in her features. I think she closes up a little bit underneath and just gets a little flatter and narrower as we get back behind her, but long and level, no doubt. This one also is pretty attractive. And again, our exhibitor, this one's the shiniest one that came out of your pen so far, but I like her quite a bit. This one's plenty long, and you just see a bunch of femininity. I don't read this one to be challenged in growth. She's going to have an ample amount, and you like that extra look. She's just a little bit more feminine in her muscle pattern, and that's perfectly fine, just kind of that longer, looser pattern as we get back behind her, but that's a really high quality one that makes it into the top 5. No doubt really fun ones to sort through and look at. Great group, and as competitive as class as any of them, certainly at the top end.
Placing on the Slickshorn February ewe lamb class for the Suffolk Show, first place goes to entry 216, Mike O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana, with O'Neill 409. Second place to 225, McCully, Suffolk, at Glen, Pennsylvania, with McCully 6684. 3 to entry 226, Emery Gottlieb, Salem, South Dakota. 4 to entry 227, Krafka Harkima, Suffolk, Montezuma, Iowa. 5 to 223, Macaulay, Suffolk, at Glen, Pennsylvania. 6 to 213, Krafka Harkima, Suffolk, Montezuma, Iowa. 7 to 217, University of Idaho Sheep Center, Moscow, Idaho. 8 to 214, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. And 9 to 224, Mike O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana. 10 to 218, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Placing on the White Dorper January class of ewe lambs, 1st to 46, East Star Livestock, Ron and Holly Waldron, St. Paris, Ohio. 2nd place to 250, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, with Two Rock Ranch, 24010. 3 to entry 188, Luke and Kayla Inbody, Dunkirk, Ohio. 4 to 184, Billy Wade, Scio, Oregon. 5 to 189, Austin Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 6th place to 187, Emery Gottlieb, Salem, South Dakota. 7th place to 49, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. And 8th place to 185, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina.
This is a really nice class, of plenty of nice ones, but man, the one that we've got to win the class is just wedged up beautifully. Love the femininity and just opens up right and is good in her hip design, skeletally. This is just a really fun one. We'll see what other ones come out, again, in different classes, but she's a contender in terms of how she's designed, and I think that one's a fun one to own and to breed and to kind of see what will happen in the next generation. I think that it's interesting there between 2 and 3 of the potential pen mates, and I opt for the one that I think is leveler in her hip design. I think she's better in probably how her rear leg carriage is. They're both big centered and big ended. I think they're both plenty feminine enough. I think she's just a little better designed than the one that's got just an extra amount of stifle, but it comes with some extra amount of shoulder probably as well. And so from a balance standpoint, she just loses that corn flip. The one that comes in next, I like her actually just a smidge better at the point of her shoulder in comparison to the one that's right in front of her. To me, she's one that gets a little shorter hip. She gets maybe not quite as level in how she's designed, but man, from the front third of her body, I love how that shoulder's designed and how that feminine look is just spotted up with a shiny head up on the top side of it as well. I think there's credit to be given as well to our 5th place sheep. Again, really feminine, really long-sided, and in fact, in relation to her body size, she's super stout featured. I just think as she continues to grow, and I like that from an immaturity standpoint, is that when she gets to get growing, she'll drop that rib. There'll be plenty of production look to her. I like the femininity and the length. That's a bonus. Tough high water here at Louisville, America, but that one's real good as well. Congratulations. Thanks for bringing out some shiny ones to look at. Appreciate your time. Good luck on them as you move from Louisville to put them into your production operation.
Placing on the White Dorper February ewe lamb class, first place to entry 55, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, with Welty Dorpers 0061. Second place to 52, East Star Livestock, Ron and Holly Waldron, St. Paris, Ohio, with East Star Livestock 2443. Third to entry 53, East Star Livestock, Ron and Holly Waldron, St. Paris, Ohio. 4 to 54, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. And 5 to entry 51, Logan Deering, Frazeysburg, Ohio.
A very interesting class here in our February fitted ULAM class. I think we got some different types and kinds. Definitely some differences as far as structure, skeletal makeup. You were leading off with, is she perfect? No. But she does move the best off both her front and rear legs of any sheep in the top 5 left out here. She really tracks straight and true. I really like the way she handles right behind those shoulder blades. There's a lot of real sheep here. She's got some natural width. It's not all wool. She's very smooth. I like the front end, the way she ties together through her neck shoulder junction for the amount of thickness she has right up over her rack. The one place I'd like to change her is I'd like to raise that tail head. Other than that, really good sheep. Really good sheep. The next 4 ewes are all better at their docks than this ewe lamb. But this ewe lamb so far excels everybody else as far as the way she moves off those feet and legs. Even with that low tail head, she's got to come up to the top of the class. The next ewe, again, really straight, really profiles nice. I like her up through her front end. Don't like her off her rear legs quite as well as the ewe ahead of her. Doesn't have quite the dimension of rack when you get your hands on her right behind those shoulder blades that we see in the first place ewe lamb. The next ewe, one of the 2 biggest framed ewes out here, extremely tall up through that front end, a lot of extension here. Again, her biggest fault is she doesn't track off near as nice off her rear legs as what we see in the 2 ewes above her. The problem ewe is this next ewe. She's easily the extreme sheep of the class. She's the tallest fronted, one of the most or longest handling sheep in the class. I just like to see a little more depth of rear flank, even her out to balance her out. Like to give her just a little more width up through that chest floor and through her forerib to balance her out a little bit. But this sheep's going to get really big as far as her frame and scale when she gets through growing. The next ewe just gives up that size and scale we see in the ewes above her. Again, not quite as good right behind her shoulder blades, not quite as good off her rear feet today, but a really nice female in her own right. Thank you.
Placing on the February fitted ewe lamb class for the Suffolk show. First place to 248, Elroy Miller, Wassoon, Ohio, with 4 J's and a T, 2402. Second place to entry 234, Richard Jacobson, La Grande, California, with Jacobson suffix 24-27. Third place to 247, 5-star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana, with 5-star J 2431. Fourth place to 241, 5-star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana. Fifth place to 233, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 244, Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. 7 to entry 240, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. 8th place to 236, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 9 to 245, Joey Slack. And 10th place to 239, Ricky Alvarez, Marysville, Ohio.
A very high quality class again for us, and I think one that's just so nifty here to start off this class, and that's the highest acclaim that I can give to one. She's feminine, she's great bodied, she's good hipped. I think she handles her rear leg adequately well as she gets out in motors and moves, and so I think that one's pretty nifty in terms of just the center body and just three-dimensional look and still maintaining some femininity, high-end quality right there. It's still close because there's still some contenders, and the one that comes in 2 has more stifle, at least an outward shape to her rear leg there. I think she's also extremely feminine. I think when we read her just a little bit, she maybe just gets a tick frailer in her bone work ever so slightly, but a really high quality kind of a one there, and certainly some niftiness amongst both of those. The one that comes with some extra stoutness of just feature comes into the next in line in 3, and I like this quite nicely. I think she comes a little bit more commodity in how her neck is designed and how she kind of funnels to the ground, just with not quite as much base width as the ones that are right in front of her. But man, that one's one that's long and level and correct enough in her design. Real extreme made one comes in next in line in 4, and again, if you're trying to make some weathers for the game, this would probably be one that you'd want to tie into. She's more tubular in her body shape. She's extremely expressive. To me, I think it just, I like the immaturity at this point, or the lateness of maturity that's going to allow her, as she continues to grow, to just have a really attractive kind of a silhouette, a nifty kind of a look as well of how she's designed. In terms of expressiveness, that one's unequaled in class. I just like to see her soggier and just kind of more maternal in her overall build. We get that with the 5th place one because that's her strength. That one's just got that extra amount of depth and look and just capacity and design that you would ideally like. With that, she comes earlier in her maturity pattern as any of them. She's not going to be one that's extended, but man, we really have to appreciate her in relation to the White Dorper breed of her functionality, her look of an easy fleshing and a good shedding kind of a ewe that can be prosperous and a good high functioning one on the rangeland or wherever home may be for them. That's ones that certainly doability echoes and gets the rewards. Congratulations, great ones to look at. That was a fun class to sort between because the quality's good. People came from far and wide to bring their best White Dorpers here to Louisville.
Placing on the White Dorper March at later born ewe lamb class, first place to entry 56, Caleb T. Welty of Evansville, Indiana, with Espartee Livestock Y 2223. Second place to 192, Harvest Plantation Lee Snyder, Franklin, Pennsylvania, with Hoertz Livestock 4005. Third place to 194, Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina. Fourth place to 195, Harvest Plantation, Lee Snyder, Franklin, Pennsylvania. Fifth to 59, Virginia Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky. Sixth place to 57, East Star Livestock, Ron and Holly Waldron, St. Paris, Ohio. 7 to 191, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. 8th place to entry 197, Indiana Dorpers, Lebanon, Indiana. 9 to entry 193, Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina. And 10 to 196, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee.
The ewe lamb we're leading off with here in our March class. Really nice, a good, sound, complete individual. I like the way she moves off her feet and legs. She's straight down her top when you get her stopped and set up. Shows me enough muscling for her age and development. Still nice up through that front end. Very attractive, stylish female. It's just good from one end to the other. The next ewe, maybe just a tad stronger and longer right over that loin than what our first place ewe lamb is. Tremendous amount of volume, muscle volume in this sheep. Doesn't move quite as nicely, as smooth as what our first place ewe lamb does, but two very good ewe lambs with a lot of potential. The next ewe lamb comes up just a little bit short in her overall makeup compared to the first two. Not as quite as extended through her front end, not near as long down that top line. We just like to stretch her out, make her smoother up a little bit in her overall design. But really a lot of mass and volume in this sheep. The next ewe, one of the bigger framed ewes in the class. I like the extension. I like the height of her shoulder and the way she's built up through her front end. I'd like to change the way she moves off her hind legs. She wants to get those legs up underneath her and get a little close behind when she's moving, but I really like a lot of pieces in this sheep. The next sheep, very similar to her. Tremendous amount of muscle in this sheep over from one end to the other. She just likes to really flail that left front leg out there when she's on the move. I'd like to straighten that up, make her move sounder, but a good sound sheep all the way through. Thank you.
Placing on the white Dorper pair of ewe lamb class, first place to 61, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Second to 62, East Star Livestock, Ron and Holly Waldron, St. Paris, Ohio. Third place to Harvest Plantation, Lee Snyder, Franklin, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to Billy Wade, Scio, Oregon. 5 to Luke and Kayla Embody, Dunkirk, Ohio. 6 to Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina. 7th place to Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. And 8th place to Virginia Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky. Placing on the Slick Shorn class of March and later born ewe lambs for the Suffolk show. First place goes to entry 250, McCully Suffolk, at Glen, Pennsylvania with McCully 6707. Second to 253, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana with Slack 4447. Third to 256, the University of Idaho Sheep Center, Moscow, Idaho. 4 to 260, Krafka Harkema, Suffolk of Montezuma, Iowa. 5 to 258, Krafka Harkema, Suffolk of Montezuma, Iowa. 6 to 259, Karen Fair, Mooresville, North Carolina. 7 to 257, Clayton Heisey, Lebanon, Pennsylvania. 8 to 254, Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina. 9 to 255, University of Idaho Sheep Center, Moscow, Idaho. And 10 to 251, Jace Brome, Brillion, Wisconsin.
Well, great group. Again, we'll pick out our champions, bring back our senior champions in comparison, but really, really good, high-quality group of females here in this this junior division. So I know that it's been fun to sort some white Dorpers, and I know that these are tip-top, the best ones that there are, and I think that there's some small things, okay? And so those of you that are ringside or watching from afar, I know we've got Show Barn Flicks that's providing this online as well. You can sign to some with quality here, particularly amongst our initial trio that actually come from 3 different breeders as well, or placed, but quality amongst them. I think it's close, but if you kindly would, let's give these guys, individuals a quick round of applause, and I'll dig through them for you. So if I told you that there was one that had to win, I truthfully would be lying. And in my personal opinion, the one that comes out of our January division does some really good things. I think this one's as bold-bodied as that we have out here. The top side of her rib cage is absolutely impeccable. She's super feminine up front. I wish she could transition just ever so slightly better in her hip loin, and I wish she could be just a tick square in how she set her rear leg. But to be as feminine as she is, and yet she's really round-bodied, really square-pinned in how she's built from there. And so when you get a three-quarter view, you see that she wedges right and makes a fun portion for her. The one that comes in next in line in the Februarys, and again, even in this lineup, she's the one that's a little bit more moderate in terms of her frame size. But let's evaluate what she is that she's as extremely good and feminine and attractive up front as you can be. That one's neck is certainly dainty and fresh and elegant up top. That one's rib cage is big. In terms of rack shape and dimension, that one's rack shape might be as big as any of them of our initial trio that we've got out here. That one's giant pinned and big square from behind. Could we say that she could be bigger? Sure, I guess if you wanted, but proportionally, her rear leg skeleton is absolutely the best out here. Her definition of just being wedged up front and flat at her shoulder and big pinned, that's impeccable and very, very tough to do. I think that that's a really, really high quality one because you have to draw that all together. The one that comes in next in line comes out of our March division. In fact, in terms of grow, you really have to appreciate her. And I think in terms of just stoutness of bone as well, just really rugged in terms of her bone work. And that allows that big old soggy middle and big pin in her as well. I think when she gets out and motors and moves in comparison, I think she could kind of come together a little bit better. Her top line gets just ever so slightly kind of not as kept together when she gets out and moves and just doesn't balance up quite as nice. I think when we read her in terms of femininity, I think she's feminine at the point of her shoulder. I think she could be better, just a little bit younger in terms of her face of how she's designed, but that one's massively built. If that's the one you like, I certainly wouldn't argue with you as well. So congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go pick your champions. You can pick whichever one you like. The one that I find to be the most fault-free, the best just indication here and shows, of course, some youthfulness. We're coming in the middle. Congratulations to our champion here. I believe, bred by you guys, this is our champion. I like that one a whole bunch. And we're going to come to this ewe. I think she's the next best in terms of balance and pattern. Good job. Congratulations.
For the White Dorper, our junior champion ewe goes to our class winner of the February ewe lamb class, entry 55, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, Welty Dorpers 0061. The reserve junior champion was our January ewe lamb class winner, entry 46, East Star Livestock, Ron and Holly Waldron, St. Paris, Ohio, with East Star Livestock 2441.
In our March or later fitted Suffolk ewe lamb class. I think really some good quality all the way through, a lot of nice ewe lambs. Some ewe lambs, again, that exhibit quite a bit of growth. The word you were starting out with is easily, in my mind, the most complete female in the class. She really tracks off true and straight and good off both her front and rear legs. I like the way she's made down her top. She's just a little better when you handle her right behind her shoulder blades in the second place ewe lamb. She definitely tracks just a little better off her rear legs compared to our second ewe lamb. The second ewe lamb is maybe just a little fancier about her front end, the way her neck comes out of her shoulders, maybe just a tad bit more extended. Again, a ewe lamb that shows us a lot of width and dimension, some depth of body and side, but just doesn't have quite, like I said, the soundness off those rear legs today. Maybe not quite as full right up over her rack. The next ewe lamb, really a nice, straight, attractive female. Again, good off both her front and rear legs. Again, we'd like to see her a little fuller right behind those shoulder blades, even her alder top line a little bit, but really a nice sheep. If we could take the rear end, the hip or the dock setting on this ewe lamb and put it on the ewe lamb this young man had earlier today, we'd really have a hell of a sheep. The next ewe lamb, easily the biggest ewe lamb in the class in her outline and dimension. I just like to change her off both her front and rear feet when she's on the move, but I really admire her for her front end. She's very attractive, very feminine, and still has some rib to her. She's really a nice sheep. The next ewe lamb is just giving up a lot of pounds to the ewes ahead of her. She's not near as wide or thick as the ewe lambs in the front end, but again, good off her feet and leg. We just need to explode her up through that front end, give her some more width from one end to the other. Thank you.
Placing on the March and later born fitted ewe lambs for the Suffolk's first place goes to 266. Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota, with Cousins, Suffolk's 24249. Second place to 272, Cassie Knudsen, Centerville, South Dakota, with Knudsen 24-81. Third place to 274, Elroy Miller, Wasson, Ohio. 4 to 270, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. 5 to 268, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 271, Ruthie Bivens, Manhattan, Illinois. 7 to 273, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Eighth place to 263, Ricky Alvarez, Marysville, Ohio. And ninth place to 264, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana.
We'll appreciate the chance. One of the last times that we'll sort on these, we might have to pick some best headeds or anything and some flocks to kind of finish up our white Dorper breed. But been an honor to get to sort these, to be able to be a part of the industry that is the hair sheep focused jam here with your Dorper and white Dorpers. So I commend all of our breeders for making great stock. What we've done and what we've seen in this breed over the past decade or two, because that about covers it, is extremely, extremely commendable for what you're doing and what you're doing, and truthfully changing a little bit of our own piece of the industry, because these aren't just seed stock. There's individuals across America that are using genetics either from these breeders or similarly to make high quality lambs that make it to market fast and efficiently and at a weight class that fits a lot of our consumers in America as well. So appreciate everything that the Dorper breed does for us and has done in the past and will do in the future. So let's give these guys a quick round of applause for all your breeders before we dig in and give away 2 banners. Good job. So I think it makes sense, and again, I don't come out here certainly with any agenda of which one I'm going to pick, of a big one, a small one, a thick one, a pretty one. I just hope that throughout the day that we found the most complete and best ones to come towards the top, and if we look at it, at least from the vantage point that I got right here, I think we did that. These 4 are absolutely phenomenal in how their skeleton is designed. They all got an ample amount of muscularity. They're feminine as they certainly can be, and so I'm really proud to get the chance to do this, and appreciate my loving and caring wife for allowing me the chance to sort some livestock here on the green chips in Louisville, America. But we all I wish you the best within your operations and putting these into your flock. To me, it makes sense. We'll go pick out your champions amongst these, but congratulations again to the exhibitors. Ladies and gentlemen, if you kindly would, you came to Louisville, America. You wanted to see the White Dorper show, or if not, thanks for being ringside or joining us. But the one that we're going to use doesn't have a name yet, apparently, but it's probably going to deserve one because it's a champion. Congratulations on a national championship at Louisville, America. Good job at a 2024 North American International Champion. We're staying with the yearlings. Congratulations. That's a reserve champion in America. Good job. Wish you guys all the best. Keep up the good work.
For the White Dorper Show, our grand champion ewe goes to the first place senior yearling ewe. Our senior champion ewe, entry 159, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Narrowgate Farm 779. The reserve grand champion was second in that senior yearling ewe class and was reserve senior champion ewe, entry 153, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, Uptown Farms 1002. Now ready for flock, White Dorper flock. Placing on the slick-shorn pair of ewe lambs for the Suffolk show, first place goes to 275, Macaulay Suffolk's at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to 279, Raisa Zielinski, Brookings, South Dakota. Third place to 286, Krafka Harkema Suffolk's, Montezuma, Iowa. Fourth place to 277, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. 5 to 287, University of Idaho Sheep Center, Moscow, Idaho. Sixth place to 280, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. Seventh place to 282, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Placing on the White Dorper Flock class, first place in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the White Dorper Show is Caleb T. Welty of Evansville, Indiana. Placing second in the flock, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee, and third to Vivian Stephenson, Morrisville, North Carolina. That does conclude our White Dorper and Dorper shows for the day. Travis Hoffman has been our judge. Give us just a few minutes so we can get the table set for the awards for the Border Cheviot Show. again, we want to remind you that Junior Suffolk Sheep Association silent auction will end 30 minutes after the conclusion of the Suffolk show today. Auction items are located in the lobby next to the Suffolk booth if you haven't already found them. Placing on the fitted pair of ewe lamb class for the Suffolk show. First place to Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Second to Richard Jacobson, LeGrand, California. Third to 5-Star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana. Fourth place to Ellery Miller. 5 to Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. And 6 to Corinne Arbanek Hansen of Cameron, Wisconsin.
A really nice lineup of ewe lambs out here for junior champion in the Slick Shorn show. And again, I think a lot of quality and depth. It's just indicative of what we saw in the classes earlier today. Just a lot of good sheep all the way through, and a lot of good ones out here. A lot of sheep I really like. For junior champion, we're going to go with our January ewe lamb down here, first place January. For reserve junior, we're going to go with our first place February ewe lamb. Two really nice ewe lambs. Thank you.
For our Suffolk show in the fitted division, our junior champion went to entry 203 out of the January ULAM class, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota, with Dombeck family 4053. The reserve junior champion came from the February ULAM class, entry 248, Ellery Miller, Wassoon, Ohio, with 4 J's and a T, 2402.
Might have just gave her a heart attack.
We do have a correction. A junior champion for the Slickshorn Suffolk went to our class winner of the January ULAM class, 198, Macaulay Suffolk's at Glen, Pennsylvania, on Macaulay 6533. The reserve junior champion to the Slickshorn out of the February ULAM class, 216, Mike O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana, with O'Neill 409.
Good afternoon. My name is Arabella Clifton. I'm from Greenfield, Indiana. I met Judy 3 years ago at Ohio Showcase Sale. I'm here to recognize Judy Moore today for a major accomplishment. She has been showing at the North American Livestock Show for 50 years. Judy has been involved in helping out junior members throughout this time. I know she has made many memories of all those years, so I've started a memory book for her. There's a few letters from the junior members that I collected and started the book with, and if anyone else would like to add to it, I'm sure she would definitely enjoy adding them. Please help me in showing appreciation to Judy for her 50th year of dedication here at NAILE. Thank you.
For junior champion here in the fitted division, again, I think 6 very good individuals in their own right, very impressive. A lot of ewe lambs, indicative again of what we saw in the classes. Sheep that has some traits that we need to see in the Suffolk breed, to have some size, some growth. They're good on their feet and legs, and they're still putting some dimension into them internally as far as some rib shape to their ribs, some thickness over their tops, some muscle. Really a good set of sheep. For junior champion, we're going to go with our first place January ewe lamb. And then for reserves junior, I'm going to come back here to the first place March.
For our junior champions in the fitted division of our Suffolk show, our junior champion was 203 out of the January ULAM class, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota, with Dombeck family 4053. The reserve junior champion in the fitted division was 266 out of the March and later ULAM class, Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota, with Cousins suffix 24249. Judging our Border Cheviot show today is Mark Johnson. Mark and his wife Amy own and operate A&M Ranch located in Sandwich, Illinois. A&M Ranch is a Southdown flock that was established in 1979 and has produced numerous national champions. Mark and Amy have been 4-H leaders that supported beef, sheep, swine, and goat, as well as horse project members, and coached the county livestock judging team. Mark has been a national ambassador for Honor Show Feeds since 2005. In that capacity, he provides exhibitor and producer information through show livestock events, clinics, and video with customers and dealers in the northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin geography. Mark has judged sheep and cattle shows as well as showmanship contests for over 30 years and in more than 20 states. Mark's a graduate of Oklahoma State University and Joliet Junior College. Let's welcome Mark Johnson to your Border Cheviot show today.
A nice pair of bucks to start our Cheviot show here this afternoon at the North American. Two bucks that are certainly very stylish rams. Two lambs that are very long-bodied, very up-headed. I like them both. I like the first place lamb. I think he's just a little bit more consistent about his feet and legs as he moves about the ring. I like the added shot of bone work that he brings us, a nice headed sheep. I like the advantage of thickness and length of hind saddle on our second place buck. A very competitive pair of rams. Rams that will certainly be positively impactful on their respective flocks.
Placing on the Border Cheviot Yearling Ram class for your National Border Cheviot show, first place goes to entry 2, Blackacre Farm, Greenfield, Indiana, with Gold Strike, Blackacre 034. Second place to entry 1, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Yellowstone 3.
Before we pick the champion U of the fitted division, let's give these exhibitors and everybody else that's been out here today a big round of applause. Not only have we had a lot of sheep out here in the fitted division, but a lot of quality sheep. I was very impressed with the quality all the way down the line in every class, and I thought a lot of nice, good sheep. And this is very indicative of the kind of sheep we saw today. Some sheep that has some structure, some design, some femininity, and just a super set of sheep to work with. And I want to thank the exhibitors for having me come judge this week. I've really enjoyed it. I've enjoyed working with the people out here, and I've really enjoyed seeing the sheep. So with that, I'll pick your champion reserve.
For the Suffolk show on the Slick Shorn division, our grand champion U goes to the first, our junior champion U. The junior champion U out of the January U Lamb class, entry 198, Macaulay Suffolk's at Glen, Pennsylvania with Macaulay 6533. The reserve went to our senior champion. And the senior champion came out of class 1 of the fitted yearling ewes. Entry number 116, Macaulay Suffolk's at Glen, Pennsylvania, Macaulay 6081.
Another impressive pair of rams as we consider these two senior ram lambs here that we have in front of us today. I like the ram to start the class with. He's really bold in his rib cage. He carries that thickness back out over that loin and hip. An exceptionally good hip ram up in that top part, carries that thickness all the way to the ground, sets down on a good set of feet and legs. Just a really massive ram that saw some attractive and style and balance about him. A very angular extended ram in second, a ram that's already got an impressive amount of framework that he brings us today, a very well presented ram. He's just not quite as consistent down his top line today, not as bold in his skeleton as our class winner. Two high quality rams as we continue on in our Border Chevy at Ram Show.
Placing on the senior Ram Lamb class for the Border Chevy, its first place went to entry 4, Brooke Mazepink, Drums, Pennsylvania with Blackacre Purple 64. Second place to entry 5, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana with Blackacre Red 10. Our senior champion ram for the Border Cheviots went to our senior Ram Lamb class winner, entry number 4, Brooke Mazepink, Drums, Pennsylvania, with Blackacre Purple 64. Our reserve senior champion went with our class winner from the yearling Ram class, Blackacre Farm, Greenfield, Indiana, Blackacre 034 Gold Strike.
All right, let's give all the exhibitors that brought out the fitted sheep today a big round of applause. Again, I think really a nice set of sheep to sort through today. I was able to find the type of sheep that I would like to raise, what I think the Suffolks need to be looking at, some sheep that show some production indicators, and yet has some style and balance, good on their feet and legs. And really a nice set of sheep out here for our championship drive. I'll pick your champions.
For the fitted Suffolk show, our grand champion U goes to our senior champion, first in the early class of fitted yearling ewes, entry 147, 5-star J Farms, Patoka, Indiana, 5-star J 235 1-23. The reserve went to our junior champion. The junior champion was entry number 203 out of the January class, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Dombeck family 4053. Now ready for best headed ewe. That's both slick and fitted together, best headed ewe.
a challenging class of early junior Ram Lambs here on the Cheviot side of the ring. There's some nice pieces in each of these individuals, but getting enough of those pieces to fit together to set a pattern, to set a trend within this class, very challenging to do. I think the Ram that I chose to start the class with puts most of those pieces together for me to the highest degree. I think he's sounder on his feet and legs. He's more nearly level down his top. I like the angularity of his neck, the levelness out the dock. He tracks with some width. Is he the heaviest muscle? Does he have many of those ESTs that we see in some of these other individuals? Maybe not, but I see him as the most fault-free individual with more than adequate performance, that I like the angularity of his front end. He wins the drive today. The Ram in second is probably one of the smaller statured Rams in the class, but as you analyze his feet and legs, you handle him with the width over his top. There's too many good pieces in that Ram to get too far down the line today from a structural integrity standpoint, that I like him in the second hole. The Ram that has a lot of those EST terms that we talk about is our Ram in third. I admire his performance. That's a good doing rascal right there. He's a high-performing individual, a very long-sided individual. I like his tail set. Where he challenges me is how he handles those rear legs. He gets just a tick straight off those rear legs for me today when he walks and when we get him set up. That's why he's in third hole today. The Ram in fourth place, a Ram that's deeper sided, shows me a little bit more width and dimension. I like that about him. Where I'd like to change him is the way his neck comes up out of his shoulders. I'd like to make him tie together in that rack area a little neater and cleaner today relative to some of the ones we have above him. Another Ram that I kind of like here in the fifth hole for some of his characteristics, he's a bigger boned Ram than several of the individuals out here. I like that about him. He too has some width and dimension. He shortens up on the profile relative to the three right above him, and just a little more earlier maturing about his head and front end characteristics than some out here today. A good class, but a challenging class of January Ram Lambs.
Placing on the Border Cheviot class of January Ram Lambs, first place to entry 14, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker 27-23. Second to entry 15, Joan Lawrence, at Glen, Pennsylvania, with Breezeview 3789. Third place to 10, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Fourth place to entry 7, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry 11, Brooke Mazepink, Drums, Pennsylvania. 6 to entry 12, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Slickshorn portion of the Suffolk Show is Macaulay Suffolk's Bill and Betsy Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Placing on the flock class for the Slickshorn Suffolk Show, first place goes to entry 320, Macaulay Suffolk's at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to Raisa Zielinski, Brookings, South Dakota. Third to Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. And four to Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. Placing on the fitted flock class for the Suffolk Show, first place goes to Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Second place to Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. The winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the fitted portion of the show is Lindy Peterson of Lemon, South Dakota. And our Best Headed Ewe award goes to entry 145, Randy Dombeck 3934. Randy Dombeck and family of Ivanhoe, Minnesota, and that's a yearling ewe. And that does conclude our Suffolk show. Our judge has been Mark Chapman. Montadale exhibitors, just give us a few minutes to reset the table so we can begin with yours.
Outstanding pair of Cheviot Ram Lambs here in this class. I wish that we need a few more of them out here so you can see how truly superior these two individuals are. They are flat good. We're getting really nitpicky to pull these two apart, and on a given day, I could understand going a different way. I like the angularity of these two. I like the size appropriateness of these two. I like the immaturity about their heads. I like the way they glide around the ring. I like their breed character. All right, so I said all these great things about these two. How do I separate them? As we analyze these two, to me what pulls them apart is hip structure on the first place buck. He's a little bolder at the top of his pins, carries that thickness out to the top of his hip just a little bit more squarely than what does the Ram in second. That's how I separated these two. I like the hip on this one a little bit better than the hip on second one. The second place buck's about as up-headed as you can build a border Cheviot. I mean, he is a cocky fronted SOB, and I love that about him. And you handle him down his top, he's fresh, he's firm, a high-quality buck. Two really good ones. I like the hip structure on our class winner today. That's being picky on two good bucks. Congratulations to both of you.
Placing on the February Ram Lamb class for the Border Chevy, it's first place to entry 16, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker 2733. Second place in that class to entry 17, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, with Spildy 6049.
another class where we have 3 strong individuals to represent the Cheviot breed here in this junior Ram Lamb drive. I chose to use the Ram that when you get him set him up on the profile, he props up with an impressive silhouette. Again, very cocky fronted. I like the way his neck pops up out of his shoulders. Got plenty of depth of body from his forerib all the way back through his flank. I like those things about him very well. He's pretty good on his feet and legs. He moves around the ring just a little truer than our Ram in second today. I love the hip shape and the width of pins when we get around to our Ram in second, like we've been talking earlier today. This one gets so wide at back there, though, when he starts to get in motion, he gets a little looser on those hocks than what we've seen today or within our class winner. The next Ram we have in line, long-bodied, deep rib sheep, like that one really well from those 2 characteristics, but he gets a little higher in his flank, not quite as consistent down his top line as a couple of the others in the class today, but 3 high-quality Cheviot Rams.
Placing on the March and later born Ram Lambs for the National Border Cheviot Show. First to entry 19, Mark Bernard, New Richland, Minnesota, with Pine Knoll Acres 2417. Second place to 21, Brooke Mazepink, Drums, Pennsylvania, with Snowcap 2417. Third to entry 20, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio.
The class of Cheviot Slick Short and Ram Lambs, we've got a pair of Ram Lambs out here that are a little bit different in the way they're designed, a little bit different in their maturity pattern. What I chose to do in separating these 2 is use the longer-sided, leveler designed individual. I like him better down his top. I like the cleanliness of his front end just a little bit better. So that's why he gets my nod as a class winner today. If we're going to weigh him and we're going to do total carcass quality, the Ram in second is going to have some friends in that area. He's a little bit thicker. He's a little bit more massive. He probably weighs more. And those are all high-quality characteristics, but I just like the design and skeleton of our first-place individual a little bit better today. Congratulations to both exhibitors.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class for the Border Chevy, it's first place to entry 23, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2713. Second place to Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre, Green 603. Now showing pair of Ram Lambs. We will follow that with our junior champion selection. We are ready to begin the Monadale show. And we would like to first, though, introduce the new Executive Secretary of the Monadale Association, Abilene Gatson from Vandalia, Missouri. Abilene is a full-time farmer and raises cattle, sheep, and row crops on the family farm. She is a fourth-generation Monadale breeder and is part of the Baugh and Dunn Monadale family. Let's welcome Abilene Gatson as your new Monadale Secretary. Judging the Monadales today is Alex Wolf of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. He owns and operates Wolf Brothers Livestock with his family. Along with his wife Melissa and their 3 children, they raise natural colored and club lambs. Placing on the Border Cheviot pair of Ram Lamb class, first place to Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. Second, Brooke Mazepink, Drums, Pennsylvania. Third, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana.
Over here to start your Monadale show. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be out here in Sorton. I think we start off this show with 2 really nice rams in their own right. We've got a buck we're going to go ahead and lead off, just massive in terms of his body shape. He is bold in terms of his rib, really big top type of sheep. Comes back to a really ideal type of an upper hip on him. One that's level in his dock set. He's wide and square in his pins. One that's out on his corners in terms of his feet and bone work. Just really stout kind of a ram that I'm proud to lead off with. We come to a growthy type of ram here in second. Love the length of body and length of hindset on this sheep. He is super long from his 13th rib on back. One that's really ideal in terms of his straightness down his top. He's got some added extension up through the front end as we analyze him compared to the contemporary we're leading off this class with. Just not quite as much overall mass and rib shape that we're seeing in that class winner, but 2 really nice rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the yearling ram class for the Monadales, first place goes to Mallory Corzat with entry number 1, Berwick, Illinois, on Corzat 2324. Second place to entry 2, J.C. Kurz, New Holland, Illinois, with 3J Kurz 1065. That was also our senior champion and reserve senior champion. For our Border Cheviots, our junior champion goes to first place February Ram Lamb. Entry 16, Caitlin Von Barron's on Stewartson, Illinois, on Rinker 2733. The reserve junior champion to entry 17, second place February Ram Lamb, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, on Spildy 6049.
As we select our champion Cheviot Ram here at Louisville, I'd like to commend the Cheviot breeders for the Rams they've brought out. The numbers have not been huge, but that's to your credit. The Rams, whether you place first or fifth in a respective class, there was quality in every one of those individuals, ones that you could find value in. Not a lot of class fillers, not a lot of gas money sheep. I mean, the Rams that have been brought out, I like it when you don't bring very many, but the ones you bring are good, and these are good ones. There's two that I got pretty high on today. We'll go out and acknowledge them as your national champion, reserve national champion. Let's give these exhibitors and breeders a nice round of applause.
For our Border Cheviot show, our grand champion Ram goes to our junior champion out of the February Ram Lamb class. Entry 16, Caitlin Von Behrens, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2733. Reserve grand champion was our reserve junior champion. Second in that February Ram Lamb class, entry 17, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, with Spildy 6049. Now need to do best headed ram. Best headed ram is your next class. Now ready for Border Cheviot yearling ewes.
Over here on the Monadale side, as we get into the junior Rams, I think we have one that leads off rather handily in my estimation. Super good down his top. He handles with extra length from that 13th on back. He's the best hipped buck out here in this class. Like him out on his corners. I think that's just a really ideal place for me to start. We have a buck here that follows him. Really appreciate his mass and overall power. And again, when you put your hands on him, he is super long in terms of his loin. Maybe not overall as long as what we see in the class winner, but I think he is the longer hind-saddled one of the pair. really big top type of a sheep. I like the breed character on that one. He is certainly struggling to get around the ring today. He doesn't want to cooperate. I read him good about his angles. I think he just doesn't want to cooperate to get out here and really go. We're going to go ahead and give him benefit of doubt in that aspect. We've got a buck here in 3. Love how tall shouldered and extended he is. Again, really true down his top. He paints a really nice picture off the side. With that being said, we're shortening it up drastically compared to the 2 bucks standing right ahead of him. When we set this one into motion, I need to change the set to his hind legs to be able to go ahead and feel comfortable moving him higher today. We've got a really nice kind of a slick-sheared ram rounding out the class. You like the overall balance and eye appeal of this ram. And again, he's got some stretch and some muscularity. One that just misses out on in terms of show ring readiness out here, especially through the front third of his skeleton. We'd like to just square him up and change him and make him a little more elegant out here. But I think a really nice kind of a ram. Good group. Congratulations.
For the Border Cheviot Show, our National Border Cheviot Best Headed Ram went to entry number 16, our Grand Champion Ram, out of the Fall Ram Lamb class, Caitlin Von Behrens, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2733. Placing on the class of Monadale January Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry number 8, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, Corzat 2412. Second place to entry 7, Richard Jacobson, La Grande, California, with Jacobson 24-23. Third place to entry 6, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. And 4 to entry 9, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. Again, this is the E.H. Mattingly National Monadale Show. It's also the National Border Cheviot Show, so we're very fortunate to have 2 big national shows here in the ring at the same time.
Really an interesting class to come out here and evaluate, and I think we've got a top trio of Rams that are all really good in their own right, and you kind of just got to pick your priorities and go with it. That being said, I think we find the sounder Ram out here on top. One that when you get off to the side, he's certainly not the more extreme. He's not the longest sided. But boy, I tell you what, you put your hands on him, he is extremely big in terms of his top shape. He's really got a good advantage. The way he lays in his shoulder into that forerib, the way he ties in up high, really level, really smooth. And then he comes back with the most amount of width all the way back into that loin and hip. One that balances up well enough from the side. Like I said, he's certainly not the prettier profiling Ram, but I think once you put all the pieces together in this particular class, he's the one I feel the most comfortable leading off with. We got a buck here in second. It really pushes him again in terms of rib shape and mass. This buck follows that in type and kind. One that when you put your hands on him, maybe doesn't carry as much muscle back into his hip compared to that class winner, but he offers me a little more length aside. We set these into motion. I don't think he's quite as free as my class winner, and that's my biggest sort between these two. I think those are two really nice Rams. If you want to argue this buck in 3 should lead off the class when you're off the side, boy, you're not going to get an argument out of me. He is extended. He is beautiful. Great down his top in terms of straightness of spine, one that's really level back through that hip. With that being said, he's the narrowest in terms of his construction compared to this top trio. I'd like to just go ahead and open him up. I think with time, maybe that's going to come. Today, this is the way I see him. I think that's a good trio. We come to a Ram here in 4. Again, really extended type of a sheep, one you appreciate through that front end. With that being said, one that wants to open up a little more behind his shoulders there compared to the 3 that are right ahead of him. I'd like to just make him a little truer right behind his shoulders, the way he lays into his spine, to go ahead and feel comfortable. Again, this one here in 5 follows my class winner really closely in terms of overall body construction, like I like to see him. Super big top, really level in his design. What you see is what you get out here. Really appreciate that aspect of him. When we set this one into motion, I need him to handle his back legs better. He just wants to pick him up a little too much and throws off his whole balance as we set him into motion. But boy, I think if you could fix that, this one runs to the other end of the class. Good group of Rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of February and later Ram Lambs for the National Monadale Show. First place to entry number 14, Kuykendall Monadale's Richland Center, Wisconsin, with Kuykendall 1285. Second place to entry 11, Richard Jacobson, LeGrand, California, with Jacobson 2433. Third place to entry 15, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, 4-13, Kelly Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois. Fifth to entry 12, Ethan Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. And sixth to entry 10, J.C. Kurz, New Holland, Illinois.
Well, certainly commend the Monadale exhibitors out here and breeders standing ringside. Just a great group of rams we've gone through out here, and maybe we haven't had a lot of numbers, but I've had the opportunity to sort this show a few times, and boy, I'm really pleased with the quality we're finding up here at the top end. That being said, we're not going to take a lot of time. I think there's two rams out here that really follow the type and kind I'm looking for, like we did in the senior champion out here. I'm going to go ahead and congratulate your champion and reserve junior champion rams.
Junior champion ram for the Monadales goes to the first place February and later class winner. Entry 14, Kuykendall Monadales, Richland Center, Wisconsin, with Kuykendall 1285. The reserve junior champion, second in that same February and later class, entry 11, Richard Jacobson, LeGrand, California, with Jacobson 2433. Placing on the pair ram lamb class for the Monadales, first to entry 18, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second to entry 17, Richard Jacobson, LeGrand, California. In the Monadale ring, we're now showing Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. The winner of this award will receive the E.H. Mattingly Trophy, given in a recognition of a lifetime of service to the founding and developing of the Monadale breed.
Again, congratulations. We're not going to spend a lot of time out here on your champion buck. I think, again, really pleased with the quality. I look forward to getting into the females. And again, we've seen some awful good Monadales in the past down here. And there's a guy, Bill Poppin, and everybody in the Monadales is familiar with that. And he brought out a lot of good ones. And there was a ram he had, I think it was the last time I judged down here. And that buck's always kind of stuck out to me in terms of what I'm looking for in a Monadale. He was really unique. And boy, I think we find one today that comes out here and really pushes that one in my mind. And that being said, today, that yearling buck, I think he's awful good. He's going to be your champion ram. We're going to follow with the junior for reserve. Congratulations.
Grand champion ram for the Monadale show is entry number 1, the senior champion, first place yearling ram, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2324. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion, first in the February and later class, entry 14, Kuykendall Monadales, Richland Center, Wisconsin, with Kuykendall 1285.
That was a fun class of Chevy yearling ewes to have the opportunity to sort through here this afternoon. And I'm really excited about the 5 that we have left out here. It's a fun group of sheep to evaluate. It's a fun group of sheep to consider. All very well presented, all very well shown. It makes my job easy and fun. Having said that, out of a very competitive class, if you can't find this one, you and I don't like the same kind of sheep, because that one's pretty dang good. I mean, she is straight and strong down that top. She's as fluid around the ring as anything we have out here. You combine that with a really nice Cheviot head and ear set on her, and it makes her a real easy place to run to a top of a good class. We get a little closer in second, third, and fourth, in my opinion. These 3 ewes all have some real quality about them and some things I like about them. The ewe in second has an advantage over the next 2. She's longer sided, she's bolder sprung. I like her hip set better on her. She's broody yet feminine and flashy enough for a show ring sheep. She's not quite as strong down her top as what our class winner is today, and just a notch more restricted in those hocks than what we have in our class winner today. The longest sided ewe of these top 5, and maybe within the drive, is the ewe we have in third place. I like the extra dimensional length of side that she brings us. A big bone sheep, a very extended sheep. Not quite as money down her top line as we have in several of the individuals right above her, and that's why she's in third today. A stronger top ewe is the ewe in fourth. Again, a tremendously bold sprung ewe, a ewe that's really deep and soft about her, a ewe that's got some bone, just a little broodier, not quite as flashy as the 2 that we have at the top of the class, and maybe not quite as extended as the ewe in third. Like I said, those ewes in second, third, and fourth all have a lot of good in them, and where you want to put your priorities we can discuss. The ewe in fifth, kind of as we sort through this class, just kept moving her way up. She handles money down her top. I mean, she's a big top sheep. I love that about her. She handles really, really strong. Big hip on this sheep, but as you get around her, she just narrows up just a little bit, and she doesn't balance out as well on the profile. A little deeper chested, higher flank. Being critical, gang, this is a good set of ewes that we have out here in these 5. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Placing on the Border Cheviot Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 59, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, with RBF 5017. Second place to entry 42, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0626. Third to 43, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Fourth to 54, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. Fifth to 41, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California. 6 to 45, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 7th place to 47, Black Acre Farm, Greenfield, Indiana. 8th place to 58, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 9 to 60, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 10th place to entry number 40, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana.
Nice group of individuals here in our Slickshorn Cheviot Yearling U class. I think the pair of Yearling U's that we start the class with sort themselves out rather easily for us. They're U's that have some capacity, some structural integrity, show us a little bit more product, a little bit more rib, a little bit more body, still have some look and femininity and balance about them. I chose to use U in first. I like that she gives me a little bit more hip, a little leveler hip, a little wider at the ground. U in second's very up-headed, runs uphill. I like that about her, really shallow chested, but her hip just doesn't compare with the U we start the class with. The next pair of U's fall in line rather logically, but there's some differences in these two. I chose to use the U in third over the U in four. I just like she shows me a little bit more mass and volume and muscle today. I like that about her. I think that product is important at this stage of their life. I love the skeleton of our U in fourth. Very straight down her spine, good on her feet and legs, very angular, feminine, fronted. I just like to see a little more to her today relative to those three that we have above her. The fourth place U has more body, more volume, a little bit more muscle than the U we have right ahead of her, but she shortens up on the profile relative to the U's we had ahead of her, and just not as much sheep as we have in the U's right ahead of her. A nice class of Slickshorn Yearling U's.
Placing on the Slickshorn Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 65, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2662. Second place to entry 71, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2676. Third place to 66, Brooke Mazepink, Drums, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to 64, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 5 to 63, Brooke Mazepink, Drums, Pennsylvania. Sixth place to entry 70, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. And seventh place to 67, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana.
What a great set of females as we get into these Montadale Yearling U's and all the way down through. And that being said, I found my top pair pretty quick out here when we go through them. I think this is just a really elite set of Yearling U's, especially this top pair. The U we're starting with, boy, she just paints such a good picture off the side. She is big. I mean, she is large, but that's not what gets her there. She is by far the most dimensional female we've had in this class. Big about her top, really level about her top as well. Really round in terms of her center body and her rib shape. I really appreciate her there, and she still looks really feminine up through the front end. I think that female is awful far along in terms of her cover for me. It makes me just a little uncomfortable in that aspect, but boy, once you get past that, that's just an awful good female. She's got to go ahead and lead off. We've got an extremely long, pretty pattern you here in second. Love the length of body, love the percentage of hind saddle as well. Really extended up through that front end. One that's level in her design, good about when we set her into motion. I think just doesn't have the overwhelming power and mass we're seeing in that class winner. But boy, that's two really, really good U's. We come to a really long hind saddled U here in three. You put your hands on her, and she's the longest loin by quite a shot out here, and I appreciate her for that. Again, she's tall-shouldered, she's extended. One that when we set her into motion maybe isn't quite as free as our class winner up there, but I think that's being really critical. When we get off to the side, maybe you would like to change your underline if we're going to go ahead and run her up higher. But again, really nice female here in 3. A pretty picture here in 4. One that if you were just stand off the side, maybe you want to gravitate towards this one. She's extended up through the front end of her skeleton. One that's good on her feet and legs. One that carries some mass and muscle. With that being said, when we put our hands on her, she's just not as true coming out of the backside of her shoulder for me today compared to the contemporaries going directly ahead. Rounding out the class, a really big bodied type of EU, maybe a little more generic in her overall makeup compared to the one standing ahead. But boy, you put your hands on her, that's a powerful female. She carries a big top all the way back into her hip, plenty of muscularity. I think one that balances up well enough from the side, just misses out on some of those extra bells and whistles out here in the show ring compared to the top 4. Good group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of pair yearling ewes for the Border Chevy, it's first place to entry 81, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California. Second place to entry 80, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. Third to Blackacre Farm, Greenfield, Indiana. 4, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 5, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 6, Brooke Mazepink, Drums, Pennsylvania. And 7, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. Placing on the class of yearling ewes for the Monadale show, first place goes to entry 34, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, on Corzat 2390, Sweet Caroline. Second place to 23, Richard Jacobson, LeGrand, California, with Mummy 2327. Third place to 24, Chad Bruns, Herman, Minnesota. 4 to 29, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 5 to 27, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. 6 to 33, Richard Jacobson, LeGrand, California. 7th place to 28, Hayden and Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. 8 to 25, Chad Bruns, Herman, Minnesota. 9th place to 32, Cash Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. And 10 to 30, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois.
2 entries out here in our slick shear division, and we're starting with a more moderate frame type of ewe. One that I really prefer in terms of her forerib and overall center body. She is big down her top. She's real round about her cage. One that balances really well from the side for me. You set her into motion. She's got more base width, just a really good moving type of a sheep. We come to a more extended type of a sheep here in 2. One you appreciate that added elevation she brings to the table. One that's good in her overall makeup. When we compare her to the counterpart standing directly ahead, we just don't have near the muscle as we get back through that hip, especially in that stifle. Don't have quite the turn of that rib to be able to go ahead and compete out here in this particular class. Congratulations.
Sorry. Placing on the slick-sheared yearling ewes for the National Monadale Show, first place, entry 36, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois, with Letman 1541. Second place to 37, Ryan Gann, Leaf River, Illinois, with Petefish 2308. Placing on the pair yearling ewe class for the Monadales, first to Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second, Richard Jacobson, LeGrand, California. Third, Chad Bruns, Herman, Minnesota.
Got another fun class of Cheviot females in this fall ewe lamb class. Several really nice individuals well down deep into the drive. I'm choosing to use a ewe that really caught my eye as she strided into the ring. He had a halter on her, and he just walked her around the ring, and boy, she stayed together on the move about her feet and legs, kept her top line together, kept her neck up out of her shoulders the way it needed to be. She's green. She's useful about her head shape. As you read her teeth, she's useful about that. I think that she's got a lot of good days ahead of her, and to get that one with that kind of pattern and that kind of adequate breed type for within this class, I think you got to run with her to the top. Where the close placing in my mind is in second and third. These ewes couldn't be any more different. I like them both. I like the ewe in first because she's so wedge in her design. She's tight at her shoulders, comes back wider out over her rack, gets wider out over her hips, sets down wide on the ground. Is she as long and as deep-bodied as our ewe in third? Not even close. I like her angularity. I'd like to change her ear set. We get to our ewe in third. I love that extra dimensional length that she brings us. I like her depth of side. She's a little bit more attractive about her head than her ewe in second, and I appreciate that about her. But as we analyze her, she's just not as consistent in her structure down her top line, not over her hip, as the ewe I have right ahead of her or below her. Really pretty headed ewe in the fourth hole. I like the Cheviot characteristic about this one. Very traditional, her head type and her body type. Solid ewe, but as you can see, she shortens up in a lot of those characteristics that we have in our top three ewes, or even the ewe right above her. But just too good a complete Cheviot ewe. You need to get her in this top five. The next ewe we have in line, a rugged boned ewe, a bold sprung ewe, a ewe that's cocky in her front end, but just shortens up a little relative to the three that we have in the top of the class, and just not quite the show sheep we have in the top few, but a really nice class of Cheviot fall ewe lambs with a strong first and second place individuals.
Over here on the Monadale side, I think we have 5 nice ewe lambs. We're starting with a ewe lamb. Again, just shows me the most in terms of overall mass and dimension. She's big about her rib cage. She's really big down her top. One that handles herself moving around the ring well enough for me in this particular class. One that if we were to change her, I'd like to change her coming out of the backside of her shoulder and make her a little taller there, and just the way it blends in with her spine. But I think that's an awful nice place to start. We've got a ewe here in second that's completely different than anything else in the class. One that is really upstanding. She's elevated. Love the extension this ewe has. She's super straight down her top. She's the greenest yet out here in her condition. I forecast her being the more powerful yearling ewe today for me. If we were going to go ahead and use her, I need to change her about her breed type to go ahead and feel comfortable. We come to the ewe here in 3. Really, again, a big body type of a female. I love the rib shape in that sheep. And again, a big top. With that being said, she shortens up compared to the 2 standing directly ahead of her for me today. Maybe carrying just a little more cover than I prefer to see as we forecast them on to be yearlings. We come to the ewe here in 4. And again, really a nice kind of a complete sheep. One that's level down her top. She's got some thickness. She's got some rib shape. With that being said, we're getting just 2 short coupled out here for me today compared to those 3 standing directly ahead. Rounding out the class, the young man's done a nice job. A really level type of a sheep. One that maybe does want to run downhill. Gets a little plainer about the front end of her skeleton in terms of straightness of scapula as well to be able to go ahead and move her higher. But the young man's done a nice job. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the National Monadale Show. First to entry 42, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with Jacobson 24-01. Second place to 46, Jace Coors, New Holland, Illinois, with 3J Coors 1079. Third to entry 45, Chad Bruns, Herman, Minnesota. 4 to 44, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois, and 5 to 41, Hayden and Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the National Border Cheviot Show. First to 87, Blackacre Farm, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Red 6. Second place to entry 90, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2712. Third place to 82, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California. Fourth place to entry number 88, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 5 to 84, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois. Sixth place to 86, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 7 to 89, Arabella Clifton. 8 to entry number 83, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California.
Over here for your senior champion, Montedale, you certainly ought to commend the exhibitors. It's just a great set of sheep all the way through in this particular show. And that being said, as we went through that class of yearling ewes, boy, it was just awful competitive all the way down through. I think a guy'd look like a fool if he didn't come out here and use the two out of that class. We're going to stick with them for your senior champion and reserve senior champion today. Congratulations.
Senior champion Montedale ewe goes to our first place, the yearling ewe, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2390, Sweet Caroline. The reserve senior champion to entry 23, Richard Jacobson, La Grande, California, with Mummy 2327. For the Cheviot side of the ring, our senior champion went to the first place yearling ewe, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, RBF 5017. The reserve went to the second place yearling, entry 42, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0626.
A nice set of ewe lambs out here. And that being said, I think we got a pair that leads off pretty handily in my estimation. The ewe we're going to start with, love this one off the side in terms of her profile. She's extended. She's the tall shoulder type of a sheep. One that's really good on her corners. Yeah, you put your hands on her and she is so level down her top. One that handles with plenty of thickness. Just a really nice kind of a ewe to start with. Then we follow her with one in terms of type and kind. Really elegant through the front end of her skeleton. Really level down her spine. Again, handles with adequate length. One that misses out just a little bit in terms of the overall top shape and hip shape we're seeing in that class winner, but I think that's an awful good pair. We had a decision to make here in 3 and 4. We're opting to go with the one that's built just a little better at the lower end of her shoulder, one that balances up just a notch better from the side. You put your hands on her, she's level down her top, really thick down that top as well. Got a really nice hip in her. When we compare her compared to the counterparts we're going to lead off with, just doesn't have that overall elegance up through the front end compared to those two. We come to you here in 4, and she might be one of the larger framed ewes out here as a yearling and kind of struggle with that. She didn't want to give us a good show out here. One that you really appreciate, again, in terms of top shape and balance from the side. She's got some rib shape. We set her in motion. She does want to jam up and get a little high in her loin. Maybe we'd like to change her in terms of her underline. This is the best look we've got of her out here today. I think that's a nice kind of ewe as well. We round out the class. Young people have brought us out a nice kind of a ewe lamb. One that's just a little too short in terms of her overall makeup compared to the rest of the class out here. But again, one that handles with some thickness, one that balances pretty well and has some foundation underneath of it. Nice class of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the January class of the Monadales, first place to entry 49, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota with Miller 2484. Second place to entry 50, Richard Jacobson, LeGrand, California with Jacobson 2415. Third place to 54, Cash Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. 4 to 51, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. And 5 to entry 53, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois.
probably the most difficult class I've had to sort here this afternoon. A lot of good ewes in this class. Several of them have already been excused, but in terms of depth of quality, parity, and so forth, this set of sheep is very impressive. I think we could sort these top 5 in a variety of different ways. We choose to keep our emphasis on adequate growth, structural integrity, breed type, all of those things in terms of trying to put the most pieces together. The 2 ewes that we have in first and second in this class of the top 3 are the 2 longer-sided ewes. I admire that about them. And of these 2 longer-sided ewes, the first place ewe hangs that top line together just a little bit better. A little square out the top of her hip. I like that just a little bit better. I think she's got decent head on her. She's got some depth of side, depth of flank, but she's balanced just a little bit better. Ewe in second might be even a notch long, the longer bodied of the 2. She's a long hind saddled ewe. I like that about her as well. As we handle her down her top, she's not as consistent down her top line as the ewes on either side of her, and out over her hip she rolls off just a little bit more. Again, being critical of an awfully good high performing ewe in second. The ewe in third is a challenge for me. I either put her third or I put her first. Today, she's third. She's shorter sided than the ewes on either side of her by a bit, but as you lay your hands on her, she percentages as well. In other words, she's as long from that last rib back as any of these top 4. I really like that about her. Super advantage in tail set and hip structure. I like that about her a bunch as well. But as we get back off of her, she's just short enough from flank to flank that I got to put her in third as opposed to drive her in the top of the line. But just know that I gave it some consideration because I like that sheep. Ewe we have in fourth, again, one of the higher performing ewes in this class. I love that about her. Big boned ewe, but she's just a little piecier in her structure. She's harder to show, and that may be contributing to that. But as I analyze her on the profile, a little bit deeper chested, a little bit higher flanked. When I handle her down her top, not as quite as consistent, but that's a really pretty ewe and a growthy package and the kind that'll make somebody some money. The ewe we have in fifth, I wanted to make sure I got out here in this top 5 because I like this sheep. She's more youthful. She's very angular, good on her feet and legs. A very pretty ewe, well-presented ewe like the rest of them. But again, just a little bit shorter-sided and not quite as much total mass and volume. Also not carrying as much fat as the several of the ewes out here. Nice ewe in fifth as well.
Placing on the January class of Border Chevy at ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 102, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, with Speldy 6028. Second place to 96, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan, with Moore 296. Third place to entry 98, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 4 to 95, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 5 to 94, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Sixth place to 103, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 7 to 99, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And eighth place to 97, Brooke Mazepink, Drums, Pennsylvania.
Really good set of late ewe lambs out here. And that being said, I think there's one that from the time she walks in the ring, she just kind of owns this class really easy in my estimation. It's always nice when you put your hands on one and she is what you see on the side. She is super straight down her top. She's incredibly big topped as well, round about her center body. And then when you go ahead and set one that looks like that into motion and she stays true, she's the best moving sheep we've seen out here today. She stays wide, she's free and easy in her movement, keeps herself collected. I like that one a great deal to start this class. We come to some ewes here in 2 and 3 that that there's a little give and take between these two. The ewe in second, super pretty ewe off the side, one that's good down her top. She handles with a notch more thickness than my third place ewe, one that has a really big rib in her, one that's long bodied, just really upstanding type of a sheep. If you want to go ahead and say maybe she's not quite as attractive at the lower end of her shoulder compared to the third place one, I'll grant you that. And maybe she gives up a little bit in terms of overall hind saddle length, in terms of percentage compared to that one. But I think it's awful close this way I see them. You and three, again, really extended type of a sheep, long hind saddle like we just talked. One that when we get off the side, if we're going to go ahead and swap these, in my opinion, I'd like to change them in terms of their underline. She's just a little deeper in terms of her chest and her rear flank for me out here today. I'd like to change that to go ahead and do it. Coming to the ewe here in four, really an attractive, youthful appearing type of a sheep. One that's got some rib shape and some top as well. Really sound on all four corners. With that being said, we're a little lower fronted than the three standing directly ahead of her. We shorten up drastically as well. Coming to the ewe here in five, and again, really a pretty picture off the side. I like this one when I get over top of it as well. Really thick down her top. She's got some rib and some center body. We set this one into motion, and she wants to get just a little short and choppy on the move to be able to move higher today. We round out our top lineup. We have a long-sided sheep, super extended, one that I think is going to make a whale of a yearling ewe out here today. She gets just a little spongier on her rear too for me as we set her into motion, one that maybe doesn't handle with quite the condition, but I think if you're looking for an outlier to come back as a yearling ewe, she's standing here in six. Good group of ewes all the way down. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of February ewe lambs for the Monadales, first place to entry 56, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with 3J Kurz, 1087. Second place to 69, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat, 2472. Third place to 63, Richard Jacobson, La Grande, California. Fourth place to 57, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. 5 to 64, Kuykendall Monadales, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 59, Cash Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. 7 to 62, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Eighth place to 65, Cash Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. Ninth place to entry 55, Hayden and Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. And 10 to 68, Jace Kurz, New Holland, Illinois.
Starting this class with a really youthful appearing type of a sheep, one that when you analyze her, I think she certainly fits in terms of her age. I think she's going to have a really bright future out here, one that is extremely elegant up through the front third of her skeleton, one that's arrow level down her top. She handles with adequate thickness. Yeah, you get off the side, and she shows me the best balance. She's the best in terms of her chest floor. Just a really nice place for me to start. Coming to you here in second. Again, really ideal in terms of her breed type, really level down her spine. She handles with a notch more thickness than my class winner does. One that when we compare and analyze, maybe just not quite as good in her overall balance as what that class winner is, but I think two really nice ewes up here. We come to the ewe here in 3, and again, I think she's definitely going to be the larger frame yearling ewe out of this class come next year. She is jack fronted. I love the extension, love how tall shouldered she is, and she's really true down her top. That being said, we need to drop a curtain down on her side and just pull that flank down. She's getting a little deeper in her chest. I worry as we go forward whether that's going to fill in and drop. I think if it does, she's going to be an awful tough one. We come to the ewe here in 4 that's a little more moderate in her overall makeup, but boy, really round in terms of center body, really level down her top, really thick type of a female. Just doesn't have that added elegance that we're seeing at the top end of this class. I don't think she's going to make quite the yearling ewe next year that we see at the top end. We round out our top lineup, a really long-sided female, one I like the extension, I like the length of body in that one that's maybe not quite as true over the top side of her skeleton, gets a little rounder about the lower shoulder for me out here today, but again, a really good set of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Another impressive class of Cheviot females here in the February ewe lamb class. I really like these ewes up here in these top 5. I like the ewe to start the class with. She's just really flashy, really structurally sound, glides around the ring really well. She's got an advantage where her neck comes out of her shoulder, percentage is long from that last rib back, and out hips most of the class. Ewe in second handles with an impressive amount of muscle down her top. I like that about her. She's a firm handling ewe that's got a lot of growth to her, and I think she's got a lot of growth yet to come. Bold in her rib, good in her bone work. Not the dynamic hip that we have in the ewes on either side of her, but I like the muscle down her top. Doesn't percentage quite as well as the ewe we have her. The ewe in third place, another very flashy ewe from the side, a ewe that's dynamite out her hip. She's a little less extended through that front 1/3, not quite as sound off those front legs as some of the ewes we have in this top 5. The longer-sided, larger outlined ewe here in the 4th hole. I like that extra dimension of length that she brings this lineup. A big ewe with a lot of body, a little plainer about her head maybe, and doesn't balance out quite as rear on the profile, gets just a little higher in the flank. Similar story on our 5th place ewe. I'd push a lot of chips into the pile that's going to be a pretty big yearling ewe. I think she will be. She's a nice headed ewe for as exotic as her body style is, but she gets a little higher in her flank, a little more off in her hip relative to the ewes we had ahead of her today.
Placing on the Monadale class of March and later ewe lambs. First place to entry 77, Mallory Corzette, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzette 2496. Second place to 72, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with Slack 2488. Third place, Richard Jacobson, La Grande, California, 4 to 75, Cash Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. 5 to 74, Kelsey Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois. 6th place to 73, Jace Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. Placing on the class of Border Cheviot February ewe lambs, placing first was entry number 13, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0732. Second place to entry 7, Blackacre Farm, Greenfield, Indiana, Blackacre Gold 051. Third to entry number 108, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 115, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. 5 to 110, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California. 6th place to 112, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. 7 to 106, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. 8 to 105, Joan Lawrence. 9 to 104, Brooke Mazepink, Drums, Pennsylvania. And 10 to 114, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana.
Over here on the slick sheared side, really nice set of Monadale ewes out here. We're using the ewe that just shows me more in terms of natural muscling shape. One that's wider in terms of her base width, really round about the center portion of her skeleton. Maybe she's not the most up and out one, but I think out here in the slick sheared class, she's the one that fits the bill the most for me. We come to the young man struggling here in second, one with a really elegant front on her. She's really big down her top as well, balances up well from the side, maybe misses out a little bit in terms of overall muscling compared to that class winner. We come to the ewe here in 3, and she's definitely the up and out type of a sheep. I like the extension, really level in her overall design, really well balanced type of a sheep. One that's just given up too much in terms of center body and muscling today to go ahead and run at the top of the class. We round out the class out here. Young man's done a nice job, really a good balance type of a sheep. One that maybe is just a notch coarser in terms of its overall makeup, especially through the front shoulder and the front end of its skeleton to go ahead and justify moving higher today. But I do appreciate the added thickness she brings back over that rump and hip. A really nice set. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn ewe lamb class for the National Monadale Show, first place goes to entry 78, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois, with Letman 1594. Second place to entry 80, Ryan Gann, Leaf River, Illinois. And third to entry 81, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois. Placing on the Monadale pair of ewe lambs class, first place goes to J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. Second to Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Third, Richard Jacobson, LeGrand, California. 4, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. 5, Cash Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. And 6 to Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois.
Well, again, congratulations to all the exhibitors. Just a great set of females we've sorted throughout here today. That being said, we left that yearling U class and really a lot of quality all the way through, and it really hasn't stopped. You get to these ewe lambs out here, I think these will push them awful hard. I got my mind made up. I think there's one that wins this junior division kind of for fun for me in terms of what I'm looking for. I didn't hold my cards very close in class. When I saw that one, I think she's awful special. For reserve, it does get just a little tighter for me. I think there's 2 different ways you can go. I'm going to go out here and pick the sheep that best suits my priorities. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause as we congratulate your junior and reserve junior champions.
Junior champion Monadale U goes to the class winner of the February ewe lamb class, entry 56, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, 3J Coors, 1087. The reserve champion was our winner of the March and later born ewe lamb class, entry 77, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, on Corzat 2496.
This class of younger Cheviot ewe lambs, we've got a pair of ewe lambs at the top of the class that are very similar in my mind. They're both very youthful in their makeup. They're very youthful in their handle. They're very youthful about their head. I think they're 2 ewes that are long-sided. They're very, again, feminine, youthful. They're some of the growthier in terms of elevation ewes in the class. I chose to use ewe in first place. I like her advantage, and she's more consistent down her top. When I handle her down her top, she's more consistent out and over her hip. When we set her in motion, that top line and hip stay together on her just a little bit better. I prefer the flashier, more classic characteristic about the head of our ewe in second. I like that about her over our class winner. I like that she's really up-headed and cocky, but when we get out over her hip, she just doesn't have that dynamic tail set that we have in our class winner today. The larger outline ewe comes in third. She's the longer-sided, pounds heavier ewe of this group. I like that growth and performance in her. When they get her set up and she's cooperating for them, she looks pretty cool. But then when she starts fighting and being a young ewe lamb, That top tends to fall apart a little more, and the chest floor tends to drop out of her, and her head's not quite as fancy as the ewe we have right ahead of her. You we have next in line reads brood ewe to me. I mean, she checks the boxes in terms of breed character. She's got more bone than several of the ewes out here. I like that about her, but she's just a little deeper and longer through that front end, and that takes away from her overall silhouette, being critical of an awfully nice ewe in fourth. The ewe in fifth place, that's the deeper ribbed, softer kind of ewe, a ewe that strides around the ring pretty good, more classic breed character. She wants to run downhill into that front end just a little bit relative to some of the other ewes out here. A nice class to finish out our single fitted classes.
Placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place goes to entry 123, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, on Copeland 23118. Second place to 125, Brooke Mazepink, Drums, Pennsylvania, with Snowcap 2412. 3 to 124, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Fourth place to 120, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 5 to entry 117, Avery Hopper, Ellendale, Minnesota. Sixth place to 119, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Seventh place to 121, Blackacre Farm, Greenfield, Indiana. 8 to 122, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. And 9 to 118, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana.
Well, it's certainly been a pleasure to sort through these, and I really appreciate the exhibitors voting me in to come back here and evaluate these. It's been a great group of sheep, and like I've referenced before, doing these before, I think this is just a better set of sheep all the way through every time we've seen them, and it's just really encouraging, especially to the breeders and stuff, just bringing out a really good set of sound sheep, some that have some substance to them. I'm just really pleased with the quality we've had all the way through this deal. That being said, when we come out here and picked our senior champions, I thought, boy, it was a pretty easy decision, and we're going to come out here for Champion U and just roll with them, and I was going to be really pleased as we head back to the pens. And then we come out and hear these ewe lambs, and boy, they really push them awful hard, and they follow the same type and kind and really fit that bill as well. So it's a little tighter than what I anticipated when we get out here. I think he can go either way and try to justify it in your mind. I think these ewe lambs are going to fit that same mold the next year. I'm going to go out here and show you the way I like them today. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for a great set of sheep. Congratulations.
Grand Champion U goes to our Senior Champion U, entry 34 out of the yearling U class, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, on Corzat 2390, Sweet Caroline. The Reserve Senior Champion was our Reserve Grand Champion, second in that yearling U class, entry 23, Richard Jacobson, LeGrand, California, with Mummy 2327. Mallory Corsat receives the Ann Gregory Trophy given in recognition of a lifetime of service to the Montadale Sheep Breeders Association as its secretary.
this class of Slickshorn Chevy ewe lambs fixed together a little easier than several of the classes that we've had today. I think the ewe that we drive to the top of this lineup is a fairly logical choice. She's pretty good down her spine. She sets out on all four corners, still some extension about her, but where she excels is in terms of she's just got a little bit more muscle, not carrying quite as much fat, more nearly level down her top line. Ewe in second is the most like her. She's got more ribs. She's a good hip ewe, maybe a notch stronger down her top, but with that we get a little more boldness through her lower shoulder, not quite the femininity we have in our first place ewe, and she's carrying more cover than the ewes on either side of her. The ewe we have in third is the trimmest ewe of the top three. I admire that about her. Very long down that top. Very, uniform in those lines, handles with some firmness. I like that about her. I just need to change her out over her hip relative to the two and blow her apart at her hip and hock relative to the two that we have above her or the ewe we have behind her. Ewe we have in fourth, a deep-sided ewe, a ewe that you like from the profile for her depth, for her width down her top, but you get around behind her, she tracks a little narrower at those hocks. A ewe that's given up a little bit of size and framework is our ewe in fifth, but in terms of the way she's put together fairly decent, just not as much of that sheep as the ewes we have ahead of her today.
Placing on the flock class for the National Monadale Show, first in the flock and also winner Premier Exhibitor is Mallory Corzette, Berwick, Illinois. Second to Richard Jacobson, LeGrand, California. And third in the flock, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois. That does conclude our National E.H. Mattingly Monadale Show. Our judge has been Alex Wolf. Texel exhibitors, give us just a few minutes to get the table set so we can bring up the Texels. Placing on the border Cheviot, Slick Shorn, ewe lamb class, first place to 127, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2722. Second place to 129, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0666. Third place to 131, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to 130, Brooke Maespink, Drums, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 128, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois. placing on the Border Cheviot class of pair lambs. First place to entry 136, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second to 137, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California. Third place to 135, Blackacre Farm, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 5 to 134, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. 6th place to 140, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. 7th place to 139, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 8 to 138, Brooke Mazepink, Drums, Pennsylvania. For our National Border Cheviot Show, our junior champion went to our class winner of the February ULAM class, entry 113, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C0732. The reserve junior champion came out of the January ULAM class, entry 102, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, with Spildy 6028.
I've had a blast working through your National Cheviot Show here at the 2024 North American International Livestock Exposition. It's been a lot of fun to get down to these top 4 Cheviot females, and in doing so, we had the opportunity to look at a lot of really good Cheviot sheep, a lot of very, very well presented Cheviot sheep. My hat's off to the group that got all these ready and got them out here and did such a good job representing their breed, representing their programs. And I think as we look at these 4 individuals, you really can't go wrong with any of them. I think they've got the size that's adequate for this breed. I think they've got some angularity, structural integrity, and you won't have to look at the caption under the picture to see what breed they are. So hats off to you for doing a nice job putting an outstanding set of sheep together. Let's give a nice round of applause and we'll go out and select your national champion and reserve national champion ewes.
to have the opportunity to sort the Texels this evening as the night show in today's lineup of breeds. I think we have 4 pretty good individuals out here when we start. I think one that really comes to the top pretty easily in this particular set of 4. One that has a lot of style. When you look at this buck from the side view, he's extremely balanced from flank to flank. He hits the ground with a lot of mass and dimension of bone. And when you get behind him, he is super good in terms of his shape from his blade to his hip. He's leveling that design down his top line, and when we put him in motion, he's the buck that really gets out with the longest, freest stride off of both ends, and just really immaculate about that character. I think then when we get into 2 and 3, I think we have some talking points amongst this particular pair. I opted for the smaller version of a buck that I think is just a little bit more balanced from flank to flank. I think he's more correct in his top line, and really I think where he has the advantage of this particular pair, he comes tighter and neater through his front 1/3 in terms of his blade to his cage, and I think we get on the side, he's more correct in that hip shape, and he gets out more correct off those rear 2. I think this buck here in 3 is a bigger, bolder made sheep, and I really like those things about him. He's really big in terms of his center. He's really rugged at the ground, but when we put this ram in motion, he gets a little tight, a little more restricted off of those rear 2s, comes a little bit more round off that hip comparatively to the 2 ahead of him, and he just gets in trouble as we work our way from that last rib back. I think a real nice sheep here in 4, one that really is chiseled in terms of his muscle mass and dimension. He may be the youthful one of this particular set and probably is going to get better with time. I just like to give him a little more substance in terms of his footwork and his bone size comparatively, and maybe just give him a little more center cage as we work and look at up through those first 3 that get ahead of him. But 4 good yearling bucks here as we start. Give them a nice round of applause if you would.
Judging our Texel show today is Tracy Denninger of Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Tracy is a retired ag teacher. She taught 20 years at Miami Trace High School and served the 10 years as a state ag education specialist. She owns and operates W.D. Dorset's Club Lambs and White Dorpers, running about 40 mature Dorset ewes. She owns and operates Champion's Choice Camps, LLC, conducting educational youth showmanship clinics nationwide for sheep and goats. She attended Ohio State University and graduated in the animal science and ag ed programs with a master's degree from Wright State University in school guidance counselor services. She participated on the national champion 4-H team in 1988 and at Ohio State's meat and livestock judging teams. Let's welcome Tracy to the North American. For our Border Cheviot show, our grand champion ewe was our senior champion ewe. Out of the yearling ewe class, entry number 59, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, with RBF 5017. The reserve grand champion was also out of that yearling ewe class, was our reserve senior champion, entry 42, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, Diamond C 0626. Placing on the yearling ram class for the Texel show, first place goes to entry 2, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, on Pine Knob Farm 2313. Second place to entry 6, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana, on Adams 2310. Third place to entry 4, Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana, and 4 to entry 7, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana.
Nice pair of ram lambs in this particular class. I think 2 options here that have some differences between them. I think the buck that we're going to start with is the one that probably runs a little taller at the top of his shoulder, stays a little bit more balanced on the side when you view him from flank to flank, and just leveler in his design from the top of his shoulder back. one that when we put him in motion, he's the more structurally correct option of the pair, and I appreciate that about him. And here's one that's a little more chalky white about that hair coat, a little broader nosed and a little more correct in that color. Just one to really appreciate as the class winner. I think the Ram in 2 is a nice Ram. He maybe gives up some length of body comparatively, but one that really shows you a lot of boldness in terms of the way he puts his skeletal design together, and I appreciate that about him. I think where this Ram gets in trouble is we get behind that last rib and we get just a little more slope to that hip. We get a little more set to that hock, and this buck, when we put him in motion, he really moves underneath of himself as well on that move, and maybe just a little soft in those pasterns structurally for me, but a good pair here in this particular class. Congratulations.
For the Border Chevy, its best headed U goes to entry 154, shown by Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, on 1563. Be Diamond C 1563. Placing on the Texel Fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 8, Natalie Marquette, Buffalo, Minnesota, on Pine Knob 2403. Second place to entry 10, Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana, on Bockelman 385. Placing on the Border Cheviot mixed pair of lambs class, first place to entry 161, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California. Second to 157, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. Third place to 162, Brooke Mazepink, Drums, Pennsylvania. 4 to 160, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry 163, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. And 6 to 165, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 7 to 158, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana.
Another nice class out here. I think there's some trade-offs here in these top two for me. I think the bigger built, the bolder made one that just more substance here is standing in one. I think a buck that when you study him from behind and you study him from the side, he's the one that brings the most mass and dimension from all angles, and I love that about him. I think when you get behind him, he comes really good up through that shoulder. He comes with the most center of rib. He's the biggest loined sheep in here, just comes with a tremendous amount of mass from his hip back. And really, maybe if I could change him in any way, I'd like to give him a little more notch of length when we view him from the side, and I think that's maybe where that ram in second maybe has a little bit of an advantage. When you view that ram in two, I think he is a little bit longer bodied from end to end, and I certainly appreciate that about him. He's relatively balanced from the side. He's really level from flank to flank. He's good in his lines on his top. I think where he gets himself in trouble, he's a little softer on those pasterns, a little finer featured in terms of his bone work, really good about his head and type, and I like that about him. That's just a nice pair that kind of soared up. I think a youthful ram here in three comes next in line. He runs tall to the top of his shoulder. He's pretty level into his hip. Maybe gets just a little straight off of those rear two, a little bit more sharp in terms of his slope from his hooks to his pins. And really where he gets himself in trouble, he gives up some skeletal width and mass compared to those top pair of bucks comparatively, but a real neat fronted one, a real nice balanced one. Just a good sheep there in three. I think then when we get into 4 and 5, we give up some of that skeletal width and dimension that we're talking about through the center of the rib, especially when you get your hands on them in terms of the amount of openness at the top of the shoulder that kind of blends into more a bold rib cage. This ram in second, or fourth, I mean, it really runs uphill at the top of the shoulder. I like that about him. But when we work our way back, again, we get into a rump structure that maybe is a little steeper, and that buck moves a little more restricted off of those rear two. But I just like to give him a little more mass from his hip back just to make him a little bit stouter. Another youthful ram here in 5 that I really appreciate for that. But again, I just need more of that sheep for where these texels are at in terms of that big, massive skeletal width and dimension. I need to open him up through the center. I need to give him more width across that loin, and maybe just give him a little more mass through that leg comparatively, but a youthful, good charactered buck to finish up the class. Nice set. Give him a nice round of applause.
Placing on the Border Cheviot flock class, first in the flock goes to Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California. Second in the flock and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the National Border Cheviot Show is Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. Third place in flock to Black Acre Farm, Greenfield, Indiana. Fourth, Brooke Mazepink, Drums, Pennsylvania. And 5 to Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. That does conclude our National Border Cheviot Show. Our judge has been Mark Johnson from Illinois. Baby Doll Southdown exhibitors, give us just a few moments to get the table reset, and we'll be ready to begin the Baby Doll Southdown show. Judging our Baby Doll Southdown show today is Rob Zielinski of Brookings, South Dakota. Rob is a sheep and goat nutritionist for Hubbard Feeds. He has raised Suffolk sheep since 1979. He says he likes all breeds of sheep, just some better than others.
Interesting set of spring buck lambs out here. Some differences and variations in terms of where these bucks are, in terms of size and maybe what they got to bring to the table. But I think the complete one is at the top. I think a ram that you can really admire for the way this ram props up on the side. He really runs tall to the top of the shoulders, just super level to his dock. He's got a big old flat, massive hip in terms of that width and dimension in his hooks and he pins. It drops down really deep in his twist. When this one thing gets out and motors, he's really correct off of both ends, moves with a lot of fluidity. Just super neat about his front end, just a nice one to start with. I think then when we get into 2 and 3, we can kind of talk about some things, but I use the buck that offers more mass and dimension for me when you get your hands on him. I think he just brings more shape to his top, brings a lot more power and dimension through his loin, hip, and leg comparatively. I think if I could change him, I'd like to maybe just level him in his design, give him a little more levelness from the top of that shoulder into his hip loin for me. But I think, again, when we put him in motion, he's one that moves a little taller at the top of the shoulder, a little smoother off of both ends for me, and just an option there in 2. I think this ram here in 3 maybe has a little bit more of that rump shape, right? We're starting to get big hip in this ram. He's a little shorter bodied comparatively. He's one of the shortest bodied ones out here, and I think when you study him, if I could give him a little more levelness of design and a little more length, this one we could talk about and moving him up into 2. I think then we go to the little buck here in 4, and he may be too little for some, but I think he's the correct option when we put him in motion of the ones there in 4 and 5. When we put him on the move, he really is long and fluid in that stride. I like that about him. Could he be a little stouter at the ground in terms of his bone work? Maybe a little bit, but when you get your hands on him, he really gets that progression of width nicely from his blade to his hip. He's really powerful over his loin and in through his hip. I like that about him. He's really level and balanced from flank to flank. Is he a smaller option? Yes, but he's put together super nice. I think then when we get into that ram there in 5, we get into one that's maybe just a little more bold in terms of the way he puts the pieces of the puzzle together. Really stout between the blades, got a lot of center and cage to him, a big hip with lots of twist and dimension to that lower leg. But for me, when we put him in motion, he gets soft on those front two, maybe a little tight off the rear two, and maybe just doesn't give us quite as nice of a profile when we view him from the underline. But a good buck here to finish the Springs. Congratulations.
As we start things out here in the Baby Doll Ring, we got an excellent class of 4-yearling bucks. These bucks are extremely sound. They represent the breed, I think, very well. All these bucks, I think, have a very practical purpose within the breed. My choice to win this class is the bigger outline buck that's got the most capacity is at the ground or around his rib. At the ground, he starts as wide-based as anything in the class, and that natural width and expansion carries all the way out over the top of his hip. I like the scrotal circumference of this buck, the depth of side. When we set him in motion, this buck gets about the ring very, very well. The buck that mimics him the most in terms of type and kind is the ram that we've got here in second. Dead level down his top, not as elongated up through his front end, but I admire his base width. I admire the length of side that this ram has. Although he doesn't proportion as long in the hind saddle as our class winner, I do appreciate the good underline and natural width and expansion he has. As we move into third, the third and fourth place pair in this class, in my mind, was the closest in this drive. The buck that we've got in third, I like the extra front end extension that this ram has, the extra turn to his rib that he possesses. When you get your hands on him, there's more turn and edge to his loin than we find in 4. The white buck, I like the length that he has from flank to flank. He's really uniform in his fleece from fore to rear. As I study him and compare him to the bucks that placed in front of him, I'd like to make him leveler from his hooks to his pins to justify moving him up any higher. Really good class. I like all 4 of these bucks quite well.
Placing on the Texel Spring Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 25, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2456. Second place to entry 19, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana, with Adams 5410. Third place to 18, Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana. 4 to 23, Morgan Inbody, Wapakoneta, Ohio. 5 to 24, 419 Texels, Arcadia, Ohio. 6 to entry number 17, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. 7 to 21, 419 Texels, Arcadia, Ohio, and 8 to entry 20, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown Yearling Ram class, first place to entry number 4, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Big Woods 0566, Night Rider. Second place to entry 2, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Austin 3084. Third place to entry 3, Ashlyn Jackson, Ransom, Illinois. And fourth to entry 5, Slasher.
Only one entry in our senior Ram Lamb class, and that truly is a shame. This buck could stand a lot of competition. Look forward to having him out in the senior drive. He's really up and out in terms of his front end design. Big-footed, long-bodied, level. I like the uniformity of fleece, the density of that fleece from fore to rear. Really good senior Ram Lamb.
For our Fall Ram Lamb class, the results: first place to entry 6, Riley Donkers, Firebolt, Minnesota, with Bigwood 608.
In the winter ram lamb class, we've got an extremely dense built ram, both in terms of his fleece and in terms of his body mass. Extremely wide based at the front of this buck skeleton. Extremely big in terms of his top. Drops that into a really wide square hip with actually a lot of center and lower leg shape, and pops a big stifle as he goes. For being a buck that's is blown apart in his rib shape as he is, this buck comes out of his neck-shoulder juncture extremely well, making him really attractive from the side profile. Be anxious to get him back into junior champions and drives as we move forward. I think this is a really competitive ram.
Placing on the Texel pair Ram Lambs, first place to Morgan Inbody, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Second place, Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana. Third place, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. 4 to Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. And 5 to 419 Texels, Arcadia, Ohio. Placing on the Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 7, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina, with Bigwoods 618, Oregon.
Just to summarize probably some of the bucks in here, really outstanding individuals that came out of each of these particular classes. And again, I think when you start comparison of the 8, when you get them out here, you certainly admire some of these out here in terms of what they bring to the table. And again, for most people, this is a breed that they struggle with to look at because they are made different. Their intentions are different. And so a lot of people call them straight-shouldered, big-fronted, and steep rump. But really when you start to get into them and you really appreciate those features that this breed is known for, they got some cool things that you like to talk about. I think when you look at that yearling buck, there's one that if you're new to this business and you want to study one from the ground up and from the front back, here's one that's really intriguing in terms of the way he puts that mass and dimension together in his skeletal design, all the way through again from the ground up and from the front back. He's really neat through that front 1/3, comes together really nice at the top of the shoulder, extremely level in his design, big and powerful in his hip, tremendous amount of depth in his twist, and when we put him in motion, he's really good on those feet and legs. Standing there on occasion, he looks like he might be just a tick a little straight in that hock. But again, there's a good one that when you get up front on him, the character is just overwhelming in terms of the bridge of nose, his ear thickness, his hair coat, and his color. You just got to like those things about him. I think then when we come back to the fall, here's one that looks a lot like him, really upstanding at the top of his shoulders, level in his design, really good in terms of his feet and legs at the ground. You like those things about him. If you want to get critical of him, you might just say he might have just a nickel's worth of bumper to him. He might be a little tighter in that rear flank comparatively, but one that you really do like for the way he puts that blade together, and he gets a lot more massive to his hip when you stand behind him in terms of it running the right direction. You just like those things about him as well. I think then when we come into that early spring lamb here, we got one that's just really stout everywhere. Really level and balanced from flank to flank. He's a little shorter cannon of the lineup out here, and he might be one that just is a little less descript in terms of where he's at in terms of athleticism, maybe being a little bit higher condition, but at the same time when you get behind him, he's awfully massive in his rack, really comes with a lot of width over that loin edge, big powerful hip, just a neat one there to come out of the early class. Then I think when you come back here to the late spring one, this is an attractive sheep. If you'd like to clean up his hide, I could go along with you a little bit in that regard, but one that really stands tall at the top of his shoulders. He's level all the way through. I think when you look at him from flank to flank, you certainly like that softness of flank. You like maybe some of that extension up from the front end. You might get a little critical in terms of having just a little bit of bumper to him, but I think when you get behind him, you appreciate him in terms of the way he puts that blade on the shoulder and gets really square to his pin set. You like those things about him. Really good in terms of his character as well. And I think those lambs that are in the back really push these ones up here at the front really a lot in terms of the competitiveness of the classes that they came out. So again, a good set of 8. Give them a nice round of applause, and I'll show you my champion in reserve.
Grand Champion Ram for the Texels went to our first place yearling ram. Entry number 2, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, Pine Knob Farm, 2313. The reserve Grand Champion goes to our Spring Ram Lamb class winner, entry 25, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, Pine Knob Farm, 2456.
Last class of baby dow buck lambs here is a good one. but there's not a lot of similarities in these top 5. And so I'm going to talk to you about how I see him today. I think the most complete buck in the class is the buck that we're starting the class with. Regardless of whether he's parked, regardless of whether he's in motion, I think he is the most complete sheep in terms of his body shape, his width, his length, his upfrontedness. You set him in motion, he's as flexible as any, maybe other than the 5th place buck when you get him out on the go. But this buck is extremely attractive from the side profile. He's angular at the right spots, deep in the right spots. I like the balance. I like the completeness. I like the look that he has. There's a lot of value in that look. A very immature buck is the buck that we've got in second hole. I like the way he's designed up through his front end. The uniformity of fleece from shoulder to britch, top to bottom is extremely good in this buck. Maybe widen him out over his pins a little bit compared to our class winner, but that's a nice pair to start the class with. Really complete, traditional, old-style buck is the buck that we've got in third. I like the ruggedness of rib that this ram has. I like the density of fleece that he has. From front to rear, his thickness is impressive. When I set him in motion and compared to 1 and 2, he wants to pop his top. I'd like to relax him in that way, make him more mobile as he gets about the ring. Buck that I thought I was going to use in third was the black buck that we got here in fourth. His body shape is a lot like the ram that we're starting the class with. The difference is when you get your hands on him, there's just not enough ram there compared to the 3 that precede him in class. Good looking, well built, his day will come, he's just a little immature. Same thing holds true for the buck in 5th. If you want some elevation up through the front end, some length from flank to flank, you're going to get it with this 5th place ram. The eliteness of his feet and legs, I think, is impeccable. I fault him and lift him 5th in this group today. He just doesn't have enough top shape, and he's narrower from hooks to pins and steeper from hooks to pins in comparison to the 4 placed above him. Nice set of bucks, all got their individual traits that I think bring them to the top of the class. Here's how I see them today.
Placings on the Spring Ram Lamb class for the Baby Doll South Downs. First place goes to entry 13, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with DBSL 2452, homework. Second place to entry 17, Riley Donkers, Fireball, Minnesota, with Big Woods 659. Third place to 9, Ashlyn Jackson, Ransom, Illinois. 4th to 16, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 5th to entry 12, Dustin Milroy, Glendive, Montana. 6 to 14, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. 7 to entry 15, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Really pleased with the quality the exhibitors brought to me today in terms of structural correctness, body shape, levelness of design, and as you get these 6 Rams out here for overall drive, we got a really nice look in these bucks. I think all of them can go into a flock and add some value just from a phenotypic perspective, and also these bucks all percentage extremely well and have a lot of natural thickness with some really, really dense uniform fleeces from front to rear. I'm going to go out and show you the 2 I like the most. Let's put our hands together for this group of exhibitors.
Grand Champion Ram for the Baby Doll Southdowns goes to entry number 4, the first place yearling Ram, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, Big Woods 0566 Night Rider. The reserve grand champion goes to our first place in the fall Ram Lamb class, entry number 6, Riley Donkers, Firebolt, Minnesota, with Big Woods 608.
excellent class of yearling ewes all the way down through. Just a really impressive set of females top to bottom in that particular group. And there's some really small things that kind of maybe just sorted them out there as we got to the top 5. But I think these 5 females really have a lot of cool things to offer, and each of them have some individual characteristics that I think are just really kind of neat about them. I think the maternal one in this particular group is up here in 1. When you look at her, she's obviously the longest sided of the 5. She's the one that gives you the deepest rib, the boldest center. Just really comes at you with a lot of femininity up through her front end, yet at the same time kind of just progressively shows you that width and dimension all the way through, and you like those things about her. I think that 1 and 2 is really kind of a neat sheep. She might be just a little bit more youthful comparatively, and I like that about her. I think she's super fresh in terms of the way they presented her. She maybe just isn't quite as conditioned as some of the others that may be around her, and so I think she's got a lot of future to her. It's a really, really neat sheep there in 2, but I think where you get her in trouble a little bit in this particular group, she's a shorter-sided female. Okay, I love the chisel, the freshness to her. I love her balance about her, but when you compare her to the other one, we just give up some length of body. She handles like a dream. I love that about her. I'd like to maybe turn her front toes a little more north-south comparatively to some that stand around her, but that's an awfully nice female in 2. I think then when we move into 3, we find one that's really level in her lines. I like that about her. But she's one of them in the 5 that's probably the farthest along in terms of condition out here. So I start to kind of question myself, what kind of real mass does she bring to the table? But when you get your hands on her, she is tabletop in that loin, comes back powerfully constructed in her hip. You like that about her. You put her in motion, she moves relatively structurally correct off those rear legs. I just like to change her a little bit in that condition to see how much sheep I actually have there, and comparatively I think we're going to run out of gas when we compare to those 1 and 2. I think then when we get into 4, here's really an up-fronted one that's really kind of comes tall to the top of her shoulder, and I think she's probably the most unique out here in that particular concept. She's super tall at the top of the shoulder. She comes really good and ties good into her forerib. I love that about her. She's really level down that top line. She's pretty good in that forerib as well. I think when we work our way back behind that last rib, she's the one that gets a little shorter in her hip, a little higher in her flank, and maybe not quite as bold in her muscle shape and dimension compared to those 3 females that get ahead of her in this particular group. But she's a neat one in that front 1/3. A real pretty profiling one here in 5, and when we get her set up and propped up, I like those things about her. She's one in here that's level from her top of her shoulder to her hip, and I love those things about her. I think though when we start to study her, I love her center of body, but her problem that gets her trapped here in the front 1/3 is she wants to run downhill just a little bit comparatively to some of those females ahead of her, and if we could maybe just give her a little more height at the top of the shoulder, she'd be awfully impressive from the side. But you certainly like her hip shape, her dimension of leg, and her structure as we put her in motion. A solid set of females, guys. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of Texel yearling ewes, first place goes to entry number 34, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, on Pine Knob Farm 2321. Second place to 33, Avery and Brant Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio, on Pine Knob Farm 2317. Third place to entry 40, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Fourth place to 43, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. 5 to 42, Adele Town, Lipster, New Hampshire. Sixth place to 39, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. Seventh place to entry 44, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. 8 to 41, Adele Town, Lempster, New Hampshire. 9 to entry 35, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. And 10 to 38, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. Placing on the Texel pair of yearling ewes, first place to entry 49, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second place to 46, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third to Adele Town, Limster, New Hampshire. 4 to 48, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. And 5 to Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana.
Baby Doll Yearling U class, really an outstanding set of females from top to bottom. I could go 8 deep in this class and talk about them. Those last 2 ewes that we kicked out of the ring, I love the length of body, especially in the 6th place ewe, the uniformity of fleece that she had from front to rear, top to bottom. Some very, very impressive features. But I think when we put all the pieces together in terms of the ability to move, a look from the side, plenty of internal capacity, I think these are our 5 best ewes in the class. I like the big-bodied ewes to start. She appears to have some extra condition. Yes, she does. But I think when you peel that off of her, she is still the biggest ribbed, roundest bodied, longest bodied sheep in the group. And when you set her in motion, she handles herself extremely well on her feet and legs. Love that about her. The ewe that we've got in second, probably a little shorter fronted than 3, 4, and 5. Maybe that a little bit of its fit job. She's not as V-necked as what 3, 4, and 5 are, but this sheep is dead level. She's extremely uniform in her fleece, long stapled, very fine on the upper end of the scorecard, and extremely uniform. Beautiful fleece, really eye-appealing female that's got brood ewe and show ewe written all over her. This ewe, when you set her in motion, is just like a dream. She floats across the green shavings. I like her in second today. Then we get into 3 ewes that are extremely attractive from the side profile. The fit jobs on these is about as carved and chiseled as you can find. I prefer the extra body mass and width of the ewe that we've got in third. She follows 1 and 2 in terms of her mass in comparison to the 2 preceding her or following her in class. She's a notch longer out over her hip, and I think that's one of the advantages she has when you set her in motion, especially compared to 4. 4 is bigger bodied than 5. She's also rounder ribbed than 5. One of the things that's probably advantage to her is she is further along in pregnancy, or she's already got something nursing on her. But this ewe is good and propped up when she goes. I like her a lot in 4th hole today. Really attractive ewe, most useful appearing ewe is the ewe that we've got here in 5. Jack fronted, really good at the angle of her shoulder. I just like to see more of her in this class. We need to make her rounder bodied. We need to put more butt on her as we study her from behind. But a really nice class of yearling ewes. Let's put our hands together for this top 5 group.
Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown yearling ewe class, first place to entry 22, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Big Woods 526, Nirvana. Second place to entry 32, Ashlyn Jackson, Ransom, Illinois, with Woolly Treasured Farm 0122, Dixie. Third place to 28, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4 to 25, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 5 to 24, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. 6th place to 35, Slisher. 7th place to 29, Ashlyn Jackson, Ransom, Illinois. 8 to entry number 31, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. 9 to entry number 23, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. And 10 to entry 34, Slisher.
interesting set of falls out here in this particular group. I think I could use some pieces and parts of each of them and reconstruct them into one to maybe lead off, but I think the one up here at the top probably puts the nicest things together in terms of length, in terms of balance from flank to flank. One that comes relatively tall at the top of the shoulder. I think she's nice the way she blends in from her blade to her forerib. If I could change her, I'd maybe just give her a little more dimension right there at her tail head to make her more massively compared to some of the ones that stand behind her. But in terms of the combination of style, balance, and femininity, she's the one that comes to the top. Really big centered one here in 2, and I love that about her. Just really bold about that rib, really deep about that middle. She maybe isn't quite as level in her top line. She's the female of the 5 that probably is carrying a little bit more condition, and certainly if we could make her just a little more athletic looking in terms of where she's at in terms of that condition. But when you get your hands on her, she's big back, big hip, deep twisted, just powerfully constructed in terms of muscle mass and dimension, and is really good on her feet and legs. I think she's the easy choice to follow, that maternal and kind of capacity in those top 2 females. I think then when we get into 3 and 4, we get into a pair of yearlings or a pair of falls here that are a little bit more youthful in terms of where they're at, in terms of their maturity. The one there in 3 is just really striking in terms of her front 1/3. She's really tall at the top of their shoulders. She's really extended through her neck. I like that about her. As we work our way back, she gets herself into trouble. She's one of the shorter hipped ones in here that comes just a little steeper from her hooks to her pins without maybe some of that mass that we find in that pair ahead of her. But I think she fits there nice in 3. I think then when we work in here to 4, we get into, again, one that maybe is a little shallower bodied, a little narrower in terms of her cage dimension, and she gives up some of that natural widthness and thickness, but she too is built the same in terms of getting a little shorter about her hip and a little plainer about her muscle description through her lower leg. And when we study her from the side, she might just run downhill to the top of that shoulder ever so slightly compared to those ewes that get ahead of her in this particular group. A real level-made one there in 5, and I like that about her. I think she's just plainer in terms of her skeletal build. She's one that maybe just doesn't have that openness at the top of her shoulder, that powerful loin and hip dimension that we find in some of those others, and just doesn't come with as much shape. But in terms of structure and balance, I like those things about her. I think she gets out really good off of both ends in terms of her feet and legs. She's level from flank to flank, just a neat one that we'd like to give her a little more skeletal width and dimension. As we finish up here with 6, we get into one that maybe gets shorter from flank to flank. She's easily of the group the one that's the shortest and the steepest in that hip, and consequently she pays for it when we put her in motion. She's the straighter one off of those rear 2 in this particular group, but a really good set of females. Congratulations.
Over in the baby doll ring, at the ground is where the class winner wins. I like the bone, the substance she stands on, the extra base width that she gives me through her front end. But she couples that with being really good at the point of her shoulder, shallow in her chest, and really cool at her neck shoulder juncture. You put your hands on her top, she's dead level, she's wide pinned. She really floats about the ring very, very nicely. I like this sheep an awful lot. I think 2 and 3 are a lot closer than maybe what it can appear from the side profile. I prefer the build, the natural levelness at top, the width of hip of 2 over 3 today. There's no doubt in 3 I'm giving up a lot of pounds. I'm giving up some length of body. I just don't think there's quite as much sheep there when you get your hands on her as compared to the 3 and the other 2 preceding her in class, but an excellent class of senior ewe lambs from top to bottom. Good set, guys and gals.
Placing on the Texel class of fall ewe lambs, first place to entry 52, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2306. Second place to 55, Morgan Inbody, Wapakoneta, Ohio, with Pine Knob Farm 2419. Third place to 51, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Fourth to 56, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. 5 to 50, at Adele Town, Limster, New Hampshire. And 6 to 54, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry number 37, Knox Heffelfinger, Patoka, Indiana, with 2375. Second place to 38, also Knox Heffelfinger, Patoka, Indiana, with 2374. Third place to entry 36, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois.
think we got an easy winner in this class. I like the upstandingness of this female, the structural correctness. It all starts at the ground. She's big bone, big footed, wide based. You get your hands on that fleece, it's the densest fleece that we've got in the class, probably one of the coarser fleeces, but she's going to be a pounds heavy shearing kind of a female. Maybe drop down into a little bit more moderate sheep, but this build suits my speed really well. She's a ewe that's good enough fronted. She really opens up into a big old wide rib through the top, center, and lower portion of that rib. And she balances extremely well on the bottom side of that underline from her chest floor all the way to her rear flank. You set her in motion, her top just doesn't deviate. She stays dead level. I like this one's construction quite a bit. Really fancy, attractive ewes, the one that we've got here in third. Maybe a notch more sexy up through the front 1/3 of her body cavity compared to even our class winner. But she's a little shorter from flank to flank. Doesn't give me quite the turn to the top that I see in the two that precede her in class. In and up here in 4 and 5, two ewes a similar build. I think the one's more attractive here in 4. She's better at her blade. She's level in her hip. She has more shape through the center and lower portion of her leg. And in this top 5 drive in this class with a really broody female. She's wide base, she's big rib, she's got plenty of natural thickness. She just runs out of the attractive features that we find in the top 4 preceding her in class. I think she fits nicely in 5-hole today.
I think there's some challenges in this particular group of 5. Certainly each of them have some things that I'd like to change about them, and maybe each of them have some things that I think are really kind of cool about them. But I'd feel a little better if I could break these 5 down and put them back together kind of the way I like to see them. I think the one that's the best topped one is standing in 1, one that really is level from that blade all the way back to the hip. I think she comes tremendously wide built all the way through. This is the one that when we put her in the motion is probably the most correct off of both ends, and I appreciate that about her on the move. I'd like to give her maybe just a little more stoutness of feature in terms of her skull width and dimension compared to those 2 ewes that stand behind her, but I think she's the nicest balanced one that puts a lot of good pieces together. I think then when we move to 2, here's one that's really bold centered, and I think that's where she gets around to what I have in 3. I think she comes a little neater at her blade, a little bolder through that particular center with more mass and dimension up high. I think though when we work our way back, she maybe gives up some things that I find in the ewe that gets behind her. She's a little shorter hipped, maybe gets a little shorter strided off of that rear leg when we put her in motion, but again, another stout-headed one that I like about those things, but I just like to maybe change her in that hip, but I appreciate her from that last rib forward. A longer-bodied, a longer-sided one is here in 3, and I like that about her, but I think that might put her at a disadvantage in this particular group of 3, just because there's more spine for her to manage, and the way to put those skeletal build around that length of spine maybe comes and hurts her a little bit. She is really balanced from flank to flank. I like that about her. When you get behind her, she's a little more bold about that shoulder, a little tighter about that forerib, and when we work our way back from her hips to her pin, she progressively gets narrower from that hip to her pin, and consequently when we put her in motion, she maybe gets just a little questionable off those rear 2 comparatively, but a real light, long-bodied one that I appreciate her in that front 1/3. We just need to change some pieces and parts about her. I think then when we get into this one here in 4, one that gives up some of that length of side comparatively to that one that gets in front of her and even behind her, but I think she's bolder made in terms of her center of body. I think there's just more skeletal width and dimension about that particular female compared to what I have behind her. I'd like to just give her a little more length of body, length of hip, and maybe just freshen her up in terms of her condition a little bit, but that's a solid one there in 4. I think then we go to a larger outlined one here in 5, and certainly we can appreciate for that size and grow and length that this particular female brings with her, but we just need to put the pieces and parts together a little bit more consistently from front to rear. She maybe just doesn't come with as much boldness behind that shoulder. She gives up some of that dimension probably in her hip. She comes a little flatter to her stifle, yet when we put her in motion, I appreciate her structural correctness down low. Just need to really build her in that upper chassis. But again, a good set of 5 females in this particular group. Congratulations.
Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown Winter Ewe Lamb class, first place to 41, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina, with Big Woods Donkers 619 Gregano. Second place to entry 47, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Olive 0654. Third place to 39, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Fourth place to 46, Knox Heffelfinger, Patoka, Indiana. Fifth place to 40, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Sixth place to 45, Ella Janner, Harvey, Iowa. And seventh place to 42, Ella Janner, Harvey, Iowa. Placing on the class of winter ewe lambs for the Texels. First place to 63, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana, with Cook 2416. Second place to 66, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana, with Adams 5411. Third place to 57, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, 4 to 58, Morgan Inbody, Wapakoneta, Ohio. 5 to 59, Natalie Marquette, Buffalo, Minnesota. Sixth place to entry 61, Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana. 7 to 62, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. And 8 to 64, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana.
excellent class to end the individual classes over here tonight in your baby doll show. It's been my privilege to come in and sort these sheep, a good set of sheep, sound set of breeders, a fun group to work with. I really like them complete, and this ewe fits the bill for me. Just love the depth of body she has, the spring of rib that she possesses from the side, the uniformity of underline. You get your hands on her, she's dead level in her top. She's extremely uniform in her fleece. I really like this one a bunch when you set her in motion. If you want them a little jack-fronted, a little more exotic in their look, you're probably going to navigate and tie on to the ewe that we got here in second. That's an ideal front 1/3 on a female. It works through her forerib. It works through her midrib. I'd like to drop her a little in her flank. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt today because we're in a really young class, and I think she's going to come to that. You like the way she handles down her top, super wide for as green as she is, and she's got a really good hip on her. Really nice pair, although highly different in my top drive. A really complete ewe we've got here in third. There's just not a hole in her. I like the depth of body she has, much like our class winner, a little more front end than our class winner does. I think she just runs out of power when it comes to length from flank to flank, and the elevation and the meat pieces that we find in the two ewes that precede her in class. Extremely soft handle and fleece on that ewe in third. I think that's an advantage she has over the two that get the nod over her today. Extremely deep, square, complete, well-made sheep here in four. Maybe not as exotic in terms of her front end design, and I'd falter and left her fourth today because I think she gets a little bit deeper in her chest. Her neck-shoulder juncture is not quite as elite as we find in 1, 2, and 3. I like the look of this ewe that we've got here in 5. She's extremely attractive from the side profile, a really functional brood ewe look. She's not quite as level in her design down her top as we find in the ewes that precede her in class. She's good enough in her look, soft enough in her kind. We're going to leave her in 5 tonight. Let's put our hands together. Good, fun class to evaluate. Lots of positive differences from 1 to 5.
We're now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion U for the Baby Doll South Downs. Following the class for the Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion U, we will have a young flock class that consists of 1 ram and 2 ewes. Those can be lambs or yearlings.
really neat set of 5 here, and they came out of a really strong set of U's all the way through. I thought, in my mind, if you went to the scorecard and read about the Texels, the way the one is built in one is almost like you're reading the description. Her head is beautiful. She has got like the prettiest hair coat color, the darkest points, the correct eyeliner, a good thick ear that's horizontally parallel to the ground. And when you get behind that neck, the way she's construction in terms of her boldness, yet still maintains some femininity and extension up through her front end is really kind of cool about her. I think she's the most massive handling of the 5. She comes with the most center of ribs. She's easily the widest, biggest, squarest loined one out here. She's really powerful on her hip. Could I make her hip a little longer? Probably that's a yes, because I think when we put her in motion, she might get a little more laborsome off the rear too, compared to the U that pushes her from the second hole. But that is a stout one. It's really balanced from flank to flank. If I could just change her in that hip and free her up off those rear 2 legs, she'd be a wowza for sure. I think the UN2 is one that maybe comes the closest to her in terms of the way she's constructed from her blade to her hip. When you get behind these, there should be some description. You should see some progression of width. You should see some boldness of shoulder. This U has that advantage over what I have in 3. I think she's more defined in those concepts of terms of the way she puts her shoulder on her cage. I think she's bigger in the center. I think she comes a little longer from flank to flank as well. She too could probably be just a little more ideal in that hip structure, but of the 2 that are on either side of her, I think she's the one that gets out and wheels the most ideal off of both ends, and I appreciate that about her. The ewe-lamb here in 3 is, again, one that really brings some boldness of skeleton to her as well. She's very correct at the ground. I like that about her. I think when you start to study her, she might get a little lower at the top of her shoulder comparatively to those 2 females that get ahead of her. Where she gets herself into trouble is when you get behind her, she's very nondescript from her blade to her pin. She's very plain-sided from the rear. I'd like to give her a little bit more of that boldness of shoulder, give her a little more dimension of hip, right? Just to make her a little more ideal of what the Texels kind of look at when you get behind her. But in terms of her feet and legs, I like that. I love her head about her as well. I'd just like to put a little bit more of that description in her. A neat sheep here that I've had all over the board. Where this sheep particularly excels is she's pretty level in that design. I like her. She too is one of the sheep that get a little shorter sided when you start to view her. When we put her in motion is really kind of where I get concerned. She's a little straighter in that front 1/3. She's a little tighter off of those rear 2. And of the 5 in here, she's probably the one that's the shortest hipped and kind of maybe just creates a little havoc when we put her in particular motion. But a neat one there in 4. I think then when we finish up here in 5, this is a real youthful one, kind of a neat headed one. It's really good in terms of her character. She's a little greener. Down low, she's really built very correctly. She gets out and moves exceptionally well off of both ends. I like that about her. When you get behind her, of those 4 ahead of her, she's the one that's probably the most immature in terms of her skeletal build and dimension in terms of her cage. She gets a little plainer in terms of that width and dimension in her hip comparatively, but I love her from the side. Very youthful, just not enough of her to get up into those powerhouse set of females, but a really, really good set of ewes in this particular class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Spring Ewe Lamb class for the Baby Doll Southdowns. First place to entry 49, Scott Odlin, Ivanhoe, Minnesota, with Big Woods MN 44792 0637 Wee. Second place to entry 54, Knox Heffelfinger, Patoka, Indiana, with 24172. Third to 58, Riley Donkers, Firebolt, Minnesota. Fourth place to entry 61, Ella Janner, Harvey, Iowa. Fifth place to entry number 51, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Sixth to entry number 62, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. 7 to 66, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Eighth place to entry 864, Dustin Milroy, Glendive, Montana. 9 to entry number 50, Ashlyn Jackson, Ransom, Illinois. And 10th place to 59, Addison True, Oakchee, Tennessee.
As we line this set of females up for your champion and reserve drive, I'm extremely pleased with the consistency we've had. The classes were a little variable in size, but I think the quality was extremely, extremely deep. I've had two favorites since they hit me in class, and I'm going to go show you what those two are right now. Let's put our hands together for a really nice set of females this evening.
Grand champion Baby Doll Southdown U goes to entry number 49 out of the Spring U Lamb class. Scott Odlin, Ivanhoe, Minnesota with Big Woods. MN 447920637 Wee. Reserve goes to entry 37. First place fall U Lamb. Knox Heffelfinger, Patoka, Indiana with 2375. Placing on the Spring U Lamb class for the Texels. First to entry 77, Cameron Drew, Stafford Springs, Connecticut with Pine Knob 2445. Second place to 81, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, Pine Knob Farm 2454. Third place to 71, Alice Winery, Warsaw, Ohio. 4 to 72, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. 5 to 80, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Sixth place to 75, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. 7 to 69, Colin Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Eighth place to entry number 73, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. 9 to 68, Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana. And 10 to entry 70, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Again, we're now ready for Baby Doll Southdown Young Flock and then Best Fleece. Placing on the Texel Pair U Lamb class, first place to Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second place, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third place, Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. 4, Morgan Inbody, Wapakoneta, Ohio. And 5, Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana. Final class for the Baby Doll South Downs is Best Fleece. Placing on the Young Flock class for the Baby Doll South Downs. First in the Young Flock and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for this is Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place in the Young Flock, Riley Donkers, Firebolt, Minnesota. Third to Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4, Ashlyn Jackson, Ransom, Illinois. And 5, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Been fun sorting the Texel sheep, and I appreciate the opportunity to come and sort the Texels at your national show. And again, I hope that when we get these 8 out here that you kind of see the things that I see in them in terms of these females being able to put some genetic pieces in forward movement in this particular breed, and they each have some things that I think are unique about them that can do those things in terms of character, structure, build, and kind of what they have to offer the breed. And so again, I don't want to rehash what we were. We talked a lot about these females in class, and again, I think when you talk about females, you want them to still be bold in terms of what they represent, in terms of their breed and the way they look on paper in terms of that breed description, but yet at the same time, you want them to be able to offer some femininity and uniqueness in that kind. And also, I think these sheep have to get out and move and be correct on that move, because it just adds added longevity to their existence in a genetic program to whichever way direction that you take them. So again, it's been my pleasure and certainly my privilege and honor to sort your Texel show. Give your females a nice round of applause, and I'll show you my 2.
Grand Champion ewe for the Texel show goes to our first place yearling ewe, entry 34, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, on Pine Knob Farm 2321. The reserve Grand Champion was second in that yearling ewe class, entry 33, Avery and Brant Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio. Best fleece for the Baby Doll South Downs went to Ashlyn Jackson, Ransom, Illinois, on Woolly Treasured Farm 0110, Kenna. That does conclude the Baby Doll Southdown show. Our judge has been Rob Zielinski. Placing on the best 4 head of ewes for the Texel show. First to Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second to Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third to Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. And 4 to Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana. For the flock class, first place and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second in the flock, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third to Adams Texels, Shelbyville, Indiana. And 4 to Bockelman Family Texels, Greensburg, Indiana. That does conclude our Texel show. We'll be back in here tomorrow morning bright and early at 8 a.m.